Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Ironheart and Dirty Santa by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Anastasia Watley and Troy Duran. Ironheart, Chapter 1. Tori. The image of Jesus in her lawn? I explode into the phone in disbelief. It's a good story. My editor's soothing voice comes back at me. Come on, Tori, lighten up. It'll be great front-page material, a real crowd pleaser. Are you freaking kidding me, Frank? It makes no sense, I protest, pushing the covers off of me and sitting up in bed. I mean, didn't someone just mow the image into the damn grass? How is that a miracle? You don't know that, he admonishes. Yes, I freaking do, I retort, my voice rising. Honestly, Frank, of all the stupid stories you've sent me out to do, this might actually be the worst one, which is saying something after the rooster who crows God bless America. I shake my head at the memory. That was complete and utter bullshit, by the way. You're lucky I didn't force you to upload the video on the Post-Gazette's website so people could hear it. But Frank just ignores my words. Look, just get over there, okay? He sighs. They'll be expecting you. Take Jake. He can meet you there to get some photos to go with the story. I've already told him about it, so he knows you'll be in touch. Does he think it's a miracle? I ask sarcastically. Jake isn't paid to think, Frank shoots back, a hint of irritation coming through in his tone. He's paid to take pictures, and you're paid to cover the stories I tell you to cover. Now go. And by the way, my plan is to put this story on next week's front page, so I'll expect you to finish it with your usual promptness. I open my mouth to say something else snarky, but before I can get a word in, the click on the other end tells me Frank has hung up. Letting out an incredulous huff, I toss my phone back on the nightstand and wriggle out of the covers to stand up. Unbelievable, I announce to my bedroom, which does not agree or disagree with my assessment. Very unsatisfying. It's barely 9 o'clock on a Monday morning, and already today is turning out to be a crappy beginning to what will probably be a shitty week. It's not fair, I whine in my head. I had such plans for today. I'd already gotten Frank's okay to take a half day off from work, knowing I'd be tired after the drive back last night from visiting my parents in Columbus. I had envisioned myself having a lazy, leisurely morning, filled with nothing but drinking coffee and finishing up a romance novel I've barely had time to read. Now my much-anticipated half-day of freedom is already ruined by my own irritation at this stupid non-story Frank insists on sending me to cover. Still grumbling, I head into the hallway toward the bathroom to pee and run a brush through my bed-tousled hair. On the way, I pass by my roommate Savannah's bedroom. Her bed is made, I note, and looks untouched from last night. No surprise there. Savannah spends most nights at her boyfriend Jeremy's place these days. Even so, I feel a flash of disappointment that she isn't here. I could have used someone to vent to. Savannah always seems to get a kick out of the absurd stories Frank sends me out to cover. Pushing open the door to the bathroom, I take quick note of the pillow wrinkles on my cheek in the mirror. I make a sour face and stick out my tongue at my reflection. I swear this is the worst reporting job in the whole world, I mutter at her. Working as a features writer at the Ironwood Post-Gazette isn't at all what I'd imagined for myself when I started journalism school, that's for sure. All through my childhood, I had cherished dreams of becoming a foreign correspondent. Back then, I was sure that by now I'd be working for a nationally recognized newspaper. I'd work my way up the ladder, earning a reputation as someone willing to take any risk for a story. I'd be fearless, tough as nails, the first to volunteer to go to a war zone. I'd smoke cigars and knock back shots with the sons of despots and warlords. I'd go anywhere, do anything to get the story. Eventually, of course, I'd be recognized for my intrepid style and hard-hitting reporting with that most prestigious of journalistic awards, a Pulitzer Prize. But that was then. Back when I was still able to dream about a high-flying career. Back before I had to accept the harsh reality that it would be too risky to trot around the globe with a broken body like mine. Back before I was forced to admit to myself that the only journalism jobs in my future were the ones that didn't allow me to get too stressed and didn't involve danger. In other words, the exact opposite of what I'd wanted in the first place. Though I think an argument can be made that being forced to do a feature story on an apparition of Jesus Christ in some old lady's lawn is pretty stressful too. I splash cold water on my face, rub the sleep out of my eyes, and yank my messy blonde waves into a high knot on top of my head. When I'm done, I go back to my bedroom to grab my phone, then stumble downstairs to the kitchen to make myself some coffee. Decaf, of course. I'm not supposed to have the regular kind. As I'm measuring the coffee to put in the filter, my phone vibrates to tell me I have a call. It's my mom. I let out a low groan and consider not answering, but I know from experience that will just make her go into a panic. Better to just deal with it now. "Hi, Mom," I say brightly. "Hello, Tori dear," comes her worried voice through the speaker. "I just wanted to call and check up that you're all right." "I'm fine," I assure her, "just like I told you when I texted you last night after I got home." "Well, I just wanted to make sure. You're taking today off to rest, right?" "Just the morning," I correct her. "I have to go cover a story this afternoon." "Don't tax yourself, Tori," she frets. I suck in a breath, slowly, and then let it out in silence, willing my irritation not to show in my voice. I can't really blame my mother for her concern. But even though she means well, the degree to which she worries about me getting stressed is, well, stressful. "I'm sure I'll be fine, Mom. I promise. I had a good night's sleep. I feel good. Everything's okay, okay?" "Well, all right," my mom breathes. "I don't suppose your father bothered to check up that you got home safely," she adds, a familiar contemptuous tone creeping into her voice. Oh, boy. "Actually, Dad asked me to text him last night when I got back to Ironwood," I say carefully. "So he knows I'm okay, too." "Oh, well, that's good," Mom sniffs, sounding disappointed. "Okay, so we're done worrying, right?" I don't wait for her to respond. "Look, I'm gonna let you go so I can grab some breakfast. Talk to you later. Love you." "Love you too," she chimes back, cheerful but forced. The relief I feel when I press the button to hang up is palpable. This scenario plays out every time I go back home for a visit. I spend the whole weekend juggling my time between my two divorced parents. Then, when I leave to come back home, we have to play the "which parent worries more about Tori" game. It gets really old really fast. If I didn't know they actually had a valid reason to be worried about me, I probably would have figured out a way to put a stop to it a long time ago. Sighing, I set the phone down and finish up prepping the coffee. Shoving some bread into the toaster to go with it, I sit down to thumb through my favorite news sites as I wait for them both to be done. I flick through the international news section of one paper, my eyes darting to different stories about conflict throughout the world. Most people look at these stories and see things their instinct is to turn away from. I, on the other hand, see them as missed opportunities. I itch to be there, to be the one covering the story myself. I noticed that one article about something happening in Libya has a female byline. My stomach clenches. That could have been me. I could have written that story. I wonder if there's any chance the journalist who wrote that story wishes she was in my place as much as I wish I was in hers, living in a small town in southern Ohio, about to cover a story on Jesus appearing in someone's lawn. Doubtful. I'm not sure how long I spend staring at my phone, daydreaming of another life. But eventually, I'm pulled out of my thoughts by the aroma of coffee. There's another smell blending in with it, too. But strangely, it's not the smell of toast. Frowning, I look up from my screen at the kitchen counter. The auto-drip maker is making its final spurting noises, indicating the coffee's almost done. The toaster, on the other hand, is sort of smoking? Chapter 2. Tori. Shit! I screech, leaping up from the kitchen table so quickly my phone clatters to the ground. Ignoring it, I run over to the counter where I now realize the odor I smelled is burning. But not burning bread, more like burning plastic. The bread bag is nowhere near the toaster, so it can't be that. I reach to flip the toaster lever up manually, but then I realize it's not the toast that's burning, it's the cord. My hand darts to it on instinct, yanking it out of the socket before my mind can register that maybe that's a dumb thing to do. As the prongs leave the outlet, sparks fly out behind them. Jesus! I cry, hopping back in fear. Panicking a little, my first thought is to turn off the power, though I'm a little afraid to leave the kitchen in case a fire starts. I bolt downstairs to the fuse box as fast as I can, hoping I can see what to do. When I get down there, I grab the flashlight I keep next to it and shine it on the box, looking for the master switch. I see immediately that one of the fuses has blown, the interior black and fogged. It must be the one connected to the toaster. A hint of relief courses through me. So I guess problem solved? If the fuse has blown, then the current is cut, right? I don't know. I know basically nothing about this stuff, despite owning a house with wiring that hasn't been updated since probably World War II. I run back up the stairs, and when I'm back in front of the counter, I see the sparks have stopped and nothing looks like it's burning. Tentatively, I reach out a hand to touch the antique metal strike plate. It's so hot it burns the pads of my fingers, and I yelp and quickly pull away. Ouch, shit! I hiss again in the now silent kitchen, shaking my hand against the receding pain in my fingertips. It's only at this moment that I notice my heart is pounding in my chest. A tiny surge of alarm spikes in my brain, making me instantly forget everything else except calming down the beat before it starts to get worse. Putting both hands on the counter, I lean into them, stare at a fixed point on the wall, and make myself take a moment just to draw a few slow, deep breaths, counting as I go. 5, then 10. Blowing out the last breath, I notice my heart seems to be slowing again. Okay, good. It's fine. We're all good here. Thank God I wasn't on the phone with my mother when that happened, I think with a nervous bubble of laughter. She'd have called an ambulance already, and she'd be in her car racing toward Ironwood right now. With a final shaky sigh, I turn around and lean back against the counter. I stare at the open door that leads to the basement, the problem of my wiring issue coming back into focus. I guess calling an electrician has officially moved to the top of my home renovation and repair list. Thanks, Aunt Jean, I say out loud to the empty room. I think. When my Aunt Jean died early last year, I'm sure she thought she was doing me a favor by leaving me this old, sprawling Queen Anne-style house in her will. With the house, she also left me an entire new life. An easy, comfortable life that I only had to step into, like slipping into a warm, comfortable bath. I'm sure she thought she was doing me a favor with that, too. It certainly did make some things easier for me. But sometimes, like today, for example, the ready-made life I've been leading in Ironwood, Ohio since I moved here feels more like a prison than anything. I only found out that Jean had been diagnosed with terminal cancer after she died. She hadn't bothered to tell anybody in our family, which, even though it was a shock, was just the sort of behavior I would have expected out of my only aunt. Jean was never the kind of lady who wanted sympathy or attention. She absolutely hated people fussing over her. She would have, especially in a situation like hers, when ultimately, we found out later, there hadn't been much to be done to help her. Her family doctor shared with us after her death that by the time they found the cancer, there was no chance of successfully curing it. The only thing that could have been done for her was potentially to give her more time, but that would also have probably involved a long, drawn-out death in a hospital bed or hospice. Knowing Jean as well as I did, I imagined she didn't want to have to argue with family and friends about expensive and ultimately futile treatments. She probably didn't want to spend her waning energy batting away their insistence that if anyone could beat the odds, it was her. Instead, my Aunt Jean had chosen to live out the last months of her life much as she had lived the previous years, on her own terms, fiercely independent, and with no intention of sacrificing her freedom to anyone or anything. Jean lived here in Ironwood for her entire adult life. She moved here as a newlywed with her brand-new husband, Jim, when they were both in their early 20s. When Jim died 12 years later, the two of them hadn't yet had any children, so Jean was left alone with this house and the town that had become her adopted home. She never remarried, never even dated again as far as I know. She just got on with life, as was her nature. I always wondered if Jean regretted not becoming a mother. But if she did, I never heard it from her lips. Instead, my mother's older sister treated me like the daughter she'd never had. All throughout my childhood, I would come to Ironwood and stay with Jean for 6 weeks every summer. She was a school teacher and had summers off herself, so she'd spoil me rotten with lazy days at the public pool, trips to the local Dairy Queen for my favorite hot fudge sundaes, and movie marathons, complete with all the popcorn I could eat, slumped back in her overstuffed couch in front of her TV. As I said, Jean didn't tell anybody in our family that she was sick, but she clearly wasn't in denial about her state. In those final months, having been deprived of a future for herself, she turned to thinking of somebody else's, namely, mine. Jean wrote up a simple will with her lawyer, saying that the house and everything in it would be left to me, as well as her car and everything else on the property. And I've never been able to verify this, but I'm also pretty sure Jean talked to her old friend Frank Lemoyne, the editor and half-owner of the Ironwood Post-Gazette, and got him to offer me the job of features writer 3 days after Jean's funeral. To this day, I'm not sure if either of these things has been quite the gift she meant them to be. Hands on my hips, I heave a deep sigh as I stare at the outlet and at the now black piece of toast in the cooling toaster. Well, at least the coffee finished brewing before everything went to hell. I turn the toaster upside down and shake it until the burnt toast falls into the sink, where I leave it for now. Then I reach into the cupboard and pull down a mug with a picture of a daisy emblazoned on it and pour myself a cup. I take an experimental sip, testing the hotness. Sitting back down at the table, I lean over, grab my phone from where it's fallen to the floor, check to make sure the screen isn't broken, and send 2 texts. The first one is to Jake, the photographer. I tell him to get the address of the Jesus Lawn House from Frank and say I'll meet him there at noon. The second is to Savannah, telling her about the toaster incident and warning her to watch out for any new problems. I'll figure out what to do about all of this later. Right now, I need to figure out something else for breakfast. And then I need to get ready to go do my damn story.
Chapter 3. Dante. The second the harsh knock sounds at my door at 10 o'clock on a Monday morning, I know shit is about to go seriously tits up. Nobody ever comes to my door this early. They fucking know better. They should, anyway. I'm not an early riser, and I ain't someone who's overly fond of having people in my house at any time of the day. My club brothers know this. My neighbors know this. And for everybody else, the sign on my front door that says, "Go the fuck away," should convince them not to take their chances. I lie there silent for a few seconds, hoping whoever it is will just obey the damn sign and go the fuck away. They don't. The knock comes again, more insistent this time. It's muffled by the pillow over my head, but still loud enough to make me growl with frustration. "God damn it!" I shout, throwing the pillow across the room. "I'm coming. Calm your tits. I don't bother getting dressed. I haul ass out of bed, get to the front door, and fling it open, ready to unleash hell on whatever unfortunate motherfucker is on the other side. Holy shit. Just my luck. About the only person I can't immediately beat to shit is standing there in front of me, complete with a shit-eating grin on his face. And the only reason I won't beat the hell out of him is because the same blood runs through our veins. God fucking damn it, I growl. What the hell are you doing here? Rise and shine, brother mine, he announces. Nice morning wood, by the way. Dominic, I groan. I should have known. There's only one person I can think of who knows better than to show up at my door like this, but who doesn't care. Who knows he's the last fucking person in the world I want to see. And shows up anyway. It's fucking tempting to reconsider whether it's wrong to pound a sibling into the ground. You are dead, I mutter, but he just grins wider. Sorry, did I wake you? He tosses back, in a tone that makes it clear he doesn't give a shit. Why the fuck don't you ever bug one of our other brothers when you need help? They don't get as bent out of shape, he retorts smugly. It ain't as much fun. Fuck me if he ain't right. Dominic has always had a special innate talent for pissing me the hell off. I suppose I gotta let you in, I grumble, even though I don't move out of the doorway yet to let him in. By the way, there's a goddamn doorbell, you asswipe. Use it next time. Noted, he chuckles. I turn to go back inside the house, assuming he'll follow me. You here for a handout? I bark over my shoulder. Hey, lay off that, he throws back, an edge suddenly appearing in his voice. I haven't borrowed money from you for a long time. No, I snort. You haven't borrowed money. Borrowing implies you pay me back, you shit weasel. From that perspective, you've never borrowed money from me in your life. I stalk back into my bedroom and pull on a pair of jeans, then come back out in the living room. I glower at him. Well, what do you need then? I ask irritably. I'm sure this ain't a social call. As a matter of fact, it is, he counters. Really? I cross my arms in front of my chest. Can't I just want to see my big bro? He spreads his hands wide. No, I grunt. Now I know he's full of shit. He never acknowledges I'm older than he is unless he wants to butter me up. For fuck's sakes, Dom, just spill it. What are you doing here? How long are you planning on staying? For good. What? I give him a sharp glare. I'm back in town, my brother says simply. I'm moving back to Ironwood. Why the fuck couldn't you just call me first? I snarl. Dominic is sprawled on the couch. I'm sitting in the chair across from him. I wanted to surprise you. I fucking hate surprises, I shoot back, especially bad ones like this. Why the hell would you be moving back to Ironwood anyway? You flew out of here like a bat out of hell as soon as you could after high school. I got my reasons, he shrugs. Tired of the rat race, I guess. Tired of being a rat, you mean? Dom's practiced expression slips a little. For a millisecond, I see a flash of anger. But just as soon as it's there, it's gone again. Tired of working for other people, he says casually. I figured I could come back here, start from scratch, be my own boss for a change. Is that right? I'm skeptical as hell. As long as I've known him, Dom doesn't work. What he does is get himself into get-rich-quick schemes that go down the tubes and then skip town before he has to deal with the fallout. Yeah, the shit-eating grin is back. I got some ideas. I'll tell you about them eventually. Meantime, I was hoping you'd let me crash here at your place for a little bit. Stay here. I shake my head in disbelief. God damn, there it is. I knew you were here for a handout. You never changed, Dom. It ain't a handout, Dante, he insists. His jaw is tight, pulsing. But if he's pissed at me, he's smart enough to push that shit down deep. It's like I told you. I'm coming back to Ironwood for good. This ain't a scam. I'm done with hustling. I just need a place to stay until I can get my feet under me and start up a legit business. He gives me his best trust me look. I should have shut the door in his face as soon as I opened it. You on the run from someone? I ask. That what this is about? His eyes flicker away for a millisecond, then come back to mine. No? He shakes his head vigorously. I just want out of that life. Why? He lets out a laugh. Do I need a reason? You? Yes. He doesn't say anything. He looks down at his hands. Dante, I'm asking you this one favor. Please. He sounds weirdly subdued, more humble than I've ever heard him. God damn it. Dom has never been anything but trouble since he was old enough to walk and talk. I should throw the fucker out on his ear. And for a second I consider it. But then our ma's face appears in my mind. She would want me to take him in.
Family's family,
she'd say.
Family forgives.
I pause a few seconds, then sigh. You got any bags? I ask grudgingly. Dom stays still, knowing I haven't said yes yet. Just one. Out of the car. I glance out my front window toward my driveway. There's a late model black SUV parked in it that I don't recognize. From here it looks like a BMW X5. The last few years, seems like Dom's got a new car every time I see him. Fine, I grouse. You can stay for a couple days, but when I say you're gone, you're gone. Of course, he agrees immediately. You had anything to eat? I ain't hungry, he replied. But I could use a couple hours of shut-eye right now, and a shower after that. I swivel my head back toward my brother and give him a closer look. For the first time, I notice the 5 o'clock shadow on his normally clean-shaven face. His eyes are red and tired, like he hasn't had much sleep lately. Well, I figure I'll pry the story out of him later. Sighing again, I stand and lift my chin toward the hallway. Spare room's down the hall, on the right, I grunt. Thanks, brother. Dom grins, his face brightening again. Think I'll go grab my stuff then. Dom heaves himself up off the sofa and goes outside. A few seconds later, a car door slams, and he returns with a medium-sized forest green duffel bag. I don't say anything to him as he walks through the living room, then down the hall to what will be his room for the next few days. I stand alone in the middle of the empty living room, feeling pissed at myself. I don't like having my space invaded. Not even by family. Hell, especially not by family. With Dom here, any peace and quiet I might have enjoyed this morning is gone. I'm too jacked up now to go back to bed. I don't have any jobs scheduled for today and nothing else planned until church at the clubhouse later on. I decide to go grab breakfast at Della's, the diner downtown where the MC goes sometimes. A mess of eggs and some bacon might get me out of this shitty mood Dom's put me in. And even if it doesn't, Della's coffee is strong enough to slap an ox awake. The ride down to Della's is only a couple miles. I grab my usual booth and eat my plate of eggs and bacon in pretty short order, served by Della herself, with a side order of old lady sass. A couple of my Lords of Carnage brothers come in just as I'm finishing up, so I stay to shoot the shit with them for a while. By the time I get back home, it's past noon. I park my Harley in the driveway next to my brother's SUV. Cutting the engine, I lean the bike into its kickstand and climb off. I start to head for my front door, but a mix of voices, familiar and unfamiliar, catch my attention. Glancing in the direction of the sound, I look across a narrow, empty lot next to my house, to the property on the other side. My neighbors, Crazy Millie and her son Eddie, are standing on their back lawn. Millie's in one of her usual flowered pink moo-moo things, her silver hair and kind of a cap on her head. Eddie's in his usual uniform too, buzzed hair sitting like a short carpet on his large square skull, blue t-shirt stretching across his thick stomach, and faded jeans that hang low and loose. Even from here I can tell they're threatening to expose his ass crack. They're not alone, though. 2 other people are standing out there with him. One's a chick I've never seen in town before, with honey-colored blonde hair piled into a high, messy bun at the top of her head. Even from here, I can tell she's young and hot. Standing next to her is a scrawny dude her age or a little younger, holding a camera that's almost as big as his head. The four of them seem to be looking at something on the ground. As I watch, Eddie keeps pointing to it, then raising his hands up toward the sky. It sounds a little like he's arguing, but I can't hear what he's saying. I'm not sure how I get the bug up my ass to go over there. Normally, I don't give a shit about my neighbor's business, and I expect them to stay out of mine. But my privacy's already been invaded once this morning, and a brother I don't particularly want to talk to is waiting for me inside my house, meaning I'm not exactly dying to go back in there. So before I know it, I'm striding across the vacant lot that separates our two properties. "Morning," I call out, forgetting it ain't morning anymore. "What's up?" Eddie sees me first. "You seen the apparition yet?" he calls to me. Jesus, that's a pretty big word, coming from Eddie. "What apparition?" I ask. Instead of replying, he spreads his arms wide, indicating something on the ground. He looks up at me with smug satisfaction. "This?" I come closer. Instead of looking down right away, I slide my eyes over to the blonde. She's dressed in jeans, a simple white t-shirt, and a blue blazer. A few honey tendrils escape her high bun, framing her face. The hair on top of her head glows in the sun, almost like a halo. She's wearing ballet flats and has a brown leather tote slung over one shoulder. There's a small pad of paper and a pen in one of her hands. She's fucking beautiful. Stunning. Jesus, I've never seen anything like it. I don't even know what it is about her, exactly. All I know is that I have a hard-as-hell time dragging my gaze away from her to look down at the patch of grass Eddie is pointing at. Most of it is short, recently mowed. But in the center, there's some longer grass, kind of in an oval, with some other long parts on the side and in the center. I murmur, frowning. What are we looking at here?
The benevolent face of Jesus,
Crazy Millie crows, clapping her hands together and beaming her crazy face at me.
It's a miracle.
Holding back a snort, I glance back up at the chick. Her ice blue eyes meet mine. She gives me the slightest hint of an eye roll. Is that right? I say mildly. That's a hell of a thing, ain't it? Holy shit, it's fucking obvious that the benevolent face of Jesus is just pretty much Eddie coming out here and taking some hand clippers to the grass. I suppose if you squint just right, you might be able to make out something sort of looks like a smiley face with hair. If you were drunk, say. But you'd have to be pretty drunk. As long as I've known them, Millie and her son Eddie are always talking about weirdo conspiracies and stuff, so this ain't anything new. But as I stand here with the four of them, it occurs to me who the two strangers must be. Holy shit. These two loons called the local paper about this. The idea is so fucking hilarious that it takes everything in me not to bust out laughing. Who's this? I ask casually, nodding toward chick with the notepad, even though I've already figured it out. Next to her, the skinny guy with the camera scratches his acne-scattered chin.
A reporter from the Post-Gazette,
Millie announces triumphantly.
And her photographer. They're doing a story about the miracle.
Millie is fucking thrilled, of course. It's probably the most attention she and Eddie have ever gotten for any of their crazy-ass ideas. How the hell did the paper send someone out to cover this bullshit story? Must be one hell of a slow news cycle, that's for sure. The chick reporter does another eye roll, which only I see. She hasn't said a word since I got here, but it's clear she does not want to be here covering this story. Can't say I blame her. Part of me feels sorry for her. Even watching her try not to blow her stack is pretty goddamn funny, to be honest. Her nostrils are practically flaring. It's cute and entertaining as hell. In fact, my mood has improved a fuck of a lot since I came over here. The girl's ice blue eyes meet mine, and somehow it makes my dick jolt. Their expression says, "Can you believe this shit?" Of course I can. Like I said, Millie and Eddie are nuts. This ain't even the craziest thing they've ever come up with. Normally, I don't bother humoring them with this stuff. But in this case, A fucked up part of me wants to see this chick lose the cool that she's trying so hard to keep. Just to see what will happen. Which is why the next words come out of my mouth before I bother to stop them.
Chapter 4. Tori. Shit, yeah, it's Jesus, he murmurs with a serious frown. Excuse my French. The man who just parked his motorcycle and came over here across the vacant lot looks like he stepped off a movie set. He's one of the best-looking men I've ever seen, shockingly so. Rugged and square-jawed, with sharp cheekbones, jet-black hair, and a sensuousness to his mouth that makes it hard not to just stare at it when he talks. His features are almost model-perfect, just stopping short of being too perfect thanks to the heaviness of his brow and the fact that his nose is just slightly off-center, like it's been broken in the past. It's almost enough to distract me from the fact that what just came out of his mouth is absolute nonsense. What? I choke out. My voice comes out high and strained, disbelief mixed with indignation. I mean, this Jesus in the lawn thing is utter craziness. There's no way anyone in their right mind could believe it. It's impossible. Which means this guy is either a complete nutcase, a gorgeous nutcase, but still a nutcase, or he's full of shit. You telling me you don't see it? He asks me, his voice a low rumble. I strain to hear some clue in his tone that he's joking, but nothing. Not even the hint of a grin on his face. His eyes lock on mine as he waits for me to respond. They're dark, inky dark, the darkest eyes I've ever seen. Are they actually black? I didn't think that was possible, but I've never seen a brown anywhere as deep as that. They seem to reach deep inside me as I contemplate them. Then I realize I'm staring and look away abruptly. I freeze for a second, my brain short-circuiting as I try to navigate the intersection of hot and crazy that is this man. I mean, you're telling me you do? I sputter. The woman, whose name is Mildred, looks at me sharply. Shit. I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm just supposed to be covering this story, after all, not inserting my opinions into it. Even so, I'd been expressing some skepticism about this so-called miracle a minute ago, and she was not happy with me at all. Sure I do. The man dips his head in a brief nod. He gives me a smile that somehow looks so genuine it can only be fake. Then, as I watch in stupefaction, he looks reverently down at the ground, lifts a tattooed arm, and actually crosses himself. A loud snort escapes me before I can stop it. Okay, now I know he can't possibly be serious. Mildred gives me another glare. Then she turns to offer a denture-perfect smile at the dark-haired conman. Thank you, she says sweetly to him, a simper on her face. You have got to be kidding me, I mutter. I can't figure out why this guy is humoring these two. It cannot be healthy to actually pretend to believe them. They're obviously touched in the head, or else they're just trying to get their 15 minutes of fame. Either way, this isn't a news story, no matter what my editor says. And this guy is not helping me by pretending it is. You don't see it either? The dark stranger asks my photographer, Jake, cocking a brow. But Jake just raises his hands in a don't ask me gesture, his camera in one of them. Hey, I'm just here to take pictures, he objects. Coward. The woman's son, Eddie, pipes up now. We come out here yesterday just like usual, just like any other ordinary day, he tells the man, an earnest look on his face. And there it was, big as life, a miracle right in our own backyard. This is almost word for word what he said to me just a couple of minutes ago. It's obvious from the way the sentences rush from his mouth, the same inflections as before, that he's practiced them many times. This is a quote Mildred and Eddie have come up with, which they mean for me to put into the story verbatim. I roll my eyes so hard I think I just saw my brain. Is that right? I snark. Just like that? But now that they have a more sympathetic audience, my sarcasm seems to bounce right off them. Yes, indeed, Mildred supplies, tilting her face slightly upward now, toward the sky. The Lord has truly shone his light on us. I caught my eyes at the stranger, half expecting him to say, Amen. But to my relief, he stays silent. With a handsome stranger here, his dark, smoldery eyes on me, my irritation at the whole situation is starting to turn into a strange sense of embarrassment. Suddenly, more than anything, I just want this interview to be done, so I can escape the penetrating weight of his gaze, which is making my face flame hot. I look over at Jake, who is staring intently at the screen of his camera as if he's ready for this to be over too. Unfortunately, the best way I can think of to finish this quickly is to treat the damn interview as if it's legitimate, which is what I'm supposed to be doing anyway. After all, Frank expects me to write the article, and he'll just make me rewrite it if the tone makes it clear I'm mocking the subjects. So, damn it, let's just get this over with. Sucking in a deep breath, I turn to Mildred and Eddie, pointedly pretending the dark stranger is invisible. I proceed to ask them the rest of the questions I prepared. Why do you think God has chosen your back lawn as the site of this miracle? What do you think the message is? Did you tip Jesus for mowing your grass or dock his pay for missing some spots? Okay, I didn't ask that last one. When I finally have enough info to gracefully end the interview, I turn to Jake and tell him to snap some photos of Mildred and Eddie in front of the apparition, and to try to get at least a few shots where the face in the grass is visible. But before he can get the two of them into position, Mildred holds up a dimpled hand. Eddie, you go on inside and change your shirt. That one's got jelly on it, she says briskly, pointing. I'm gonna go fix my hair. The two of them amble inside. Jake wanders off a few feet and starts to fiddle with his light meter, squinting at the grass and squatting as he contemplates angles. This leaves me alone with the stranger, who for some reason is still here, smirking at me. So come on, now that they're inside, you can't tell me you seriously believe this, can you? I challenge, rounding on him and trying not to let my eyes stare at that sensual curved mouth of his. He shrugs. No, and they probably don't either, but what's the harm? What's the harm? I bristle. My 4 years of journalism school rise up inside me in indignation. Are you saying it's fine to just print lies in a newspaper? But the stranger just starts to chuckle, a deep, rich sound that starts my heart thumping in my chest. Darling, half the other crap in that paper's probably bullshit anyway. At least this story will make some people laugh. He shrugs. Go on. Brighten up old Millie and Eddie's day. What's it gonna cost you? My journalistic integrity? I mutter. This ain't the Daily Planet, Lois Lane, he murmurs. The stranger's words touch a raw nerve inside me, a sensitive place that he can't possibly know about, of course, but it hurts all the same. No, the Post-Gazette is not the fictional newspaper in Superman, and I'm sure as hell not Lois Lane. The dark stranger's meaning is clear. I'm not a real journalist, just some two-bit hack writing a silly article that practically no one will read in a paper that gets subscribed to more for its coupon section than anything else. Thanks for reminding me of that, I say acidly. He blinks, then cocks his head at me. I see a flash of something in his eyes, something close to an emotion I recognize all too well. Pity. Oh no, unacceptable. The stranger opens his mouth to say something, but I beat him to it before he can apologize or something mortifying like that. Okay, since you're such a believer, I toss back, give me a quote for the paper. What? He frowns. Go on, I repeat, pulling out my notepad. I make a show of posing my pen above the paper. Give me your name and age, and tell me what you think of this modern-day miracle that's appeared practically in your own backyard. I'm not going to give you a quote, he mutters, shaking his head. But now that I'm on the offensive, I'm not going to let him off that easily. You said yourself it'll brighten people's day. I take a step closer, feeling a surge of vindication. Come on, brighten someone's day. Nope. Why not? His expression, which had been tinged with amusement at me, grows hard, closing off right in front of me. Let's just say being in the paper has never been an ambition of mine. He pauses, and I don't believe in miracles. He turns on his booted heel, and before I can say another word to him, he's taken off across the open lot toward the house he came from. I watch him, my mouth still half open with an unuttered retort. I notice his broad back and the way the gray Henley shirt he's wearing stretches across his shoulders. I register the flex of his thighs as his legs move, how rock hard his ass looks, even through his jeans. How the way he moves reminds me of the way wild animals move, like a lion, maybe, a predator for sure. Mesmerized, I don't stop staring until he disappears inside. Behind me, a screen door bangs open. "All righty," Mildred calls out in a sing-song voice. "We're ready." She's applied some makeup around her eyes, making her look a little like a wrinkled raccoon, and put on some strong floral perfume as well. I've no idea why, since the perfume isn't going to show up in the photos, but I'm not going to ask. Behind her, Eddie has changed into a shirt that looks almost identical to the one he had on before, minus the jelly stain. "Jake," I turn toward him. "I'll leave this part to you." He looks up from his camera, blinking. "Got it. Okay, folks, let's start over here." I go over by the side of the house and sit down on their back stoop to watch Jake shoot the photos for the spread. As I do, I find myself glancing repeatedly toward the house on the other side of the vacant lot. The stranger appears again in my mind's eye. The tattooed arms, the coal-black hair, those mocking eyes, deep and impenetrable as a well. I'm not normally a girl who's moved by a pretty face. I learned early on in life that the better looking a man is, the more he can coast on those looks, and the less reason he has to be anything other than a general dick to anyone. But the man who just walked away from me is handsome in a way I've never seen before. Whatever it is, it's not only physical. There's a cocksure confidence about him that doesn't seem to come from the way he looks at all. Almost like he doesn't know he's good-looking. Or rather, that he doesn't give a shit. Maybe I'm imagining that. Hell, I probably am. After all, I don't even know the guy. It's probably just wishful thinking. Which makes no sense because he's nothing to me, and more than likely I'll never see him again. A cloud passes above us, momentarily covering the sun. The brief chill makes me hug my arms to my chest. When Jake is finished taking photos, I say goodbye to Mildred and Eddie after answering their many questions about when the paper will run their story. Jake and I drove here separately, and I tell him I'll meet him back at the office later. As I pull away, I can't help but feel a little disappointed that I never managed to get a quote from the dark stranger for the feature. Not because I needed it for the story, but because I never got the quote, I never learned his name. In spite of myself, I glance back one last time at the house he disappeared into. My dud of a heart does a little hop-skip in response, its extra beat mirroring the flutter of desire in the pit of my stomach. I know, I tell it silently. I know.
Chapter 5. Dante. Dom is still crashed out in my spare bedroom when I get back to the house. I bang around for a while, trying to wake my brother up, but he's out like a light. The fucker has always been this way. I know there are people who claim they can sleep through anything, but in Dom's case, it's actually true. Once when we were kids, there was a water leak in the pipes to the upstairs bathroom. This was after we moved to Ironwood, so it was just Ma and us boys. Ma didn't know anything about plumbing, and she didn't notice anything was wrong until the leak got so bad underneath the flooring that the old clawfoot tub went crashing through to the bedroom below in the middle of the night. Dom was in bed, not 10 feet from where the bathtub landed downstairs. He slept through the whole fucking thing. I can't help but laugh at myself for my shitty attempts to try to wake him. I should know there's no way, short of shooting him in the leg or something, that he's going to open his eyes before he's good and ready. He's the most stubborn motherfucker I know. Even unconscious, Dom has always had a special talent for pissing me off. The youngest of the 5 of us boys, he was always hanging around me since I was the closest to him in age. Anthony, 5 years older than me, and the twins Marco and Mateo, a year behind Anthony, always had other, more grown-up shit going on. So I was stuck with an unwanted tag-along, a year younger than me, and at least twice as irritating. Dominic knew I hated it when he attached himself to me like a barnacle, but he also knew I couldn't do much about it, because our ma had decided I was his designated babysitter whenever our parents weren't on the scene.
Look after your brother, Dante,
was the constant refrain she would yell from the kitchen whenever I tried to escape the house on my own. So yeah, look after him I did, as the only Italian family in Ironwood. Hell, probably one of the only Italian families in southern Ohio. It was true that us brothers had to stick together, and Ma was bound and determined to make sure we did. After all, she was the one who moved us here in the first place, from Cleveland. It happened 6 months after our father was killed. I was 5, and Dom had just turned 4. Ma never told us what happened exactly, who killed our dad or why. But in a way, she didn't have to. As we got older, the reason we left Cleveland became clear. Ma didn't want us growing up around what took our father from us. She didn't want it to engulf her young boys as well. The Cleveland crime family. The mob. Or what was left of it anyway. When my brothers and I were born, organized crime in Cleveland, Ohio was already past its heyday. At its peak, Cleveland was third only after New York and Chicago in terms of mafia presence and influence. The crime syndicates founded by the Leonardo and Porello families grew up into major organizations in the 1920s and 30s. The syndicates that split into factions organized around different mob bosses up to and through the 70s were already in decline in the 80s, before being torn to pieces by the FBI and other law enforcement agencies. By the time my brothers and I came into the world, there were only a few made men left out on the street. But the Mafia started to slowly rebuild in the 90s and into the 2000s. It's less visible now, sure, but it's still there. For boys and young men who are long on ambition and short on morals, there are still opportunities to be had in organized crime, and a dream that someday the Cleveland crime family will rise again. A phoenix of violence and crime emerging from the ashes. Which is why Ma got us out. She never told us any of this, of course, but as we grew older, we eventually pieced it together, from snatches of stories we heard about our great-uncle Nunzio, and from the occasional trips we took back to Cleveland in the summers to visit family, where talk of the glory days was the subject of late-night, alcohol-fueled conversations among the old-timers. Ma brought us 5 boys to the wilds of southern Ohio as a young widow and mother to get us away from what she saw as the near-inevitable destiny that would await us if we stayed put. She did her best to put all us boys on the straight and narrow. And in exchange, as we got older, we did our best to keep her in the dark about our more unsavory activities. Ma's not around anymore to see the shit we get into. Since she died, there's no one left to hide it from. She never knew that Anthony isn't really in real estate. She never knew that Marco and Mateo's construction company ain't all about construction. She never knew I'm in an outlaw MC. And even though Dominic disappointed her again and again, she never found out he wasn't a traveling salesman like he told her, or that the kind of trouble he has a knack for getting himself into means he never sticks around one place for long. It's always been hard to keep track of my youngest brother. Half the time he's got a new phone number or something, so you can't get a hold of him even if you want to. When Ma got sick years ago, Dom was AWOL. We couldn't find him for months, and none of the past contacts any of us had for him could tell us a damn thing about where he might be. Ma always had faith that he'd come back in time for her to see him once more before she died. She told us that God wouldn't take her before she could say goodbye to her baby boy. Ma always had way too much faith in miracles. Anthony finally managed to track Dominic down in time for the funeral. He showed up late to the service, hungover, high as shit on something that made his pupils look like pinheads, and in a suit that looked like he'd slept in it. He barely stayed until the end, skipped the burial itself, showed up later at the family gathering at Ma's house, a half-empty bottle of vodka in his fist. I almost sent him to an early grave right beside Ma's plot. Before Marco and Matteo pulled me off him, that is, and convinced me that Ma would want us all to have each other's backs now that she was gone. Since then, Dom only seems to show his face to one of us brothers when he needs something. Last time he turned up on Matteo's doorstep, asking for $5,000 and saying it was for some business venture. Turned out he had lost big on some deal and owed money to some guy in Cleveland whose name he wouldn't tell us. And now, here he is, snoring like a fucking train in my spare bedroom, telling me he's back in Ironwood to stay. From the looks of him, he drove all the way the fuck here from God knows where in the middle of the night. I peer out the window again at Dom's expensive-looking SUV and think about the fact that all the possessions he brought with him to start a new life in Ironwood fit into one beat-up-looking duffel bag. Something tells me there's more to my brother's decision to come back home than he's letting on. But I'm his brother. I'm a D'Agostino, so it's my job to fucking help him. For Ma's sake. I think I'm gonna be stuck here waiting around for Dom's lazy ass to wake the hell up all fucking afternoon. But thank Christ I get a call from a civilian buddy of mine who's building his own house, asking me to come out and take a look at the electrical problem he's having. In addition to being the enforcer for Ironwood Lords of Carnage, MC, I've got myself a business as a licensed electrician. I'm my own boss, no other employees. Been doing it about 5 years. The work suits me, and so do the hours and the independence. I tell my buddy Brett I'll be right over to take a look. I figure I'll head over to the clubhouse after that to grab a beer or two before church. The site Brett's building is out in the country, on a patch of land he inherited from his dad. The ride over there on the bike clears my head a little from thinking about my fucked up younger brother. Brett's electrical issue turns out to be a pretty easy solution, and one he's already pulled the permit for. I talk him through it, offering to come back and help with the installation if he needs it. Thanks, man, he nods. I appreciate the offer. Hopefully I've got it from here, but I'll let you know. Sounds good. Hey, he says as we walk out of his house. I've got a cooler in the back of the truck with some cold ones in it. It's about time for me to knock off for the day. You want one? Shit, I wish I could, but I got somewhere to be. Rain check. Sure. Hey, my sis said she saw you downtown the other day, riding by on your Harley. Yeah, I remember that. Jenny's a year younger than Brett. Good-looking chick. Single mom, 1 kid. She was asking about you. Brett gives me a look. You got anything against dating chicks with rugrats? I don't date civilians, man. I laugh. Hell, I don't date at all. What I do with women can't be called dating. That's for sure. Jenny and me hooked up once or twice, back in the day. She's easy on the eyes, and she's a nice girl. She works at one of the bars downtown. As I remember, she was a pretty decent lay back in high school. But that was then. I meant what I said to Brett. I don't fuck non-club chicks anymore, on principle. The girls who hang around the MC, who know the MC life, well, they know the score. They don't get any big ideas about hearts and flowers and all that shit. Not the ones who have any fucking brains, that is. And the rest of them should know better to get involved with outlaw bikers if they expect marriage and picket fences, so fuck them. I ain't got time to deal with hurt feelings and fits of jealousy. No piece of ass is worth that, no matter how hot. Why not? Brett presses me. I'm sure Jenny could get used to being on the back of a bike. Dude, you do not want your sister involved with a Lord of Carnage. I give him a look. Trust me on that. He frowns. I get what you're saying, Dante. But hell, with her record with the guys, you'd be a fucking improvement. Sorry, man. I shake my head. Jenny deserves a hell of a lot more than anything I could give her, which is nothing but a good time and a wave goodbye. I tell Brett I need to get going. He lifts his beer at me as I pull onto the gravel road that leads back toward Ironwood. Chapter 6. Dante. When I get to the clubhouse, I'm barely off my bike before one of the prospects comes ambling across the parking lot that separates the actual clubhouse building from the club's garage, Ironwood Car and Truck Repair. This prospect is a big guy, about 6'4", and shaped like a ham. Even though he's barely old enough to drink legally, his red hair is already receding from his broad forehead. He gives me a giant fucking smile that kind of reminds me of a used car salesman right before he's about to shaft you. Mr. D'Agostino, the prospect calls in his fucking bullhorn voice. I bristle at his use of my last name. You got a reason to address me, prospect, I growl. He ought to back off, or at least flinch. But this dumb fucker doesn't know any better, I swear. He started hanging around the club about 6 months ago. Shooter brought him in. He's obedient as shit, but he rubs me the wrong way. Too eager, and too full of himself. The brothers are already calling him Mensa, on account of him boasting early on about how he's got an IQ of 140. He even said he's applied to be a member of Mensa, but hasn't heard back yet. I'll fucking bet. Just want to know whether I can do anything for you, Mensa grins. Wash your bike? Grab you a beer? Something else? Yeah, as a matter of fact, you can, I say, not breaking my stride. What's that? See that pile of old tires over there? I nod toward the garage. Yes, sir. He gives me a mock salute. I resist the urge to deck him and point to a spot about 30 feet away, over by the edge of the lot. Put them over there instead. Nicely stacked. And don't let me catch your ass taking a break until you're done. I'm chuckling at the look of pain on Mensa's hammy face as I continue on into the clubhouse. Axel and Rourke, my prez and VP, are standing over by one end of the bar when I walk inside. A couple of empty shot glasses in front of them tell me what they've been up to. Dante, Axel lifts his chin at me. Prez, I walk over to the bar and slide onto a stool. Rourke. I nod to the prospect behind the bar and tell him to get me a beer. On the other end of the bar, a loud bark of laughter makes me turn my head. Bear is holding court with a bunch of the club girls milling around him, chattering and giggling. One of them strokes his beard and barrel chest. Another fingers his long white ponytail. Next to me, Rourke chuckles. He sure is making up for lost time. Bear got stabbed in a bar fight at the Viking bar a few months ago. Shit was bad enough that he had to go to the local hospital for a bit, and then he was housebound for a while to recuperate. He was fucking pissed about the whole thing, and he made everyone's life around him a living hell to make up for it. You never know it now, though, by the grin on his face. He looks like he's in fucking hog heaven. One of the club girls surrounding Bear glances over at the three of us and detaches herself from the group. Tottering over on platform heels that show off her toned legs, she slides one red-nailed finger down the bar as she walks toward us.
Hey, Dante,
she drawls. We call her Georgia because that's where she's from. Her accent is smooth as silk.
You looking for a little company later?
Could be, I murmur non-committally. Georgia's hair is long and blonde, and I know from experience how it feels to wind it around my fist as I fuck her from behind. But for some reason, when I look at her now, the image that comes to my mind is that chick reporter I met at Millie and Eddie's. The one with the ice blue eyes, sunlight in her hair, and a body that's probably going to keep me up nights for a while. We got church in a bit, I murmur, giving George the brush off. And I might not stick around after that. Don't wait around. Georgia frowns, but she knows better than to whine. I fucking hate whining. I turn back to my prez and vice prez just as the prospect behind the bar comes up with my beer. Axel is looking tense, but that's nothing unusual. Our prez is a solemn, somber motherfucker. Don't get me wrong, he's a good leader, and I respect the hell out of him. He's just not exactly Mr. Chuckles. Today, though, there's something else there. His features are stony, his eyes dark and troubled. Something's up. You heard the latest about Dos Santos? Rourke asks. No. I watch as the prospect digs out a shot glass and pours me some whiskey to go with my beer. What's the story? Chaco's dead. Holy fuck. I stop dead in my tracks and stare at both of them. Chaco Dos Santos was the leader of the Dos Santos cartel. They've been our main supplier of drug shipments from the south. The pipeline we established goes from them, through our chapter of the Lords of Carnage here in Ironwood, up north to our charter club of the Lords in Tanner Springs, and then onward from there. Dos Santos has had a tough time keeping a grip on their territory lately, under pressure from larger cartels further south from them. A few months ago, Chaco's men and ours were ambushed at a meetup site outside of Louisville. We managed to survive the shootout and kill the men who came for us. Chaco's men identified some of the bodies as belonging to Los Caballeros, another gang who were supposed to be their allies. That's how we figured out that Los Caballeros had turned on them and are now working with one of their larger cartels to take control of Dos Santos' turf and put them out of business. Chaco Dos Santos got shot in the chest during the ambush. From what we've heard, he's been clinging to life ever since, but recovery has been slow, especially because he wasn't about to go to a hospital for his care. Now, looks like his fight is over. What happened? I asked, my eyes flicking from Rourke to Axel. I thought he was getting better. I'll explain in church, Axel says grimly. Be in the chapel in 5. Will do. Rourke and Axel grab the bottle of whiskey on the counter and each fill up their shot glasses a final time, slamming them before wandering away toward the chapel. I take a few minutes to drink my beer and chill. A minute later, Matthias and Ranger join me. Brother, Ranger grunts. I ain't seen you in a couple days. I've had shit going on, I grunt back. Matthias looks at me quizzically. Hey, you got any idea what the fuck Mensa's doing outside with those tires? I don't reply. I just let a slow grin spread over my face. Matthias blinks and then barks out a sharp laugh. You're a fucking asshole, you know that? He chuckles. Thank you for noticing. Church, Rourke calls from the door to the chapel. I haul my ass off the stool and file inside with the others. We each take our designated seats around the heavy wooden table and wait until Axel bangs the gavel loudly on the table. Church is in session, so here's the story. Axel starts. We need to talk about the Dos Santos cartel. As you know, they've got some turf shit going on. There's a new development, and it may end up blowing back on us. What's up? Bear rumbles from the far end of the table. As you know, Chaco wasn't recovered from getting shot in the ambush. He's been behind armed guards, out of sight while he recovered. Probably to protect him from the cartel's enemies, but probably also so no one could see what condition he was in. His right-hand man, Indio, was running the cartel in his absence. Axel looks around the room, briefly catching my eye. Last night, Indio went to Chaco's hideout and found the guard shot to death outside his door. Inside, he found Chaco's body. He'd been shot in the head. Murmurs of anger and disbelief rise up around the table. Fuck. I sit for a second, considering. So, Indio's the new head of the cartel, and Los Caballeros and whoever's behind them are ramping up the turf war. Looks like it, Rourke says dryly. Do we know for sure that Los Caballeros were behind this? Matthias frowns. I mean, shit, we don't know much about Indio at all. What if Indio himself did it? Maybe he got sick of Chaco being the only thing between himself and rising to the leadership of the cartel. For a second, no one says anything as they consider Matthias's words. I have to admit, he's got a point. It might not matter one way or another, I finally say. But if Indio offed Chaco, he might have made a huge fucking mistake. Nobody knows Indio. I look over at Axel. With Chaco out of the picture, Indio's going to be seen as a potentially weak leader. Too weak to defend their cartel's turf. Seems like if I was Los Caballeros, I'd consider this a perfect time to strike. Rourke blows out a breath. If Los Caballeros take over Dos Santos territory, our pipeline is broken. We got a big fucking Los Caballeros-sized hole in the middle of it. Unless we cut ties with Dos Santos now, Bama cuts in with a leer, and get word to Los Caballeros that we're not doing business with the Dos Santos cartel anymore. Get ahead of the game. We still need Dos Santos product, I shoot back. We can't just cut ties without finding another source. No guarantee we can do business with Los Caballeros and whoever's behind them. Or that we should. So what are we going to do, Prez? Mal asks. We got to get involved. We've got an unknown at the head of the Dos Santos cartel. Axel's jaw sets. You're right about that, Dante. We don't know whether he killed Chaco. And for our purposes, I ain't sure it makes any difference right now. For the moment, we made a commitment to sell to them. We honor our commitments. That's crazy, Bama protests. We committed to Chaco, not Indio. We honor our commitments, Axel repeats in a tone that invites no argument. We'll need to change our delivery method, Matthias points out. We're too exposed right now. Los Caballeros knows we do business with Dos Santos. If they're making a play for their turf, they're going to come after us. Try to intercept our shipments. Weaken Dos Santos more and take the profits for themselves. We'll figure it out, Axel grunts. It's a detail. An important one, Matthias growls. There ain't no guarantee Los Caballeros ain't watching us right now. Yeah, but we'll work it out. Axel gives Matthias a hard stare, and Matthias is smart enough to shut the fuck up. There's a couple other subjects the club has to talk about, but they don't take a lot of time. Half an hour later, church is over. I go back outside for a smoke just in time to see Mensa as he finishes moving the tire pile. He's sweating and huffing, his thinning red hair sticking straight up on his head. How you doing, Prospect? I ask him as I light up. Thriving and surviving, boss, he puffs. The asshole might be dumb, but he's smart enough to know I'm fucking with him. And smart enough not to show it. But I ain't quite done with him yet. Good deal. I make a big show of looking over the tires, which he's stacked neatly in perfect rows next to the clearing of trees at the edge of the property. Huh, I grunt, frowning. Funny thing. Yeah? I thought those tires would be better over there. But I guess I was wrong. The dawning realization of what I'm about to say makes his face go blank for a second. Yeah, I continue with a nod. You better put them back where they were, Mensa. Then maybe tomorrow I'll figure out if there's another place for them. I leave him to it, just seeing the flash of dismay on his face as I turn away. Lesson number 1 for prospects. Don't fucking speak unless you're spoken to first.
Chapter 7. Tori. 2 days later, still grumbling about it, I file my stupid lawn Jesus story with Frank. Mildred called me 3 times while I was writing the damn thing. Once to make sure I'd spelled her and Eddie's names right, and twice more to make sure the story would be coming out in the next issue of the Post-Gazette. Apparently, the 2 of them are going on a trip to visit family next week, and they want to make sure they have time to buy enough copies for all of their relatives before they leave. My irritation about the whole thing took a little dip during that conversation, I have to admit. I mean, yeah, the story is still stupid, and Mildred and Eddie are obviously lying about how the face of Jesus just suddenly appeared in their grass one day. But Mildred was so excited about having their names in print for all to see. I couldn't really muster up all the righteous indignation I had felt on the day I went over there to interview them. Thinking about it now, I get a mental picture of Mildred and Eddie passing around copies of the Post-Gazette to all their family members, beaming with pride. For some reason, the words of their dark, handsome next-door neighbor resonate in my head. Go on, brighten up old Millie and Eddie's day. What's it gonna cost you? With a deep sigh, I have to admit he might have had a point. even though I would never ever admit it to him if I ever saw him again. It's amazing, really, how different this job is from what I thought I'd be doing when I was a student in journalism school. I was trained to believe my future job as a journalist would be to sniff out a story that wanted to remain hidden, a story that I knew lay below the surface, and to dig until I found it. The job I have now is the opposite. Most of the time, I know that there isn't a story, or not much of one anyway, but the people involved are dying to tell me about it anyway. I remember once, right before I moved here to Ironwood, I was in my bedroom with my mom packing up my things. I was pretty down about how I would probably never get the chance to cover a big, important story in my entire career, and said so. "You know what my acting coach in college always used to say to us?" Mom replied. "There are no small parts, only small actors." That's just what they tell the extras to keep them from bailing on the production, I remember grumbling. After I file my story, I tell Frank I'm taking off to go get a haircut and grab some lunch. My appointment at Curl Up and Die is a little reward I've been looking forward to. A little bit of pampering time, where I don't have to think about anything job-related for a while. I'm even smiling a little bit as I leave the Post-Gazette offices and walk toward my car in the parking lot across the street. Just as I get to my car, I hear my phone tinkling softly. I hit the unlock button on my key fob and distractedly reach into my leather tote bag. It's my housemate and bestie, Savannah. "Hey," I say into the phone as I slide behind the steering wheel. "Hey, Tor," Savannah replies, a worried tone to her voice. "So, I just came back from Jeremy's this morning and the refrigerator was making this weird buzzing sound. Then it just kind of stopped working." Shit, really? My stomach does an unpleasant little flip. That's a new refrigerator, just bought a couple months ago. Is it the fridge itself, do you think, or the outlet? "I'm not sure," she says, "but it smells a little weird in here too, like something that's too hot." Damn it. Okay, could you go downstairs to the fuse box? It's just to the left of the washing machine. Can you go check and see whether the fuse is blown? Savannah keeps me on the phone as she goes downstairs. I wait as she locates the fuse box, and eventually she's able to confirm that there are 2 blown fuses. "What do you want me to do with the stuff in the fridge?" she asks. "It's gonna spoil if we leave it in there." "There's not much, I don't think. I guess it's lucky I don't cook at home very often. There's maybe a half-eaten pint of ice cream in the freezer and some milk and shredded cheese in the fridge. I guess just dump out whatever is going to spoil." "Will do," Savannah replies. "Also, your pills are sitting here on the counter. You left without them today." "Oh, crap. Thanks. I took one this morning, so I'm okay." I stifle a chuckle. Savannah's always watching out for me. My mother couldn't ask for a better roommate for me if she tried. It's a new refill. Guess I forgot to toss them in my bag this morning. "You want me to run them over to you at the paper office?" "No, that's okay," I tell her as I turn my key in the ignition. "I'll be fine, and I'm on my way to get a haircut anyway. I won't need them before I get back home." "Okay, I gotta run. Talk to you later. Smooches." Savannah hangs up, and I toss my phone back into my bag, smiling. Savannah's been my best friend for years. She's one of the main reasons I decided to accept Frank Lemoyne's offer of a job and move into my aunt's house, instead of just selling the place instead. I've known Savannah since I was 12. We met at the pool that summer while I was staying with my Aunt Jean. From the first day, we were thick as thieves. Between Savannah and Jean, the summers I spent here during my teen years always felt like coming home. Unlike me, Savannah has always been perfectly happy living in Ironwood as an adult. Whereas my childhood dreams had involved traveling the world, her plan was always to stay here, in the community where she grew up. She works as a vet tech now, and has plans to become a veterinarian and take over the clinic where she works when her boss retires. She's lived with me since I moved into Aunt Jean's place. Her boyfriend, Jeremy, is a real estate agent when he's not working on launching his own home renovation business. I keep waiting for Savannah to come to me and break the news that she and Jeremy have decided to move in together. So far, it hasn't happened yet, even though she spends almost every night sleeping at his place these days. Unfortunately, I suspect the reason for that is me. Savannah worries about my dud of a heart almost more than I do. If I had to guess, I'd say she doesn't want to move because she doesn't like the idea of me living alone in case something bad happens. Even on the nights she stays at Jeremy's, she texts me right before bed and then first thing in the morning. She pretends she's not checking up on me by sending some dumb joke or funny meme instead of asking what she really means. Are you still alive? A few minutes later, I pull up in front of Curl Up and Die. I check in with the receptionist, who brings me a fancy water infused with cucumber. Just as I'm sitting down to wait, my stylist, Cindy, comes sauntering out. "Hey, girl, come on back," she cries, giving me a grin. Cindy looks sort of like a young Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman, if Julia Roberts was a dyed platinum blonde. She's got the same wide, toothy smile, high cheekbones, and thick arched brows. I've never seen her dressed in anything but clothes she could wear on a night out on the town. As I get settled into the chair, Cindy takes out a dark smock and fastens it around my neck. "What are we doing with you today?" "Just the usual," I say, knowing she'll be disappointed. "Take maybe 2 inches off the ends. It's been a while since my last trim." Cindy nods. 4 months. You're looking a little wild. I'll shape you up." She peers at me. "You sure you don't want me to do that ombre I was talking about last time?" she offers, sounding hopeful. "I had a last-minute cancellation after you, so I can work it in." I shake my head. "No, thanks. Maybe next time." Though I know I'll say no next time, too. Cindy doesn't know about my heart condition. I don't tell anyone unless I absolutely have to. Which means she also doesn't know why I'm reluctant to do anything to my hair other than get it cut from time to time. The fact is, my hair is one of my best features, and I'm not only vain about it, but also a little phobic about doing anything that might damage it. The drug I take for my condition is a beta blocker, and one of its possible side effects is hair loss. I've never had a problem with that so far, but I've had nightmares about waking up one morning with a giant bald patch on the back of my head. It's terrifying. I know it's probably ridiculous, but I can't help it. So, even though I know that rationally dyeing my hair or doing anything involving chemicals is not going to make me lose my hair, it still freaks me out enough that I can't bear to do it. Cindy sighs dramatically and gives me a little pout in the mirror. "You're no fun. You know I have fantasies about all the stuff I could do to your hair." "Sorry," I laugh. "No, you're not," she mumbles, but winks at my reflection to show me there are no hard feelings. I laugh again, relieved that she's letting it go so easily. Cindy takes me back to get my hair washed, and I sink into the luxurious ritual of being pampered by a professional. I love this, I think woozily as she massages my scalp. Why don't I get my hair cut more often? "So, how are things?" she asks me when we're back in the chair. "Not too bad." I entertain her by telling her about some of the more ridiculous stories I've covered for the Post-Gazette recently, including Mildred and Eddie. Cindy's a great listener, as all good stylists should be, and I find myself relaxing even more. "I swear," she snorts, pausing between snips, "you have the most entertaining life." It's funny to realize she thinks so. I suppose I do, in a way, I admit reluctantly. Though it's not all fun and games. Aunt Jean's house is giving me fits, as usual. I think the electrical wiring in my kitchen is screwed. "Oh yeah?" she asks. "That's rough. What's going on?" I recount my toaster mishap a few days ago and Savannah's call about the refrigerator this morning. "Huh, that's not good," she frowns. "Sounds dangerous." That's what I'm afraid of, I admit. I know nothing about this stuff, but I'm afraid the house is going to catch fire and burn down if I don't get this taken care of. I know a guy, actually, Cindy muses. An electrician, if you need one. I totally do. I jump on her words. I have no idea where to even start looking. I've been putting it off, but this refrigerator thing makes me realize I can't do that any longer. Who's your guy? Well, I haven't used him myself, she explains. I live in an apartment, but you know that biker guy I've been seeing, Mal? Yeah. I frown. He's an electrician? Not him, this other guy in Mal's club. He does electrical work part-time. From what I hear, he's really good. I can get hold of Mal and see if Dante is free to come over and take a look. I pause a second before answering. I've never met Cindy's on-again, off-again biker, Mal. I know they're not serious at all. She has said more than once that they're just having fun, and that he is, in her words, a spectacular lay. I'm sure he's a nice enough guy, but I wonder how well Cindy actually knows this electrician friend of his. It occurs to me that maybe I should think twice about letting a strange man in my house, just on the endorsement that he knows the man my hairdresser is sleeping with. Then again, any recommendation I would get from word of mouth would just be one person's endorsement I'd be relying on, right? And frankly, I could end up doing a lot worse by just blindly choosing someone from an internet search. That would be amazing, I finally say. Thank you. Don't mention it. She stands back and gives my hair a final snip and stands back to appraise her work. Okay, I think we're good here. Let me get you dried and styled, and we'll take a final look. 25 minutes later, Cindy has given me an amazing blowout, and I'm ready to go. I book my next appointment before I leave just to make sure I don't let so long go before my next trim, and leave Cindy an even more generous tip than usual as a thank you for the electrician lead. I exit the salon looking and feeling 10 times better than I have in weeks. I decide to treat myself to my favorite sandwich place for lunch, which has the most fantastic BLT I've ever tasted. Since it's a bright, sunny day, I take my feast to a local park a couple of blocks from the Post-Gazette office. When my lunch hour is up, I decide to just leave my car at the park and walk the couple of blocks back to the office. I'll come back to get it after work. Things aren't so bad here in Ironwood. I surprise myself by thinking, I should be thankful for what I have. Even despite the electrical problem in my house, for the first time in a while, my life doesn't feel quite as broken as it usually does. I could almost even forget about my messed up heart on a day like today. My unusual optimism lasts through most of the afternoon. I spend a few hours doing some research for a couple of stories I want to pitch to Frank one of these days. Stories that are a little more in the vein of serious journalism. I know they're a long shot, but I'm hoping that I can convince him to run one of them some week. When we haven't had a lead about a psychic toddler or a dog who's actually the reincarnation of someone's long-lost uncle. The time flies more quickly than usual because I'm doing work I'm actually absorbed in. Before I know it, it's after 5:30. When Frank emerges from his office, I look up and realize we're the only ones left in the place. I snap my laptop closed and stand up to follow him out. I decide not to take any work home. I think I'll spend the evening sitting on my front porch with a cold drink reading the rest of my romance novel. You have any plans for the night? I ask Frank as we walk out together. He grimaces. Isaac's got a game tonight. I get to spend the next couple hours watching a bunch of little kids run around not hitting or catching a baseball. I scoff. You know you love it. And he does. Frank pretends to hate going to his kids' events, but he's a consummate family man. I wave goodbye to him and walk the 2 blocks back to my car, then drive home with the windows rolled down. As I drive, I remember that since the electricity in my kitchen basically doesn't work, I'm going to be limited in my options for dinner, especially because I can't refrigerate the leftovers. I decide to keep it simple and go with one of my favorite guilty pleasure foods, a peanut butter and pickle sandwich. I can eat it sitting on my porch swing with a glass of iced tea. Warm, since I probably don't have any ice cubes left. I'm so determined to enjoy my good mood to the fullest that I turn on the radio and start singing along to the classic rock hit that comes out over the speakers. A couple of people walking by on the sidewalk turn when they hear me, and I wave out the window, feeling silly but not really caring. I'm so absorbed in my performance that I don't notice anything unusual when I get home and park my car in my long gravel driveway. I'm halfway to the front porch before it registers that there's someone sitting on my porch swing. Someone large and dark and familiar. His size dwarfs the swing. With him in it, it almost looks like it was built for a child. Well, shit, the dark stranger drawls, standing. He cocks an amused brow at me. If you wanted to see me again, you should have just said so.
Chapter 8. Dante.
Excuse me?
The hot reporter sputters angrily.
If I wanted to see you again? You're the one standing on my porch right now.
Yeah, because Cindy told my club brother Mal some chick had an issue with her wiring. I shrug. I sure as hell didn't know who it was, but you didn't have to go to all the trouble of inventing an electrical problem. I let my eyes cut to her front door and give her a smirk.
You think I made that up?
Amazement registers in her face.
Who does that?
She glances toward the street where my bike is sitting, then back to me, frowning.
You're the electrician?
Yep. What? I don't look like an electrician?
Not really, she snorts.
What does an electrician look like?
I mean, I don't know. Not...
She trails off, sucking in a breath as she looks me over. Then she does a double take as she seems to realize that she's looking me over, and immediately turns her head away. She's flustered. It's cute as hell. Makes me want to fluster her some more.
Where's your electrician stuff?
She finally manages, her eyes fixed on a point about 6 inches to the left of my head. Her face flushes pink. It's the end of the day. I'm off the clock.
Well then,
she frowns in confusion.
What are you doing here?
Mal said Cindy told him you needed help ASAP. Well, he didn't say her. He said some chick client of Cindy's. I figured I'd come take a look, see what the problem is, if there actually is a problem, and then come back tomorrow to fix it.
Will you stop if there's actually a problem crap?
She gives me a sour look.
Don't flatter yourself. I'm not that hard up for male attention that I have to fake an electrical issue in my house.
So you say, I murmur.
Besides,
she continues, a challenge in her eye.
How the hell would I have known you were the electrician Cindy was talking about?
She's got me there. When Mal told me some reporter for the local paper was looking for an electrician, it seemed like too much of a damn coincidence to be real. Then I figured if it was her, it was an excuse to see me again. Wouldn't be the first time a girl has manufactured some chance meeting with me, hoping I'll take the bait. But the blonde chick looks genuinely pissed at the suggestion, so maybe she wasn't making shit up. I'll know soon enough, I guess. It's pretty hard to fake a wiring problem. So, you gonna let me in your house to take a look? Or are we gonna stand out here all night and chit-chat? I say gruffly. She blows out an exasperated breath. For a second, I think she's actually going to send me away. But then, pursing her lips, she opens the screen door and unlocks the main door. We step inside from the huge wraparound porch into a large entryway with worn hardwood floors. The entryway alone is half the size of my living room. This house is crazy huge for one woman to live in all by herself. If she does live by herself, that is. It occurs to me that maybe she's married. Hell, maybe she even has kids. If she is married, I'm guessing her husband doesn't know dick about home repair. I wait as she tosses her bag on an antique dresser in the entryway, then follow her into the living room. Even though the sun is still high in the sky, it's pretty dark in here, and she reaches under the shade of a table lamp sitting on an end table, flicking a switch. The room is filled with a low golden light that doesn't quite reach to the walls. Glancing overhead, I see there's no ceiling light. That's typical of these sprawling older places when they haven't been renovated and modernized. I take a second to look around the space. The furniture seems all wrong for a 20-something female, especially someone who looks like her. It looks more like a grandma's house or a cat lady's. Overstuffed couches and spindly chairs are arranged around an old, dusty-looking fireplace. Old gilt-framed pictures line the walls. It's like someone raided an antique shop to decorate the place. Only most of the stuff in here isn't fancy enough to be antiques. There's one of those huge ancient square TVs on a low cart over on one side of the room next to the fireplace, and knickknacks all over the fucking place. The only thing that's missing is doilies on every available surface. "This is your house?" I ask, frowning.
Obviously, she tosses back sarcastically. Or do you think I break into random houses for fun and hire people to repair their wiring?
"I just mean," I shake my head, gesturing. "This furniture doesn't really seem like your style, you know?" Her face grows pinched.
I inherited this place from my aunt. She died a couple years ago,
she says softly, glancing away. "Oh, sorry." She doesn't respond.
The kitchen's through here,
she says, turning abruptly. She leads me through a short hallway to a kitchen filled with a mishmash of appliances whose ages span at least 30 years. I notice her eyes widen for a split second, and she darts toward the counter, where a small bottle of prescription pills is sitting. She scoops it up and shoves the thing in her back pocket.
So,
she says crisply, turning to face me.
I was making toast the other day.
She nods toward the toaster sitting on the counter to her left. I notice it's unplugged.
About halfway through, the outlet got really hot, like something was starting to burn. Then I blew a fuse.
Fuses. Of course you have fuses, I murmur.
What does that mean?
Well, for most of us living in the 21st century, we like to use circuit breakers instead.
Okay,
she shrugs, indifferent.
Then this morning when I was at work, my roommate called me and told me the fridge was making funny noises. Then another fuse blew.
Roommate, not boyfriend or husband. In spite of myself, my dick takes note. Is your basement through there? I ask, pointing to a door. I'm assuming the fuse box is down there. When she nods, I say, I'm going to go down to take a look. She gestures.
Go ahead.
I head down a rickety wooden set of stairs into the basement, which is mostly empty, except for an ancient washer-dryer set and some shelves with some old canning supplies collecting dust. I swear to God, if you walked into this house alone, you'd never guess in 100 damn years that a hot blonde chick lives here. I can't help but chuckle to myself. The fuse box is on the wall above and to the left of the washing machine. There's an old metal flashlight sitting on a narrow shelf next to it, and I grab it and switch it on, surprised to see it's got batteries in it. I focus the shaft of light on the box, noting the two blown fuses, and then spend a few minutes shining it up in the beams and checking out what I can see of the wiring situation. Well, I say when I'm back upstairs, I'm surprised you haven't had this problem before. Your appliances are pulling too much current. It's going to keep happening unless you get it fixed. The shadow of a frown passes across her face. I've seen that look on other clients' faces. It's the one that says, you're about to gouge me, aren't you? Suspicion is something I deal with a lot. Probably because I look the way I do. At least that's got to be part of it. Large tattooed guys in leather cuts aren't generally trusted by the public at large. Enough people in town know me that I get jobs by word of mouth, which helps with that. But this chick doesn't know me at all.
What's the fix?
She asks me, narrowing her eyes. Well, first thing you need to do is replace that fuse box with circuit breakers, I explain. They're safer and easier on you, because when the circuit overloads, the switch just flips. No need to replace the fuse every time. But like I said, the circuits are going to keep blowing unless you fix the problem. So you need to rewire the problem areas, the places where you've got appliances that draw more power. I pause. You got anything but bedrooms upstairs?
And one bathroom,
she offers. I nod. Okay, so you probably don't need any rewiring to the second floor. Here's what I'll do. I'll put in a circuit box, and I run some new circuits up to the existing outlets where you need them. I gesture around the room. There, where the toaster's plugged in, the fridge, the dishwasher over there, the microwave. I'll run some Romex. 15 amps for the regular outlets, 20 for the appliances. She sucks her lower lip between her teeth.
How much would that cost?
I give her a figure. I only do this part-time, so I'd come in, say, a few hours a day. 2-3 days a week or so for a couple weeks. I'll get your fridge up and running as a first priority, and then go from there. She looks at me for a few seconds, considering.
I guess that sounds okay, she murmurs. Only, I feel like I should get a second opinion. Another quote or something.
I snort. You can, but I'll tell you right now, you ain't gonna get anyone out here for less. And if you do decide to go with someone else, make sure to run the name by me. Or hell, run it by Cindy. This town's small enough. People get reputations that precede them. There's not a lot of guys in Ironwood that do electrical work. A couple of them are good, but there's a few who'll take you for a ride, if they smell an opportunity. I mean that. I'm not trying to snow her. I may be a thief and a criminal in my MC life. I'm no saint, that's for sure. But that's not what I'm about here. I actually learned to do electrical work during a stint in county. Yep, prison gave me my legit job. At least it was good for something. My version of college, I guess. Once I got out, an old neighbor of ours who used to have a crush on my ma took me on as an apprentice, and then helped me out with starting up my own business when he decided to retire. Even after I joined the MC and started making money that way, I kept doing electrical work. I make good money, but that's not why I do it. I do this work because it's something I can do by myself. I don't have to talk to anyone. My terms, my decisions. Just me keeping a dangerous thing under control. When electricity was first invented, a lot of people thought it was some sort of magic, a miracle. Hell, that might be what people still think a lot of the time. It's dangerous and awe-inspiring, simple but complex. Like taming a dragon or something. I like understanding it. I like that there's one area in my life where I fix things instead of breaking them. The chick is still looking at me. We've been standing there in silence for almost 10 seconds. Finally, she gives a little nod.
When can you start?
Tomorrow, like I said.
Okay.
And that's that. I'll write you up a quote, I say, when we've decided on a time for me to show up. I'll bring it with me tomorrow. Then something occurs to me. You got a name? The ghost of a grin plays across her lips.
Tori,
she says.
Tori Lowe.
Tori, I repeat. That's short for something.
Victoria.
Huh. Nice name. I look around. It kind of goes with the house. Her hint of a grin grows wider.
Are you saying I have an old lady name?
Maybe a little bit, I concede. I'm Dante.
Like the Inferno?
I snort. No, like Dante Lavelli, wide receiver for the Cleveland Browns. My dad named me. Tori's eyes go wide and she starts to laugh, a full throaty sound that takes me by surprise and sends my dick straight to full mast.
Well then, nice to meet you, Dante,
she says, sticking out her hand.
I guess you're hired.
Chapter 9. Tori. I stand on the front porch and watch as Dante descends the steps. I try not to notice how fine his ass looks when he moves, or how wide his shoulders are, or how his tattoos somehow make him look even more sculpted and muscular. Lords of Carnage, MC Ironwood. The patches on the back of his black leather vest are impossible to ignore. He wasn't wearing the vest the first time I saw him, at Mildred and Eddie's place. But seeing it now tells me that he's no casual weekend biker. Whatever the Lords of Carnage are, Dante is clearly a full-fledged member. The smaller patches on the front, which I saw earlier, were like a special code, Words and abbreviations covered his pecs on both sides. One in particular stood out. Enforcer. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but it sounds kind of ominous, like it's a warning to other bikers. It probably should be to me as well. Dante ambles down to the street, climbs onto his low black motorcycle and fires it up. The low rumble thrums all around me. He lifts one finger at me in goodbye. As he pulls away, I'm almost physically aware of his absence. Like the heat of his body, the hard mass of him, has been taken away from me. I feel more alone here than I usually do. Like the house is emptier than usual. Like something is missing. It's unsettling. I walk back into the kitchen. In the silence where the noise of his engine had been, I can hear the shaky breath I draw into my lungs, then let out in a rush. Standing in the center of the room, I pull out the pill bottle I shoved into my back pocket. I meant for him not to see me, but I wasn't quick enough. I probably should have just left them there. He might not have noticed them if I had. Not that I care what he thinks, I tell myself. Not that I care what anyone thinks. Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. That's what it's called, the condition I have. Basically, it's fancy doctor language for shitty heart that doesn't work like it's supposed to. The words are a confusing mouthful to most people, but they've become almost as familiar to me over the years as my own name. They're part of my identity. One item on the list of things you think about in your head when someone you've just met says, "Tell me about yourself." I'm Tori Lowe. The Tori is short for Victoria. I'm a features writer for the local paper in Ironwood, Ohio. I have blonde hair and blue eyes and hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And I like dogs. Except I don't like telling anyone. I try to avoid it as much as possible. Almost no one in this town, apart from Savannah and the local pharmacist, knows anything about it. I even go out of town for my yearly checkups with my cardiologist. I've insulated myself as much as possible from being the poor girl with a heart condition. I got diagnosed at age 19. That's pretty typical for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Usually, people are diagnosed after puberty, as they grow into adulthood. I had asthma as a kid, and so any shortness of breath I ever experienced, my parents just assumed it was that. But my freshman year at college, I was running late to a class one day and dashing across campus. I got a stabbing pain in my chest. But there was supposed to be a quiz at the beginning of the hour, so I decided to ignore it and kept running. I woke up a few minutes later with a crowd of people standing around me, and someone from campus security on his phone, ready to call an ambulance. I'm not sure why no doctors had ever heard anything irregular in my heartbeat before that, but apparently that's common. When they detected the heart murmur, I was sent for a barrage of tests, which took me out of school for the better part of a week. My condition is apparently genetic, though my dad didn't know he had it either until I was diagnosed. He's the kind of guy who avoids the doctor in general. Apparently his version isn't as bad as mine, so he never struggled with it as much. But he blames himself for my having it. I know he does. Worse yet, my mom blames him for it, and she blames him for what happened to Vaughn. Oh, I haven't mentioned Vaughn yet, have I? He's my twin. Or was. Vaughn Aaron Lowe was born exactly 2.5 minutes before I was. So technically, he was my parents' first child and my older brother by those 150-odd seconds. I only had a brother for 4 months, though. He would never grow up to be my playmate or to pull my hair and tell me to stop being a pest. We would never argue over toys or snacks or which TV show to watch. Vaughn Aaron Lowe died at 4 months old of crib death, also known as SIDS. Any memories I have of him are buried deep in my unconscious mind. All I have are a few photos of his chubby face as he sits next to me in coordinated outfits, to remind me that I was once one part of a matched pair. My parents tried to have more children, but it just wasn't in the cards. So I grew up an only child. an only child who always knew I was supposed to be one half of a whole. My parents loved me for both of us, my mom was fond of telling me. I was their miracle baby, the one who lived. I knew I was cherished and treasured, and if sometimes it got to be a little bit stifling to hold the responsibility of making up for the absence of my twin brother, I told myself I was lucky my parents loved me so much, even when their marriage started going downhill around the time I hit puberty, even when they both started avoiding each other in the house and focusing most of their energy on me instead. In high school, when I started thinking about applying to colleges, I felt a fair amount of guilt that I'd soon be leaving them alone together, without me to be the glue. But at the same time, I couldn't wait to finally spread my wings away from the loving but constantly watchful eyes of my parents. To finally start my life, not as Tori, the twin who survived, center of her parents' lives, just as Tori, me, myself, and I. When I was diagnosed during my freshman year of college, one of the unpleasant revelations that came from the discussions with the doctors was that Vaughn might have had the same condition, might have, in fact, died from it. And with that possibility, the world I knew seemed to shift on its axis. My parents' relationship, already strained, broke under the pressure. Within a year, they had separated, and soon after that, they divorced. My mother blamed my father for everything, since it turned out the condition had been passed on by him. She blamed him for Vaughn's death, for my illness. I had been the glue that held their marriage together, and yet my condition was what finally broke them apart. By the end of my freshman year, my mom had convinced me to move back home and continue my degree at the local college, instead of on the other side of the state. She got my doctors to agree that this was potentially the best course of action until we knew whether we could get my disease under control through medication. For the first time in my life, I felt fragile, breakable. I felt like I was living on borrowed time. It terrified me, but also it infuriated me. I felt as though I'd been robbed of my future. I wanted more than ever to keep pursuing my dreams of an exciting career where every new assignment would take me to a new place. But more and more, I realized that might no longer be possible. I felt stifled, like my only option was to settle on a life that in some ways felt more like dying. My Aunt Jean knew all of this. She was the one person I confided in about all of my frustrations. When I came to stay with her the summer after my diagnosis, I knew it was a mighty struggle she went through to get my mother to agree to it. But Jean somehow figured out the right words to convince her little sister that her only niece would be safe and well supervised in her aunt's care. Because of Jean's efforts, I was able to have an almost normal summer. The first time I hadn't lived fully under the shadow of my illness since I was diagnosed. Back then, Ironwood was actually a refuge to me. It was the place where no one but Aunt Jean, and Savannah, of course, knew anything more about me than I wanted to tell them. As I continued my studies through my sophomore, junior, and senior years, I clung to the prospect of those summer holidays like a life raft. After my diagnosis, they were even more important to me than they had been when I was a teenager. The spring of my senior year, I phoned Jean up, telling her of my intention to come down to Ironwood to spend one final summer with her post-graduation. But to my immense surprise, she had brushed me off, saying it wasn't a good time. I felt utterly blindsided, confused, and rejected by her refusal. Even more so because I hadn't lined up any other plans for the summer. I was still trying to work out what I would do and where I wanted to live after college, knowing that I hoped more than anything to leave Columbus and my stifling home life behind. I had figured I'd work it all out that summer, counting on long talks with Jean and Savannah to help me to try to make some decisions. Instead, suddenly, I landed right back at my mother's house after graduation, with no job, no prospects, and parents who for once were united in trying to talk me into staying in town so they could take care of me. It was in the midst of that sad, aimless summer that my mother got the terrible call about Jean's death. I realized later that Jean had brushed off my request to come visit her because she hadn't wanted me, or anyone else in the family, to know she was dying. She had wanted to go out on her own terms, and she'd wanted my memories of her to be good. She wanted me to think of her as the robust, no-nonsense aunt I'd always known, not the sick, frail woman she was destined to become at the end. She had taken care of all of her funeral arrangements herself before she got too sick to do so. By the time we got the call, she had already been cremated, the obituary sent to the paper, and the ceremony and burial details put in place. At her request, her lawyer called us at the appropriate time and let us know that there was a will and that I was the sole inheritor of Jean's estate. I'm pretty sure I know why Jean decided to leave the house to me, too. She knew how much affection I had had for the town as a child and young adult. She figured Ironwood might be a place where I could have a reasonably good adult life. I'd be able to control who did and didn't know about my shitty heart. A place where I could once again come to feel normal. And despite the fact that it's not the life I wanted, I guess I have to admit that's what Ironwood mostly has been for me. It was horrible, losing Jean. Even more horrible that I never got to say goodbye. But knowing she found the energy at the end of her own life to take care of me has always consoled me. I'm so thankful to Aunt Jean that she gave me a way to escape, even if my escape wasn't to parts unknown like I always thought it would be. So, yeah, that thing I said earlier about me not caring that Dante saw my pills, that was a lie. I do care. A lot more than I want to. I don't know why I cared so much about him specifically, seeing them. Maybe it was just a reflex, nothing more. After all, he's not anything to me. He's not a friend. He's barely an acquaintance. Someone who will be in my life for a couple of weeks max. But something about Dante makes me so very strongly want him not to see me as an invalid. It's not him exactly. It's more what he represents. He's just so masculine, so alive. He's got this way of moving his body that's distractingly hard to ignore. Like everything about him just kind of reminds me of sex. Of the sex that I'm not having. Of the sex I haven't had for a very, very long time. The last time I even tried to have sex was a few months after my diagnosis. A drunken hookup at a college party. Except I wasn't drunk. It was not a memory I cherish, to say the least. But something about Dante, the heat and energy and realness of him, is an uncomfortable reminder of just how much I've shut myself off from men in general. He makes me wonder what I'm missing. He makes me feel like a woman. Or rather, he makes me realize how much I'd like to feel like a woman once in a while, instead of just a small-town reporter with a defective heart. Dante. It's the perfect name for him, but he's wrong about its meaning, though. He is an inferno. He's all heat, fire, danger. And every time I look at him, I wonder how delicious it would be to get burned.
Chapter 10. Dante. The next few days I spend a lot of time thinking about hot blondes with ice blue eyes and trying to ignore the fact that whenever I do, all the blood in my body seems to go right to my dick. I'll say this, though. Tori Lowe is doing a bang-up job of distracting me from wondering why the hell Dominic has been making himself so scarce ever since he got to Ironwood. Here I thought he'd be underfoot in my house all the damn time. But in fact, it's been just the opposite. He's been out until all hours of the night and crashed out like the dead every morning, whenever he bothers to come back to my place to sleep. I haven't actually talked to the fucker once since the day he arrived. Maybe he's just trying to milk the time I let him stay with me for all it's worth. I sure as shit wouldn't put it past him. Dom takes what he can get, almost like it's his due. Always has. Typical youngest kid, maybe. I don't know. He was always the apple of my ma's eye. He was the most spoiled by far. He grew up knowing that anyone in the family would do anything for him. It ain't surprising he probably still thinks that's the case. When we were kids, Ma was always talking about how she wanted better for all us boys than what she had, and better than what her parents had had before her. She did her best to make sure all of us were on the right path. Unfortunately, as a single mom of 5 unruly boys who had to break her ass to make ends meet, she had a hard time keeping track of us all. Our grades at school were mediocre or worse, but between the 2 jobs she worked to keep food on the table and a roof over our heads, she didn't have much time or energy left over to make sure we studied. Most of the time, she had to be content with us staying out of any obvious trouble. And hell, to our credit, we didn't do so bad at that, at least for a while. Anthony, Marco, and Mateo got in fights, sure, but they were all big and matured quickly, so most kids their age were too scared to challenge them. When I hit puberty, I grew tall before I grew muscular, so I had to learn to fight with my wits before brawn. I learned quickly how to size up a situation, how to evaluate an opponent's strength at the same time as his brain power. When I finally did start to fill out, I was a better fighter for it. Dominic, the last of us, has always been the most reckless. He has what they call the gift of gab. That ain't unusual in Italians, but unfortunately his mouth and his swagger have gotten him in a hell of a lot of trouble over the years. He talks before he thinks, that one. Always has, and probably always will. He doesn't back down before a fight either, even the fights he can't possibly win. I've gotten that motherfucker out of more scrapes over the years than I can count. Like my other brothers, he's gone his own way. On the rare occasions he came back to visit our ma when she was still alive, he would always have a new story about some great job opportunity that had just fallen in his lap. She accepted these lies without questioning him, because she wanted to believe him. And hell, to one extent or another, we all lied to Ma when she was alive, to protect her from learning shit we knew she didn't want to know. But with Dom, it was always different. Ma worried about Dom more than the rest of us. Maybe we were just more convincing liars. Or maybe she saw the same thing I see in my youngest brother sometimes. A self-destructive streak. Something inside him that makes him forget to look before he leaps. Maybe that's why she was always harping on us to look after Dominic when we were kids. Because she figured he was always going to need someone around when he fell, to pick him back up. The truth is, I don't really want to know what the fuck Dom's involved in these days. Just like with my other brothers, I prefer the don't ask, don't tell approach. But the old weight of guilt in the pit of my stomach comes back at the thought that Ma would be pissed at me for not watching out for Dom more. No matter that we're all adults now, and that I can't control his decision-making. The longer Dom stays with me, the more it weighs on me that if she was still alive, she'd be expecting me to be my youngest brother's keeper, to make sure he's not getting himself in a mess he can't get out of. So when I pull into my street one afternoon and see his SUV is back in my driveway, I decide I'm about to fucking find out what the hell brought him back to Ironwood once and for all. "Hey, big bro," Dom greets me from his position on my couch. He looks like he's taken root there, with fast food containers and chip bags strewn all around him. "Make yourself at home," I say sarcastically. "Don't mind if I do," he grins. "What's up with you? You look like you could use a drink. Or to get laid. Aren't those club girls taking care of you the way they should be?" "Fuck you," I shoot back. I go into the kitchen and come back with a cold bottle of beer from the refrigerator. "Glad you're here, Dom. It's about time you told me why the hell you're in my house, eating up my damn food." I eye the food wrappers on the coffee table. "You been sitting there in your own stink all day, or you managed to do anything productive?" Dom grins wider and points to a tablet that's sitting on the couch next to him. "That's the beauty of the 21st century, brother. I can do business right from here, in the comfort of your less than well-appointed home." I grunt and sit down in a chair. "That business got anything to do with why the fuck you're here?" "Matter of fact, it does. He picks up the tablet and waves it at me. What the fuck are you on about? I'm thinking about starting my own transport company. He points toward the text at the top. Iron City Refrigerated Transport, I'm going to call it. I'm online looking for deals on a used refrigeration truck. Refrigeration? I scowl. What the fuck do you know about refrigeration? He cocks a brow at me. What's to know? You buy a truck, you keep shit cold. You move that shit from one place to another. Where the hell did you get that idea? Dom shrugs. I used to do transportation for a while. Moving product is good business. What kind of product? Whatever people need moved, brother. Dom flashes a grin. I thought maybe you'd want to get in on the action. I roll my eyes. You thought I'd give you some money, you mean? No, Dante, that ain't it. I mean, sure, if you want to invest, that'd be cool. I snort, but he ignores me. But it ain't necessary. I made good on some online poker games and some other bets I made. I've got the money. I just need some leads on clients. Since I ain't been around here for a while, I thought maybe you could point me in the right direction. I gape at him. This is a level of responsibility I've never seen out of Dom before. If he's not feeding me a line, that is. Are you serious about this? Has a heart attack? Well, that's a hell of a deal. I'm still suspicious, but maybe my baby brother is finally pulling his shit together. Still, it doesn't quite add up in my mind. Why Ironwood, Dom? It doesn't make sense. You never wanted to live here. Competition isn't as stiff here. It's easier to get your foot in the door. Dom shrugs again. Plus, you know how it works in Cleveland. You gotta pay protection to some organization or another. He shows his teeth. I should know, right? I used to be on that end. But here in Ironwood, I have an in with the MC that owns the territory. I figure the Lords ain't gonna bleed me dry the same way I might get bled somewhere else. Uh-huh. So that's why you want me in on it. Sure. That, and I wanted to see if there are any opportunities there. What do you mean? I wanted to see if there's any way we could work together. The Lords of Carnage and Iron City Refrigerated Transport. How do you figure? Dom shakes his head impatiently. Shit, Dante. You know how this works. You run a legit business to cover for the other shit. Well, look, I'm working on some contracts with some businesses that should provide some good cover. If you know what I mean. Organic fucking farmers who make stinky cheese out of goat's milk. That kind of shit. He chuckles. I thought maybe the MC might have need of my services. Organic produce. Not a bad idea. Transporting hippie-ass shit like that around Ohio might be a decent cover for the product we need to move. I think about the situation the club is having with the Dos Santos cartel. How Los Caballeros might be watching and waiting to intercept our shipments to them. Huh. Well, what do you know? Dom just might be the fucking answer to our problem. If he doesn't fuck it up, that is. Come on, man. I'm your brother. Dom holds his hands out. I wouldn't ask if you couldn't trust me. I scoff. Right. I'm serious, he says earnestly. This could be an arrangement that's beneficial to both of us. Your club needs reliable people to move your shit, don't they? I want to get out of the rat race. Dom, I warn. You working for the Lords would put my ass on the line. The club expects my loyalty, and they've got it. I took an oath. You understand what that means? I lean forward, fix him with a stare. That means if something goes wrong, and I gotta make a choice between you and them, I pick them. You got that? Absolutely. Dom's expression doesn't waver. I frown down to the floor for a moment, not speaking. This is a lot to take in. It's also one hell of a coincidence. Fuck. Is this a good idea? I don't know. I know what our ma would say. Family helps family. It's fucking ironic that my mother's words about helping family come back to me so often, to convince me to help a brother who doesn't give a shit about family, except when it suits him. But there's something to be said about the idea of keeping the transport of our product in the family, especially when we don't know what Los Caballeros' next move might be. I'll talk to the club, I finally say, piercing him with a look. But no promises. And if it's a no, it's a no. Case closed. You feel me? He bobs his head. Absolutely. Okay, I nod once. We'll see where it goes. Fucking fantastic. Dom leans forward and slaps his hands on his knees. I think this calls for a celebration. Dom, I mutter. Nothing's settled yet. I already told you that. Yeah, I know, but I'm still in the mood to celebrate. Cut loose a little, you know? A gleam appears in his eye. Hey, that strip club in Kendrick, the Lucky Strike. That's still open. I laugh. Yeah, it's still open. Dom stands up off the couch, clapping his hands together. Come on, let's head on over there. It'll be like old times. I snicker. You mean when you couldn't get laid to save your life? But Dom's in too good a mood to take the bait. Those days are over, brother mine. Come on, first drink's on me, and I ain't taking no for an answer. I shake my head in disbelief. Holy shit. Dominic D'Agostino, actually buying drinks instead of mooching them. Jesus, maybe you are turning over a new leaf after all. Whoa, 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 he protests. I said drink, not drinks. I'm buying the first round. You wouldn't be too cheap to return the favor now, would you? I burst out laughing as I stand up and decide to join him for once. At least in one way, my little brother hasn't changed a bit.
Chapter 11. Tori. I'm standing in line at the grocery store, setting my few items on the conveyor belt and trying not to attract any attention. But my heart is pounding so hard I can actually hear it. And apparently I'm not the only one. First, the cashier looks up at me with a confused expression. Then the customer in front of me turns. Pretty soon, everyone in the line is staring at me as my heart thunders louder and louder. I open my mouth to scream for help, but somehow I can tell it's too late. My heart is about to literally explode in my chest. Pound, pound, pound. I fall to the ground, my head connecting sharply with the hard linoleum floor. The customer who was in front of me is standing over my prone body now, a shocked, paralyzed look on her face. She looks around and calls out to someone, her voice coming to me muffled, like we're underwater. Everyone looks like they're all moving in slow motion, and with every second that passes, the pounding of my heartbeat thuds louder in my ears, terrifying me. Pound, pound, pound. I wake up with a gasp, bolting upright in bed. I clutch at my chest, certain my heart has already exploded, but except for the fact that it's beating a little faster than usual, I seem to be okay. The silence in my bedroom is almost deafening for a few seconds. Pound, pound, pound. Holy shit. It's the front door. I'm still feeling shaky as I pull on a pair of yoga pants and a ratty t-shirt, then clamber down the stairs. Yanking open the door, I catch Dante mid-pound, his fist poised inches from my face. Seriously? I half yell. You can't call first or something? I don't have your number. He smirks. You didn't give it to me. His eyes travel downward, sliding over my body, then back up to my face. I'm suddenly very, very sorry I didn't take the time to put on a bra. I didn't think you'd be here so early, I mutter crossly. He lifts a shoulder. I had some time this morning. He holds out his non-knocking hand and thrusts a piece of paper toward me. Here's that quote I promised you. Look it over. If it looks good to you, I'll get started. I reach out and take it from him, lifting my other hand to rub the sleep from my eyes. What time is it, anyway? I ask as I stare down at the paper, blinking. A little after 8. Shit. I must have slept through my alarm. It's actually sort of a good thing Dante woke me, or I would have been late for work. Not that I'm going to thank him, of course. I peer at the quote, scanning the short description of the work he's proposing to do, and making sure the amount at the bottom is close to what we agreed on. Okay, fine. I finally say, stepping away from the threshold to let him in. Go ahead into the kitchen and do whatever you need to do. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. Something flashes on his face, a little spark in his eye, a little twitch of his lip. Don't put that image in my head, Lois Lane. He growls, lip curling into a sensual smirk. I'm likely to electrocute myself. His words are so unexpected that they make my brain momentarily short-circuit. I can't think of a single thing to say in response. Instead, I turn away, face flaming. The low rumble of a chuckle follows me as I walk away from him. God, there's something so destabilizing about this man. I never know if he's teasing me or feeding me a line or just trying to get a rise out of me. I have no idea how to react around him. It pisses me off to think I'd just be playing into whatever messed-up game he might be playing with me. As I climb the stairs, I hear him stomp across the room and into the kitchen. On the way up, the soft tinkle of my cell phone from my bedroom tells me I have a text. Back in my room, I see it's from Savannah. Wakey, wakey, good morning, sunshine. I smile and type back, yes, I'm alive, wink smiley face. A few seconds later, she sends her response. Hey, Jeremy's going out of town tomorrow for a couple days, so I'll be back at the house full time. Want to have a girl date with movies and ice cream? How can I resist? Except we might have to nix the ice cream part unless the electrician fixes the outlet to the fridge. Ooh, you found someone? Yes, in fact, he's here right now. Are you good being alone there with him? You need me to come hang out? I might be able to get Dr. Andrews to give me the morning off. No, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. My hairstylist recommended him, so he's probably not too dangerous, right? Besides, I'm leaving for work in a few. Smiley face. Okay, love you, babe. Text me if you need anything. Will do. Heart. I smile to myself as I toss my phone back on the nightstand. Savannah is like the sister I never had. A familiar pang pokes me in the chest at the thought of the brother I never really had either. But I push the thought of Vaughn aside. I start to strip off my shirt, but then remember I'm not alone in the house and don't want to be walking around naked. As I cross the hall to the bathroom, the heavy steps of Dante's boots echo up the stairs. Don't put that image in my head, Lois Lane. I'm likely to electrocute myself. In spite of myself, a little thrill runs up my spine. I don't know why the idea of him being attracted to me excites me. It probably shouldn't. But the thought that he might be imagining me up here naked starts an ache between my legs. An ache I haven't felt in a long time, to be honest. I've been living like a nun since I arrived in Ironwood. I'm not sure why exactly, but I've been avoiding men like the plague. Part of it is probably denial, that if I got serious about someone, I'd have to admit that I actually live here now. The other reason, though, is something I definitely know. In every relationship I've ever been in, and there haven't been many, believe me, I eventually had to tell the guy about my heart thing. And in every case, once I did, the relationship changed. Before I knew it, they were treating me like a China doll, including in the bedroom. It's pretty hard to feel sexy when you have the ticker of an octogenarian, especially when every time you get naked, your boyfriend looks at you like you could keel over at any second. I mean, technically, I guess I could keel over, but I could get run over by a bus tomorrow too, right? If there were buses in Ironwood, that is. I'm still musing about Dante being right downstairs as I close the door to the bathroom, and as I do, realize there's no lock on the door. Aunt Jean never needed one, I guess. And until now, neither have I. He could just walk in on me naked in the shower if he wanted to. The thought makes me a little nervous. And, if I'm being honest, a little turned on. My shower is actually a deep clawfoot bathtub that Jean had retrofitted with a shower head years ago. I strip down, pull my hair up in a top knot, and step under the stream. Drawing the shower curtains around me, I close my eyes and let the heat of the water dance over my skin for a few seconds. I haven't been touched by anyone in so long. The low throb between my legs grows deeper. If Dante came in right now, what would I do? Realistically, I know I'd scream and tell him to get out. But what if he was here, in the shower with me? What if the heat I feel against my skin was from his lips, his hands? What if he knelt down and took me silently with his mouth before I could protest? What if I knew he was stroking himself as he pleasured me with his tongue until I cried out his name? I open my eyes and shakily start to reach for the detachable shower head. But as I do, a loud thud from downstairs jolts me from my thoughts. Hastily, as though I've been caught doing something wrong, I reach for the soap instead. I hurry through soaping up and rinsing off, and 5 minutes later I'm toweling off. I dash back across the hallway to my bedroom, throw on some clothes, and do a quick application of makeup and an updo. When I get back downstairs, Dante is nowhere to be seen. "Hello?" I call. "Down here," he calls from the basement. "I'm going to work now," I announce. "Okay, leave your phone number on the counter. I'll text you when I'm done for the day and lock up the house." I consider leaving him a key, but decide against it. "Okay, thanks. Bye." He doesn't answer. Blowing out a breath, I grab my satchel and leave through the front door. Work that day is largely uneventful. When I get into the office, Heidi, the receptionist, tells me Frank is out this morning. He's doing kid duty, I guess. His son has an orthodontist appointment, and I guess Peggy is sick. Frank said he'd be back after lunch. He told me to tell you he sent you an email. Okay, thanks, Heidi. Frank has given me leads on a couple of stories he wants me to check into, which is how I spend my morning. One of them involves a pet pig whose house broke in and eats meals sitting up at the dining room table. Somewhat disturbingly, the pig's name is Porkchop. I leave a message for the owners, half hoping they won't get back to me. Jake is also in the office. Besides being the photographer, he also does some ad design for our advertisers. Jake's a very nice kid. Funny how he seems like a kid even though he's only 2 years younger than I am. But he's got a huge Diet Coke habit, which unfortunately takes the form of him bringing in humongous fountain drinks every morning and slurping at them loudly from a straw. 10 minutes after sitting down at my desk, I grab my noise-canceling headphones I reserve for emergencies and shove them over my head so I can concentrate. But somehow, even with Jake slurping blissfully blocked from my ears, I find after half an hour or so that I'm having trouble focusing on my work. Instead, my thoughts keep traveling back to a certain motorcycle-riding electrician. I wonder if he's still at my house. If he's the type to snoop. How likely is it that he's upstairs in my bedroom right now, looking through my underwear drawer? I make a mental note to throw away my grungy holy undies I've been holding onto just in case. Almost without meaning to, I find myself clicking into my browser and typing the words, "What is a motorcycle club enforcer?" What I find out is that Dante's role in the Lords of Carnage is to make certain that the club laws and rules are followed by all members. He also protects all the patch holders and the club's reputation in any type of conflict. When I wonder about what type of conflict they would have, the next paragraph enlightens me. The enforcer assists all members of the club in combat of any sort, including any type of weapons or fistfights. Oh. I sit back, my stomach starting to feel a little funny. I wasn't exactly thinking Dante was a Boy Scout, but it's a little intimidating to think about him being involved in fistfights, or worse, gunfights. I guess it's not exactly shocking. He looks like someone who knows how to handle his own. Most sane men would think twice about doing anything to get on his bad side. I surprise myself by feeling a small thrill run up my spine at the thought of him defending one of his club brothers in a fight. When Frank comes back into the office a little while later, I make up an excuse to go see him in his office. When I'm about to leave, I cock my head and frown. "Hey, Frank," I ask nonchalantly, "what do you know about that local biker club, the Lords of Carnage? He stops what he's doing and gives me a sharp look. What do you want to know about them for? I shrug. I'm just curious. I've seen them around and, just want to know what they're about. Best to leave that alone, Tori, he murmurs, turning back to his computer. His lips form a thin line as he begins to type. But he stops me. Look, he half barks, using a tone I've never heard from him. He fixes me with a stern stare. I know you get frustrated doing the kinds of stories you do for this paper. I know you have bigger dreams than this. But don't go looking for scoops where there aren't any. You got me? I got you. Wow, do I ever. Frank insisting there's no story there tells me the real truth is exactly the opposite. And he knows it. So, I guess I have my answer. The Lords of Carnage is what they call a one-percenter, MC. Dante D'Agostino is an outlaw.
Chapter 12. Dante. So, you think your brother can handle doing these runs? Axel is asking. He reliable? The other lords around the table are silent, waiting for my answer. I know they all trust me, and that they trust my word. I was chosen to be enforcer of this MC for a reason. I take the club's safety and reputation more seriously than I take anything. I would die for the Lords of Carnage in a heartbeat, and they all know it. We've been talking about 2 potential guys to do the runs to Dos Santos for us. One's Dominic. The other's a buddy of Bama's named Greg Devakis. Devakis runs a bunch of laundromat dry cleaner places in towns around Ironwood. He's got a fleet of vans, all with the Laundry Doctor logo on them. Perfect camouflage. Both Dom and Greg Devakis have the capacity to move the guns. Bama vouches for Devakis. Now Axel is asking me if I vouch for Dominic. He's my brother, I say. He wants to move back to Ironwood, settle here permanently. If that's what he wants, he ain't about to fuck over the club that runs this area. Mal nods. So do Yoga and Gage. I don't like it, Bama drawls. Your brother's too close to you. He ain't one of the lords. How do we know we can trust him? How do we know where your loyalties would lie if it came down to it? Bama fixes me with a steady eye. He and I have a history of conflict. Something about him has always rubbed me the wrong way, and the feeling's fucking mutual. Why ain't him, being Dante's brother, a good thing? Mal challenges. Dante knows him better than you know Devakis. Every man's got a price, Gage pipes up, his features set. So, Dante's brother and Bama's friend both want to work for us. But what if, after we hire one of them, someone else offers them a price that's higher? He looks from me to Bama. How do we know they can be trusted? Loyal. Greg ain't gonna fuck us, Bama barks. His features spread into a steely grin. Besides, his whole business is in Ironwood and around the area. He knows better than the shit where he lives. He nods to me. Dante's brother don't even live here. We don't know a fucking thing about him. Except which bitch shoved him out her cunt. A flash of white-hot anger bursts through me as I rise half out of my chair. Beside me, Mal coughs loudly, giving me a sharp look and a quick shake of the head. I freeze, about to ignore him. But the split second he slows me down makes me realize he's right. Bama will pay for that remark later. But now ain't the time. I lower myself back down. Dom knows what the Lords of Carnage are. I bite out each word. He knows that my association with the club would never give him a free pass if he screwed us over. I look around the room. And you all know me. You know I wouldn't expect any special treatment for him from the club if he did. No one talks for a few seconds as people consider what I said. My words hang in the air. Let's put this up for a vote, Axel finally announces, breaking the silence. Dante's brother, Dominic, or Greg Devakis. In the end, Dom wins by 2 votes. Across the table, Bama gives me a glare of stone-cold anger. Axel bangs the gavel to end the meeting. Dante, he calls to me. Bring Dominic around to the clubhouse, ASAP, to talk to Rourke and me. He looks over at Rourke, who nods. Will do, I reply. I'm glad for the vote of confidence in my brother, because I know it's a vote of confidence in me. Don't you fuck this up, Dominic. I warn my brother in my head as I stand to leave. Don't make me regret this, you motherfucker. Back out of the main room of the clubhouse, Bama is on his way to the bar when I grab him by the shoulder. The fucker is ready for me, though, because when I spin him around, he lifts a fist aimed for my face. I duck just in time and lean in just enough to land a solid punch to his gut. He staggers back, knocking over a stool that goes clattering to the ground. Mensa, doing a shift behind the bar, does a fucking war whoop like the entertainment just arrived at his goddamn birthday party. I hear a couple shouts behind me, but I ignore them. This shit is between Bama and me. You fucking talk about my mother's cunt, I roar. I will break you the fuck in half. I wasn't talking about your mother having a cunt, he gasps out. I was talking about her being a cunt. Oh, Jesus fuck, Mal mutters. With a yell, I fly at him. I've got momentum behind me as I throw a punch at his jaw, knocking his head to the side. It would lay out a normal man, but Bama is a big fucker, and tough as nails, even though he's a goddamn asshole. He reaches out and grabs at the counter to steady himself. His eyes flash at me, and I'm getting ready to barrel into him again when a movement of his hand catches my attention. I pivot just in time to see Bama's hand close over a beer bottle at the edge of the bar. For a few seconds, everything happens in bursts. I hear the crash of the bottle breaking. Bama comes at me just as I lower myself and plow into his stomach. We're on the ground, rolling around on shattered glass as I keep to fight the sharp neck he's using as a shiv away from my fucking face. I finally get Bama on his back and maneuver my grip up his forearm on the side with the shiv. Noticing broken glass under his arm, I throw my weight onto the arm and grind it into the floor. Bama grits his teeth and groans, trying not to loosen his grasp on the bottle. Let it go, motherfucker, I snarl. Fuck you, he shoots back. I'm rearing back to headbutt him in the face when I feel myself being lifted away and up. A pair of boots comes down to pin down Bama's arms to the floor, but at the last second manages to break free and take a swipe at me. The jagged edge of the bottle barely grazes my face, just under my cheekbone. God damn it, Bama, Axel yells. Stand down. Behind me, Matthias and Ranger haul me up to a stand. Mal and Rourke grab Ranger. Rourke knocks his fist against the bar until he lets go of the bottle. As soon as Bama's on his feet, he pulls forward, trying to lunge at me. Mal and Rourke hold him back. Stand the fuck down, I said, Axel roars. This ends now. You got me? Bama's eyes are flaming. You better hope your brother doesn't fuck this up, he seethes at me. You better hope your mouth stays the fuck shut around me, I bite out. Unless you want it fucking wired shut for you. We're done here. Axel shoots a long, angry look at Bama, then at me. Then with a nod, he tells our brothers to release us. Bama shakes them off, mutters something under his breath, and stalks away. Prospect, shouts Rourke. Clean this fucking glass up. I'm on it, cries Mensa. I shoot a look at him as he moves out from behind the bar. He's gaping at me and Bama like he's got front row seats at the new Avengers movie. Christ almighty. How's it hanging, Prospect? I ask. Like my bike, he murmurs back with a grin. Busted, rusted, and maladjusted. I snort. You get those tires put back where they were? Sure did. Good. I nod toward the exit. Once you're done cleaning up this shit, move them again to the first place. And take pictures this time. I want to compare the aesthetic qualities of each location. That shit with Bama leaves me keyed up and itching for the end of a fight that barely got started. If I stay here at the club right now, I'm likely to get back into it with him, and my prez has made clear he wants us to cool it. I go outside for a smoke, half expecting Bama to follow me out there, but I'm guessing the other brothers have talked some goddamn sense into him. I shoot Dom a message that Axel and Rourke want to talk to him about doing some transport for the club. He doesn't answer right away, meaning that he's either out of range, or more likely, somewhere getting his dick wet. It's still early enough in the afternoon that I could probably get in a couple of hours of work at Tori's place if I hustle. Probably a good idea to get out of here and away from the clubhouse for a bit. I text her and ask if she's good with me going by. About a minute later, she replies, telling me to stop at the newspaper office so she can give me the keys. I pull up on my bike and park outside the nondescript square building that houses the Post-Gazette. On the way in, I pass by a wire rack holding a stack of the current issue. On impulse, I bend down to pick up a copy. Above the fold, there's a big photo front and center of Crazy Millie and Eddie with the headline, "Local Miracle has area mother and son singing Amazing Grass." Chuckling at the bad pun, my eyes slide to the story's byline, Victoria Lowe. It's kind of funny to see her name in print like that. I wonder how long she's been working here anyway. My cock twitches at the idea of seeing her again. I take the paper in with me. Inside, there's a young chick at a reception desk, sitting there tapping on a computer. She looks up at me as I walk in, but before she can say anything, I grunt Tori's name at her. Her eyes grow wide as she points me into a big room with 6 or 7 people milling around or sitting at desks of their own. The smell of overheated, burned coffee hits my nose. The murmur of a radio broadcast at low volume is coming from somewhere off to the right. Tori's in the back of the room, talking with a guy who looks to be about 30 or so. She's wearing this cute little tank top thing, and her hair's in that same high bun that shows off the curve of her neck. She's got on a pair of tailored pants with high heels that tilt her ass up just right. The whole outfit is supposed to look professional, I can tell, and it does. But there's something about the way Tori wears it that makes her look hotter and more alluring than a porn star. My cock thickens in my jeans. Shit, the girl looks so sexy it's practically indecent, and she probably doesn't even know it. The guy she's talking to is wearing wire-rimmed glasses and has this former frat boy look to him. Tori seems to like him. She's smiling and laughing at something he's saying to her. He flashes her a big goddamn smile in return, his eyes dropping for just a split second to her tits. I wonder if she's into him. Fuck, maybe he's her boyfriend. The idea makes the blood start to pound in my ears. One thing's for sure. If he ain't her boyfriend, he wants to be. I can see that in the way he's looking at her. I wonder if she's into pretty boys like him. As I watch, Pretty Boy leans into her and puts a hand on her arm. Back off, douchebag, I telegraph at him. Suddenly, I'm all fucking pissed off again. I want to beat the shit out of this guy just for being within 10 feet of Tori. My jaw clenches, as does the fist that's holding the newspaper. I hear it crinkle under my fingers. Just then, Tori turns and sees me across the room. She gives me a smile and a little wave. Pretty Boy's eyes follow hers, and when they land on me, I give him a look that could cut glass. He flinches a little and takes a step back, murmuring something to Tori before disappearing down a corridor.
Hey,
Tori greets me as she gets closer.
thanks for coming by.
No prob. I hold up my copy of the Post-Gazette. Nice article. Tori grimaces.
Shut up,
She mutters, coloring.
I hope Mildred and Eddie are happy with it at least.
She peers at my face.
What happened to your cheek?
Nothing, I grunt. Just a scratch. She eyes me.
Well, it's bleeding a little. Come on, my desk is over here.
She turns and starts to walk toward a desk which I assume must be hers. I follow, using the few seconds to watch her ass some more and memorize the way it looks for later. When we get to her desk, she opens a drawer and starts to rummage around in it. After a second, she pulls out a box of those wet towelette things.
Here,
she says, handing me one. I take it from her and rip it open, then reach up to swipe at where I think the cut is. Shit, I wince and pull the thing away. It stings like a motherfucker. The corners of Tori's mouth tilt up.
Are you serious?
Fuck yes. It hurts worse than getting the goddamn cut in the first place.
So, what did you actually do to get the cut?
She repeats. I had a disagreement with someone. It ain't important. She frowns but lets it go.
Well, here are the keys.
she says, reaching into her pocket and holding them out. Thanks, I say, and take them. I'm gonna go grab my truck and head over there now, if that's okay.
Sure, that's fine.
She nods.
Oh, just in case, you should knock first. There's a slight possibility my roommate Savannah might be there.
Noted. Across the room, a male voice calls, "Hey, Tori!" We both turn at the same time to see that pretty boy fucker.
Frank wants us in the conference room. Okay, I'll be there in a minute.
Tori calls back, then turns to me. Who's that guy? I ask, my voice coming out angrier than I intended it to. Tori blinks.
Ryan? He's our web designer and social media liaison.
Translation. Fucking pussy. You know he wants to get in your pants, right? I say, just to see her reaction. To my surprise, she actually looks shocked.
Oh my God, she hisses. No, he does not.
Trust me, if he hasn't made a move yet, it's because he doesn't have the guts. She glances up at me quickly, and when her eyes meet mine, she swallows and flushes pink.
You know what? I don't want to talk about this.
Her eyes start to flit around the room.
Look, I'd better get going. If Savannah isn't home, just leave the keys on the kitchen counter when you leave, like last time.
I watch as she sets her face into a prim expression, half amused and more than half turned on. Her breathing has started to speed up, and the movement draws my attention to the swell of her full breasts. My cock stirs again as I wonder how it would feel to have her naked under me, her legs wrapped around my hips, with me buried deep inside her. Jesus Christ, I'd like to hear this girl moan my name. Just the thought of it makes me rock hard. I might have to stop off at my house for a bit to relieve the tension before going over to her place. Okay, I'll see you around, I rasp.
Bye, Dante,
she breathes, ducking her head a little. She turns to go. I watch her for a second, noting again how her ass sways from side to side when she walks. My already hard cock gets even harder. Uncomfortably so. Hey, Tori. I can't resist calling after her. She turns back to look at me.
Yeah?
Every guy in this newsroom wants to take you to bed. You might not realize it, but they do. I wait a beat. Including this one.
Chapter 13. Tori. I'm still struggling to make sense of Dante's words as I go back to the conference room and try in vain to focus on a meeting about website content. Every guy in this newsroom wants to take you to bed. You might not realize it, but they do, including this one. There can't be any other interpretation of that, can there? I feel like an idiot that I'm not sure what he meant. Was it a come-on, a harmless flirtation, a warning? Should I be afraid the next time I'm alone with him? Should I fire him from my electrical project? Yes, I probably should. I mean, I should probably take his words at their face value, that he's at least flirting and maybe even more. That's not exactly a professional relationship in the making, is it? But a tiny little spark inside me, deep inside me, lights up at the idea of him being there in my house, and then, I don't know, like he comes up behind me and maybe slides a hand around my waist, the other down my thigh. I'd feel his breath on my neck, maybe the scrape of his beard against my skin. Tori. I start in my chair, eyes darting to Ryan, who's looking at me expectantly. What? I'm sorry. I stammer. His brow furrows just a little. What do you think? About making sure all of our articles have a minimum of at least one hot button to take them to other content on the site. I glance over at Frank, who's leaning back with his hands folded over his generous stomach, waiting for me to say something. Oh, yes, I say hurriedly. I think that's definitely something we should be doing more of. Keep people on the site, make it more relevant to them. And use the data we collect on visitor activity as an incentive for our advertisers, Ryan adds. Frank stares at me for a long second, then nods, considering. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, he mutters grudgingly. I guess I'm a dinosaur. That kind of clickety-click shit pisses me off. But I guess it's what people want. The online reading experience is definitely different from the print experience. Ryan continues. People have short attention spans, but you can use that to your advantage if you know how. Research suggests. And Ryan is off to the races, explaining some data analysis stuff that he totally geeks out about. I force myself to listen to him, working hard to ignore the heat that's still there between my legs at the memory of my naughty fantasy. Dante fantasizes about me. He basically said as much. Just like I fantasize about him. I wonder what he thinks about. The heat between my legs grows, turning into a dull, insistent throb. I'm uncomfortably aware of my hardening nipples as they rub against the fabric of my bra. Leading the nun-like life I do here in Ironwood, I haven't been turned on like this in a long time. A very long time. Way back in the far recesses of my brain, a tiny warning signal sounds. Dante is almost certainly a criminal. I remind myself desperately. He's dangerous. You should be afraid of him even being in your house. You should probably fire him if you know what's good for you. And I probably should. Lord knows my entire adult life so far has been about making all my decisions in terms of what's safest for me and my useless heart. So why does the thought of Dante D'Agostino make me want to abandon all of my smart, boring decisions? Let go and let something happen between us? What if he actually came up behind me? What if he pulled me to him, crushed my mouth with his, took me against the kitchen counter before I even knew what was happening? What would I do? Would I stop him? The scariest thing isn't that I have no idea. The scariest thing is, I'm pretty sure I do. My heart is thudding with sick anticipation as I pull into my street after work. But to my relief and disappointment, there's no truck or motorcycle sitting in my driveway. Dante is gone. The duplicate set of keys I gave him is sitting on the counter, just where I asked him to leave them. Sitting next to them is a small object I don't recognize at first. But when I pick it up, I see what it is. A fuse. One of the blown ones. I hold it in my hand, staring at the clouded glass, the visual memory of the heat it contained. Silently, I slip it into my pocket. "Girl, I am so ready for this slumber party," Savannah announces as she troops into the kitchen an hour or so later, a designer tote slung from one shoulder and a bag of groceries in her arms. I stopped by the grocery store on the way here. I got wine, ice cream, Oreos, popcorn stuff, and Twizzlers. She plunks the bag down on the counter inches away from the keys Dante left. We are set. I hope we don't have to eat all of it at the same time, I joke. My stomach hurts just thinking about it. I hope the fridge is working again. Savannah frowns, reaching into the bag and pulling out 2 pints of Ben & Jerry's. Otherwise, we'll have to eat this as an appetizer. I go to the refrigerator and open it. Ta-da! I sing, pointing as the light goes on. We're in business. Sweet, here, she says, handing over the ice cream. She digs in the bag again and pulls out 2 bottles of wine, one white, one red. Which one should I open? If the white one's chilled, let's go with that. I take a deep breath and exhale, feeling all the nerves and flutteriness of my earlier encounter with Dante start to melt away. Maybe I need this girls' night more than I thought. But just half a glass, I add, a concession to my heart, as always. 3 hours later, we're sprawled out on the couch in the dim light of the TV as the final credits roll on a cheesy rom-com we've both seen half a dozen times. A half-empty box of cold pizza is sitting in front of us on the coffee table, as is a barely touched bowl of popcorn and a plate with crumbs on it that used to be Oreos. God, I groan. There's no way I can fit in any ice cream. I don't just have a food baby, I have food quintuplets. More wine? Savannah grins, getting up. Did you not hear me? I retort. Do you want me to throw up? Not while I'm here, she teases. You might expect me to clean it up. Savannah comes back a minute later with her wine glass refreshed. I don't know where you put all that, I mutter, staring at her washboard flat stomach. I swear you eat more than a linebacker. Family metabolism. She shrugs, her dark corkscrew curls bobbing. Let's just hope it doesn't ever slow down. I don't know how I'd ever manage trying to eat like a bird, especially around Jeremy. Savannah chuckles. Do you know they say that couples gain weight once they move in together or get married? Both the guy and the girl, but especially women. I guess they eat more because they unconsciously start matching the portion sizes of their partner. Well, no worries there. I smirk. You already eat more than Jeremy does. She grins again. True. So, how are things with the two of you? Oh, good. Jeremy's gone at that realtor conference thing, like I said. She rolls her eyes. He keeps texting me about all the hookups that are going on. Seriously? Like people who are married and stuff? I ask, feeling like a ninny. Yep. I guess realtor conventions are just giant slut fests. Do you ever worry about Jeremy doing anything like that? I ask, even though I basically already know the answer. Jeremy and Savannah are so committed and solid. It's almost impossible to imagine them apart. And Jeremy adores Savannah. Psh, can you imagine? She scoffs, waving her hand. No, girl. He knows I would kill him. Twice. She stifles a yawn. So, what about you? Any news on the romance front? Any dates or anything? Now it's my turn to scoff. Please. You know me. Not even the hint of a hookup? Girl, you seriously need some action. You're in your prime. You're going to be as dry as the Sahara down there if you're not careful. There's no one I'm interested in, I say, as Dante's face appears in my mind. You're just not looking hard enough. Come on, she urges. Maybe someone you work with? A couple of those guys are pretty cute. Frank's not my type. I deadpan. Okay, 1, gross. Savannah holds up a red-tipped finger. And 2, you know that's not what I meant. Your camera guy is dateable. And that guy Ryan? Total snack. I don't know, I murmur, coloring as I remember what Dante said about him. He's definitely good-looking, but he feels more like a brother than boyfriend material. Savannah sighs, yawning again. You never know until you try him. You should flirt with him. Get him to ask you out. Give him a chance. I'll think about it, I lie, and then catch myself yawning too. Okay, I think we're both ready for bed. Help me put this stuff away. You just want me to stop talking about this, she points out. Exactly. Come on. We heave ourselves to our feet. Thankfully, Savannah drops the issue as she helps me carry stuff out to the kitchen. We trudge up the stairs together, and I give her a hug in the hallway before we separate to go to our respective bedrooms. Night, Vanna, I murmur. It's nice having you here. Night, Tori Bori, she says back. It's nice being here. As I go into my room and close the door, I realize that once again we've avoided talking about the fact that she basically doesn't even live here anymore. A wave of guilt washes over me. If Savannah didn't feel like she had to watch over me, would she and Jeremy have moved in together by now? Probably. I hate the thought that she's holding herself back from moving forward with her life because of me. I promise myself to talk to my best friend about this very soon. But I'm not sure how I'll manage to convince her that there's no reason for her to feel like she's my caretaker. As I lie in the darkness, waiting for sleep to come, I listen to the familiar jumpy thump of the organ that keeps my blood flowing through my veins. And I wonder why my foolish attention whore of a heart won't just let people live their lives without worrying so much about me. The next morning, I'm in the bathroom, and Savannah's downstairs when I hear a familiar thumping knock at the front door. Vanna, I yell down the stairs. It's the electrician. Can you let him in? My breathing is shallow and quick. My mouth suddenly dry as cotton as I finish up applying my makeup and clasp a cuff bracelet on my wrist. Glancing at myself in the mirror, I roll my eyes. "You weirdo," I whisper, then turn away from my reflection and walk slowly and casually down the stairs. I go into the living room to find Savannah staring up at Dante like she's in the presence of an actual honest-to-God giant. Dante looks over and notices me. "Hey," he grunts, his voice mourning gravelly. "Figured I'd catch you before you left for work. Save you the trouble of getting me the key later." Savannah turns my way, and I find myself blushing. "About that," I murmur back. "You can just keep the extra set of keys. They're still on the counter where you left them. It'll be simpler that way, so you can come and go as you please." One corner of his mouth turns up slightly. "You trust me now?" My face flames. "Something like that?" Dante's eyes leave mine, lingering briefly on my face before he turns away. "Okay, I'm gonna get to work. Excuse me," he rumbles at Savannah as he brushes past, toolbox in hand. "Holy shit," hisses Savannah when he's out of range. "Holy wowzers, that's the electrician?" "Yeah," I admit. "His name is Dante. Sorry, I should have introduced you." "I know what his name is." She waves a hand and shakes her head in disbelief. "God, Tor, the D'Agostino brothers were the hottest boys at Ironwood High. They're practically legends." "He's got brothers?" I blink, stunned at the idea that there could be more like him. Savannah raises her eyebrows. "There are 5 of them, each one of them better looking than the last one. They didn't have the best of reputations, but good Lord, the teenage panties that were melted by them." She trails off, her eyes getting a faraway look for a second. "Seriously? Do they all live in Ironwood?" "No, Dante's the only one who still lives here, though I've heard rumors his brother Dominic is back in town." She pretends to fan herself. "Lord, he's probably just gotten hotter too, just like Dante. I'm not sure the town of Ironwood can contain the 2 of them without spontaneously combusting." She shakes her head. "Seriously though, Tor, obviously you didn't know Dante was a legend around here, but you had to notice how smoking hot he is. How did you not tell me your electrician was fire?" I mean, I stop, at a loss for words. There's no use pretending I didn't notice how good-looking Dante is. I'd have to actually be blind. "It just isn't relevant?" I squeak, knowing I sound like an idiot. "Isn't relevant? Are you crazy?" Savannah's head swivels toward the kitchen. "How do you even go into the newspaper offices knowing he's here at your house? Don't you just want to call in sick so you can, watch him work?" She waggles her brows at me. I stammer. "He's just here to rewire the first floor of the house." "Girl, this whole setup is like a porno, but a good one. The hot electrician here to turn you on?" Savannah starts to cackle, clapping her hands. "I mean, come on, this shit writes itself." "Shh," I hiss, finger to my lips. "Vanna, can we please not talk about this right now? He could hear us. Besides, I have to get to work." "Okay," she smirks. "But we are going to talk about it later. This is fate, girl. That man is here for a reason. I can tell you're powerless against him." I grab Savannah by the shoulders and hustle her out my front door before she can make any more sexy electrician jokes. As I turn to pull the door shut behind me, I glance back toward the kitchen in time to see Dante standing in the threshold, one hand on his tool belt. His eyes lock on mine, and the smolder in those dark orbs tells me he just heard every word Savannah said.
Chapter 14. Dante. Bama still got his panties in a wad that the club's not going with Davakis, I asked Ranger over burgers at Della's. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to be pissed about that for a while. Bama's not your biggest fan to begin with, Ranger chuckles. My guess is he had to deal with Davakis that he'd take a cut for himself if the Lords gave him the job. You might be right about that. Sounds about like Bama. He's a greedy bastard, for sure. Got the glint of green in his eyes. And even though I voted yes when the club was deciding whether to patch him in, I've had my reservations about that fucker more than once since then. You bringing your brother around to the clubhouse soon? Ranger asks. Yeah, I swallowed the last of my burger. He's meeting me here in a little bit. I guess he's just taken possession of his first transport truck. He's driving it over to show me. Then he's going to follow me over to the clubhouse so Axel and Rourke can take a look. We're just finishing up our food when the bell on the front door rings. Dom swaggers in and comes over to the table, jingling a key ring in his hand. Proud owner of the first vehicle in the Iron City refrigerated transport fleet, he grins, sliding into the booth beside me. He looks across the table and sticks out his hand. Howdy, I'm Dom, Dante's much better-looking younger brother. Ranger snorts and pauses for a second, then puts his hand out for a shake. Well, that ain't too hard. Ranger.
You assholes gonna stop taking up space I need for paying customers, or is this one gonna order something?
A booming alto voice calls from across the diner. We turn to see Della herself approaching, a steaming pot of coffee in her right hand. Della's the closest thing our club has to a matriarch. She used to be Bear's old lady back in the day, before he cheated on her one time too many and she kicked his ass to the curb. She opened up this diner not too long after they split up. And even though she ain't with Bear anymore, it's kind of become the club's place to go for good, cheap-ass food. She's good to the Lords, and in exchange for that, we keep the peace and watch over her place. Dom hasn't been here before, so he hasn't met Della, but he instantly turns on the charm. Well, hello there, beautiful, he croons. Could I get a cup of coffee and a slice of your best homemade pie? Della scoffs. First off, I ain't beautiful. Second off, if you think you're going to get some sort of friends and family discount for shoving your nose up my ass, you got another thing coming. Across the booth, Ranger practically chokes on a fry, laughing. Tell this is my brother Dom. I managed not to roll my eyes. That right? Huh. Yeah, I guess I can see the family resemblance. She lifts her chin at my brother. You tell this one that Della's is a no-bullshit zone. She reaches over to a shelf behind our booth, grabs a clean coffee mug and slams it down on the table, then fills it with coffee, not bothering to ask him if he wants room for cream. We got coconut or apple? Apple, Dom repeats, subdued. Della turns and storms away. Jesus, what crawled up her ass? Dom exhales, raising a brow. Like the saying goes, she don't suffer fools gladly, I reply. She's got a bullshit detector like a fucking Geiger counter. You saying I'm a bullshitter or a fool? Dom retorts. I just smile. So, Dom, Dante says you're on the way to the clubhouse after this. Ranger glances out the window, where Dom's truck is visible in the parking lot across the street. Yep, ready to get to work. Dom gives Ranger his best movie star grin. This could be the beginning of a beautiful relationship. Dante says you're sure you got the capacity. You a solo operation for now. Just until I get up and running. I got some good business prospects lined up, just a matter of time. Dom shows his teeth again. A young waitress appears with his slice of apple pie, and he gives her a wink as she sets it down in front of him. I shove down a wave of irritation. Dom's in rare form today. He's got this thing where the more fucked up his life is, the more confident swagger he shows. Maybe it's a gambler thing. It's his tell, if you know how to look for it. First time I saw it was not long after he graduated high school, when he got involved in some shady business with some local shitheads, selling stolen electronics out of the back of their truck. For a couple months, he was strutting around town with new clothes and a $1,000 watch hanging off his arm, acting like the cock of the walk. Then one day, the cops ran down the thieves in their truck and threw all their asses in jail. Dante pulled his first disappearing act and skipped town, with about half the balance of our ma's meager savings account, which of course she forgave him for, Because family is family. Right now, he's got his act turned up to 11. My stomach goes sour at the thought. Ranger sticks around as I wait for Dom to finish his coffee and pie, and I pick up the tab for all three of us. Come on, Dom points. Come take a look at the truck. We cross the street to the large parking lot that serves most of the businesses in this part of downtown. The truck is parked in the middle, straddling a couple of spots. Well, Dom says proudly. What do you think? I think it looks like a refrigerator truck, I growl. It's in rough shape, looks like. But it's big enough to transport anything we need to move. It ain't flashy, but it's good cover, especially if and when Dom gets some legitimate contracts with organic farmers and shit, like he says he's going to. Solid enough, Ranger remarks, nodding. And yeah, it looks legit. It'll work. You want to ride with me to the clubhouse? Dom asks me. Or you want me to follow you? I'll take my bike and you can follow me, I tell him. I trail off, my attention suddenly distracted by a familiar figure crossing the street to the parking lot on the other side. It's Tori. And she's got that fucking pretty boy from the paper. My muscles tense at the sight of the two of them together. But a second later, he peels off and goes to a car that must be his. Tori continues on, heading to a spot toward our right. Maybe sensing she's being watched, Tori glances over in our direction. Her eyes meet mine. I lift my finger in a wave. Her steps slow for a second, like she's deciding whether to come over. Then she changes course and starts walking toward us. Besides me, Dom whistles. Fuck me. Who the hell is that? She's, a customer of mine, I mutter. I'm doing some rewiring on her house. She ain't from around here, is she? Ranger remarks. Dom's lips curl into a feral grin. Jesus Christ, what a hot piece of ass. I can practically see his fucking testosterone surge at the sight of her. A tidal wave of anger rises up inside me before I even realize what's happening. She's fucking off limits. You hear me? I snarl, rounding on him so fast he takes a step back in surprise. She ain't one of your fuck bunnies. What the hell, brother? Dom yelps. His wide eyes narrow as he considers me. You tapping that? No, I growl. And you ain't either. Oh, I get it. You want her for yourself. Is that it? What, did she shut your ass down? He snickers. You're losing your touch, bro. I remember a time where all you had to do was snap your fingers and every girl in town would come running. Fuck you. She ain't your piece of meat. You got that? Dom opens his mouth to say something to me, but Tori's in earshot now, so he has the decency to shut the hell up. Hi, she smiles as she approaches, looking a little shy. Her hair is down today. First time I've seen it that way. It's thick and wavy, hanging down to her breasts. A little wild. For some reason, I think of a painting of Venus I saw once in a book when I look at her. Funny running into you here. Tori lifts her eyes to mine. Those icy baby blues soften a little, then shift over to Dom. Hi, she repeats, giving him a little nod. I'm Tori. Ranger. Dominic, he says. He gives her his best lady killer grin and his standard line. I'm Dante's smarter and much better looking little brother. The corners of Tori's mouth curve up politely. Pleased to meet you, she says politely. Do you live here in Ironwood? I do now, he replies, then lifts a hand and slaps the side of the truck. Starting up a business here. Refrigerated transport. He lets his gaze linger on her. Hope I'll be seeing more of you around town. Ironwood sure looks a lot better than it did last time I was here. Tori tucks a lock of thick hair behind her ear. I think she blushes. I just might fucking kill my little brother right here in front of her. Well, she murmurs, stammering a little. I'm just on my way out to do a story. She shifts her eyes back to me and her smile comes back. A local psychic who apparently has predicted the wins and losses of every game the high school football team has played for the past 10 years. Oh yeah, Beulah, Ranger nods. Everyone knows about that. How the hell is that even news? Tori shakes her head ruefully. It's not. My editor wants a full feature on her.
focusing on her life story.
I give her a serious look. Sounds about as exciting as Jesus appearing in someone's lawn.
Slow news week, she chuckles, lifting a shoulder. As they all are. Are you going over to my place today?
I shake my head. No time for it today. Tomorrow, probably.
Okay.
Tori turns to Dom, then to Ranger.
It was nice meeting you.
Dom all but leers back at her. Believe me, honey, the pleasure is all mine. The three of us watch her walk away. Stop staring at her ass, you fucker. I grit out at my brother through clenched teeth. It's a free country, he shoots back. Thank God for women who sway when they walk. Lord have mercy. Ranger raises his brows at us. I'm going to take off. I've got some shit to do. I'll see you back at the clubhouse later, Dante. Okay, brother. See ya. Ranger strides back toward the diner where his bike is parked next to mine. Come on, I growl, trying to ignore how appealing punching him in the face would be right now. Follow me to the clubhouse, and keep up. I ain't slowing down for your ass. Back across the street, I hop on my bike and start her up, then pull away from the curb. I don't bother to look behind me to see if Dom is there. Fuck him if he loses me. On the way to the clubhouse, my thoughts keep turning back to Tori. I don't know why it's been so hard to stay away from her, but damn it if it hasn't been. All I know is, every time she's around, my cock practically jumps out of my goddamn jeans. And if yesterday and today are any indication, I ain't the only one. If Pretty Boy at the paper wasn't enough, now I gotta worry about my own brother trying to get her in the sack. Shit, even Ranger was looking like he was getting ideas. Hell, I shouldn't even care about any of this shit. Like Dom said, it's a free fucking country. It's free to look, and Tori ain't mine to protect. Dom's kind of a whore as far as women are concerned. But then again, I suppose so am I. It ain't like I'm actually worried for Tori's welfare. Is it? The keys to Tori's house are in the front left pocket of my jeans right now. I can feel one of them slightly digging into the skin of my thigh. I could shift my weight to make it stop, but I don't. I like that it makes me think of her. I think back to the fuse I left on her countertop a couple days ago. It was an impulse, sort of an I was here message. At the time, I didn't think too much about it. But now, I wonder if it was a message more to myself than her. A fuse blows when there's too much heat flowing between the two sides. It's supposed to keep you safe. There's too much heat between Tori and me. A current too strong to ignore. I'm starting to wonder if there's an explosion coming, and there sure as hell ain't a fuse between us to prevent it.
Chapter 15. Tori. The latest issue of the Post-Gazette is waiting for me on the bottom step of my front porch when I get home from work. Somehow I'd forgotten today was Wednesday, which is weird. Maybe it's because Frank was out sick today. Or maybe it's because I've been preoccupied wondering whether Dante would be here at the house when I got back. I haven't seen much of Dante since I ran into him in the parking lot last week. He's been here at the house mostly when I'm at work. I've been more disappointed than I should be on the days when I come home and he's already gone for the day. I've tried to tell myself it's because I'm anxious to have this wiring project finished, but that's not really what it is. The fact is, I like seeing him. And even though he still makes me nervous as hell, I like talking to him too. Especially when he's finished up for the day and he relaxes out of work mode a little. Sometimes he's even kind of funny when he wants to be. And like Savannah said, he isn't exactly hard on the eyes. I pick up the paper as I trudge up the front steps and glance at the front page. Right there, above the fold, is my story about Beulah, the local psychic. I stare at my byline for a second. By Victoria Lowe. Pursing my lips, I inwardly cringe at the fact that this story, like the others I've written for the Ironwood paper, will soon be online as well. There for all posterity. My career, ladies and gentlemen. The front door is unlocked, and I push it open and step through into the foyer. "Dante?" I call. "In the basement." Reassured, I try to ignore the little flip of excitement my stomach does and head up to my bedroom to change out of my work clothes. I grab my comfiest pair of jeans from the chair where they're hanging, put on a loose flowy tank top, and shove my feet into my flip-flops. On the way back down the stairs, I feel something in my back pocket dig into my butt slightly. I put my hand inside. It's the fuse. I finger it for a second, a little embarrassed that I've held on to it instead of just throwing it away. I glance over at my wastebasket and take a step toward it. But at the last minute, I quietly shove the fuse back into my jeans. Back downstairs, I wander around a little bit, trying to decide what to do. It's strange having someone else in my space, especially someone as distracting as Dante. Even though he's downstairs, I still feel his presence as though he's in the room with me. I put a hand up to my face and brush a lock of hair behind my ear, noticing that my movements are self-conscious, like I'm trying to look casually sexy and graceful just in case he comes around the corner. Ugh. Blowing out an irritated breath, I mentally curse myself for being such an idiot. I look toward the kitchen and consider starting some dinner for myself, but I'm not really hungry. And besides, I don't know how much longer Dante is going to be here. I sure as hell don't want him to come in and stand there watching me eat. I can't figure out what to do with myself. I've been on my computer all day, so staring at a screen holds no appeal. Besides, I feel strangely sheepish about him coming up here and judging my choice of TV programs. Maybe I should just go upstairs and hide out in my bedroom until he leaves? He never goes up to the second floor, since there's no wiring to redo. I stand in the middle of the living room, looking around at my surroundings. Having Dante in my house makes me consider everything with an outsider's eye. I remember what he said the first time he was here, about the furniture not really looking like my style. He's right, of course. None of this stuff I would have chosen for myself. I haven't changed anything since I moved in. Even my bedding and comforter are Aunt Jean's. I guess it's partly because this stuff is all in perfectly good condition, if a little worn. But if I'm honest, the deeper reason probably has something to do with denial. I know Aunt Jean meant for this house, this town, this job, this life, to be a present to me. She liked old things, objects that have a history to them. But even so, she wasn't particularly sentimental. She wouldn't have minded if I changed things around. So it's not that I'm trying to preserve the house as it was when she lived here. She would have hated for me to think of this place or anything in it as a burden or a weight. But the fact is, even though this house was a refuge to me as a child, it now means something else to me. Moving into this house meant accepting the loss of my dreams, accepting that I'm broken, that my life has to be different because of that. Maybe leaving everything just the way it was when Aunt Jean was alive has been a way to pretend that this is all temporary, that this isn't my life. Maybe, subconsciously, I've been keeping it this way so that I can make believe I'm just visiting, like I used to do as a kid. I can pretend that someday soon it will be time to spread my wings and fly, time to go start living the life I always assumed I would have, as Victoria Lowe, the world-traveling foreign correspondent. Not Tori Lowe, resident of Ironwood, Ohio, writer of stories about small-town psychics and aspiring cat lady, except without the cats. Absently, I wander over to the big bay window. This space has always bugged me. Aunt Jean put 2 spindly chairs here on either side of a tiny tea table. The chairs themselves look like they would hardly support the weight of a full-sized adult. I've never sat in them in my life. It seems a shame to have them over here, with such a nice view through the window to the outside. I pick up one of the 2 spindly chairs and move it over against the far wall in the back of the room. Then I do the same to the other chair and the table itself. Finally, I go over to the not-too-uncomfortable fainting couch that's stationed at the opposite corner and drag it, shuffling, until it's where the table and chairs were. The late afternoon sunlight glows dappled through the trees onto the stripy dark red fabric of the fainting couch. There, a place for me to read in the sun. I take a floor lamp from over by the fireplace and put it next to the fainting couch for better light on non-sunny days. I do a critical sweep of the room with my eyes, and almost without meaning to, start picking up knickknacks. Soon my hands are full, and I have to go to the kitchen pantry to find a cardboard box to put them in. I bring the box back into the living room and fill it up with things. My breathing reflexively starts to deepen, as though the action of decluttering gives me more space to inhale and exhale. When the box is full, I put it in the hallway, just inside the front door. The large overstuffed couch is next. It's flush against the back wall, far away from the fireplace. It should be more in the center of the room, which would be so much cozier. I go over and slide the coffee table away, then pick up one end of the couch and try to lift it over the edge of the large area rug. The couch is heavier than I thought, though. Even using all my strength, I can barely lift it up more than a couple of inches. I shuffle walk a foot or so, then practically drop the thing. I'm already breathing heavily, my heart beating a little faster from the effort. Need some help with that? I shriek and spin around to find Dante standing in the doorway. He raises a brow. "Shit, you're skittish," he remarks. "You just startled me," I choke out. "I kind of forgot you were here." I clutch at my heart and focus on its erratic pounding for a few seconds, checking for signs that it's slowing or speeding up, even as I struggle to act normal in front of Dante. "I heard thumping around up here." He nods toward the couch. "Want me to move that for you?" I open my mouth to refuse, but then think better of it. I don't love asking for help from anyone, but the fact is that moving this couch is really a two-person job. "I'm trying to move it to the center of the room," I say, pulling my hand away from my chest to point, in front of the fireplace. He nods. "That's a better place for it." I take a deep breath, noting that my heart is starting to slow. I should probably wait a little longer just to make sure, but I don't want to tell Dante why. So I move over to the other side of the couch and prepare to lift up my end. "Nah, I got it," he says, waving me off. I start to protest, but he easily lifts the other end of the couch, pivots the whole thing so that end is where I want it, then comes to my end and does the same thing. I may or may not spend the entire time watching his arm and back muscles ripple under his shirt. In 5 seconds, the couch is exactly where I want it to be. "You want the coffee table in front of it?" he asks, striding over to it and catching it up before I can reply. He puts it in place. "There you go." "Thank you," I murmur. Dante comes over to where I'm standing. "Don't mention it. Ask next time." I nod. "Okay." Dante stands in front of me, arms crossed, not talking. His eyes are locked on mine. He doesn't say anything for so long it starts to feel awkward. "So," I murmur, reddening, "it was nice to meet your brother the other day. Dominic?" "Yeah," he grunts. His brow furrows. "Has he always been in transportation?" Dante snorts. "No, he hasn't." He rolls his eyes. "He's gonna try to make a go of it, though. I got him some business with the club, so at least he won't starve while he's getting on his feet." "The club needs refrigerated transport?" I ask, confused. It's an honest question, but for some reason it seems to bother Dante. "You got anything else you want me to move?" he murmurs, changing the subject. "No, that's it." My eyes leave his face and travel upward. "You have cobweb in your hair." Dante frowns and runs a hand across the top of his head, but misses the cobweb. "It's right there," I say, pointing to the side of my head. He uses me like I'm his mirror, moving his hand and brushing at his hair, but missing it again. "No," I shake my head. "Here, let me." I step closer and reach up to brush it out myself. My fingers graze his as I sweep the web from his dark locks. I jolt a little at the contact of his skin with mine. His hair is soft, the only soft thing about him as far as I can tell. I resist the urge to run my fingers through it. I realize I'm closer to him than I thought. I had to step close to reach up for the cobweb because he's so tall. My eyes come up to his chin. I'm near enough to see the individual hairs of his short beard. His lips are right there. One corner of his mouth is lifted just slightly, and the start to a smile or a smirk, I can't tell which. And I realize his hair isn't the only thing that might feel soft. "There," I half whisper, "all gone." I start to pull my hand back, but Dante reaches out and catches hold of my wrist. "You need help with anything else?" he asks me. He sounds different. His voice is lower, thicker. He's close enough that it feels like it's rumbling through my chest cavity. "You already asked me that," I say, hearing the hitch in my throat. "No, I didn't." His voice shifts even lower. "I asked you if you wanted me to move anything else." I swallow. "I don't know what to say to that," I stammer. "Then maybe we should stop talking," he says, and his mouth finds mine. His lips are soft, is the last coherent thought I have. His mouth is insistent, hungry, like he's been waiting to do this for a while, and like he isn't going to stop unless I tell him to. I'm not going to tell him to. His hand is in my hair. His other arm slips around my waist to draw me to him. He's hard, really hard. I moan before I even realize I'm doing it. His mouth and tongue are punishing mine, and it's so delicious it feels like I've never been kissed before now. And I haven't, not like this. This is something different. It's like air, or food, or water, or all three at the same time. This is something I need. Dear God, whatever he's doing to me right now, please don't ever let him stop. My heart is thumping now, pounding hard in my chest, but not in the weird, erratic way it does when I start to have an episode. More like it's trying to get my attention, jumping up and down to tell me, "Wow, keep doing more of this," which it doesn't have to do because, hello, for once my heart and I are in total agreement. Dante presses me back against the wall. His kiss deepens as he pulls me closer, lifting me up until I'm pressed against the hard length of him. Immediately, my body reacts, a fire beginning between my legs that threatens to consume me. My hands reach up, and then they're in his hair, fisting, pulling him closer. And we're kissing each other like the world's ending, like there's nothing more for us except each other. I moan again, and in answer a deep, tortured groan rips from Dante's throat. Then, suddenly, his lips are gone. He pulls away, breaking the kiss. My mind shouts, "No!" But I manage not to scream it out loud. My chest is rising and falling rapidly. I'm confused and dizzy, and every cell in my body just wants to go back to 3 seconds ago. I don't know what's happened to make him stop. "You come in hot, don't you?" I pant. I try to make it sound like a joke, but even I can hear the whine of need in my voice. "I've tried not to. I swear to God I have." His black eyes find mine. "I've been trying like hell to ignore you, Tori." "Why?" I gasp. For a second, he says nothing. I hear his ragged breathing. His hand still tangled in my hair, he tilts my face up toward his. He looks almost angry. "Because you're more than I can handle." That's the last thing I would have expected him to say. "I'm more than you can handle?" I repeat dumbly. "I'm not the relationship type. I'm not the take me home to meet your parents type. Hell, I'm not even the remember your name afterwards type, he says hoarsely. So I've been trying to stay away from you, because you are definitely the take her home to meet the family type. I'm confused. I don't know if he's saying he's going to fuck me and ditch me, or that he's not. But right now, I'm too desperate for him to let go. All I want is right now. I want him to take me, use me, give me everything I've fantasized about him doing to me since the first day I met him. So what? I challenge, my breath hitching. Tell me to stop. No. He blinks. Something flashes in his face that looks almost like agony. Fuck, he hisses. His hand leaves my hair. Both arms slide down to my ass. He pulls me hard against him, wrapping my legs around his waist. The steel of his erection presses against my core even harder, setting me ablaze. His fingers grip me roughly, painfully. Buckle up. Dante growls against my throat, his beard rashing my skin. Don't say I didn't warn you, Tori. I've been holding myself back for too long now. You don't know what you've just unleashed.
Chapter 16. Dante. I don't even know how the fuck this started. 1 second I was moving her damn couch, concentrating on keeping my cock from going to full mast, like I usually do when I'm around Tori. Next thing I know, my fist is in her hair and my tongue is halfway down her goddamn throat. When I manage to pull away for a second, I know the only thing that's going to slow this runaway train is her. Tell me to stop, I demand. Tell me to stop, Tori. Give me no choice, so I have to let you go.
No.
Her eyes flash, lust and defiance intertwined. That's when I know. I'm fucking lost. I back her up against the wall, then I grab her ass and pull her hard against my cock, stifling a groan at the contact. Jesus, I've been dreaming about this for so damn long. I've jacked off countless times by now, thinking about what she'd feel like. What it would be like to sink myself inside her. My dick is throbbing so hard I'm afraid I'm going to lose control before I even start with her. Tori, I murmur against her lips. Hearing me say her name seems to unlock something inside her. Panting, she starts to roll her hips against my cock, grinding against me with a breathy moan as she slips her arms around my neck. She holds on tight for dear life and kisses me back eagerly, thirstily. God, her mouth tastes so sweet. I want to taste every inch of her skin, lick her, suck her, fuck her until there's no part of her body my mouth hasn't claimed. Tori's body takes control, her hips continuing to grind against me. I can feel the heat and wetness of her, even through my jeans. It's torture, the pressure and the movement of her. So good I'm pretty sure I could come just like this and be happy. But I'm a greedy son of a bitch and I want more. I don't know if this is the only time Tori and I will fuck, but I want to taste and know every inch of her, so I'm going to act like it is. I press her against the wall and grind right back, my cock pulsing with the pleasure of it. One hand leaves her ass and slides under her shirt to her bra, which, thank Christ, I managed to undo, even though I barely have enough blood left in my brain to think straight. When I rub the pad of my thumb against one already hard nipple, the loud whimper she lets out in response is the sexiest fucking noise I've ever heard. Her back arches into my hand, wanting more. Jesus Christ, this woman. I want to be fucking her and licking her and kissing her all at the same time. She's making me crazy. It's goddamn painful. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Somehow, we're on the floor. Our legs are tangled and she's still writhing against my cock underneath me. I lift my face from hers just long enough to look at her for a second. Her head's tilted back, the skin of her cheeks flushed. Her lips are swollen and plump, bruised from my assault. Her eyelids are fluttering even though they're closed. I see the pulse of her heartbeat at her neck. It's racing as fast as my own. I kiss it. My throat aches with something I can't name as I reach down and pull the tank top she's wearing up and off of her. Wordlessly, she opens her eyes and lifts her arms to help me. I lower my face to her breasts, sucking one stiff pink nipple into my mouth. Tori gasps and threads her fingers into my hair, arching herself toward my mouth. Her hips roll and strain toward me, her breathing coming in short, sharp gasps. I lick and tease first one pink bud and then the other, loving the sound of her whimpers as they change to whines, and then to flat-out desperate moans as I leave them. The hand that's in my hair tries to keep me there until she realizes I'm on my way downward. Her body freezes for a second, her moan turning to a gasp. I wait for her to stop me when I reach to undo her jeans, but she doesn't. The fabric is soft and worn, and I consider ripping them right the fuck off her. But Tori lifts her hips to help me, so they come off easily enough. I tear my own shirt off and kick off my jeans, and then I'm between her thighs, my hands gripping her ass again as I pull her in toward my face. The first lick makes her cry out and strain toward my mouth. She's close. So close I have to work to make it last. Even though I want it all, right now. I lick again, sliding my tongue against her entrance and then around her clit. She's incredibly wet, delicious, and sweet. Her fingers tighten in my hair. Her legs fall further open, her hips thrusting toward my tongue. I slide 2 fingers inside her, her juices coating me as she clenches around them. My cock fucking aches to take their place. Tori's thighs are trembling around me, her muscles tensing with need. She's ready, and I hesitate for a second whether to make her wait. But in the end, I can't fucking stand it anymore. I crook my fingers inside her, stroking to find what I'm looking for, and I'm rewarded when she freezes and lets out a guttural sound of surprise that tells me maybe she doesn't know about this spot on her body yet. Her hips start to buck, and I stop holding back, licking her deeper, faster, sucking her clit between my lips. And then, just as I feel her tighten and tense, I flick my tongue against her one final time and she explodes, screaming and shaking, her whole body jerking. I keep sucking and licking until the tone of her cries shifts, and I know to stop. Half blind with lust, I pull myself up to my knees and grab at my jeans until I find the condom in my wallet. I get it on with shaking fingers, then grab her hips and pull her to me, sheathing myself inside her up to the hilt. Holy fuck. I've never felt anything half as good as Tori's tight, hot pussy around my pulsing cock. I hear myself growl something that doesn't sound like words, and then I'm thrusting as hard and fast as I can. This train has left the station and there are no brakes on the fucking thing. I lift my eyes to look at Tori, her fucking beautiful tits, her long neck, the flush of her skin, the cascade of thick, wavy honey hair. She's watching me as I thrust, her eyes hooded in a darker blue than I've ever seen them, like the ocean. They flutter, almost close, then open again, refusing to leave mine. Her mouth moves, lips puffy and pink. I reach down with one hand and slide one thumb against her swollen, wet clit. She gasps. "Yes," she whispers. My balls tighten. I can feel the explosion coming. Tori's head arches back. Her pussy clenches around me. A strangled cry escapes her throat as she starts to come a second time, and that's all it takes for me. 2 seconds later, I lose control, shooting so hard inside her and for so long I feel like I'm never going to stop. We're both gasping for breath when it's over, sucking at the air like we can't get it into our lungs fast enough. I'm still inside her, her legs still wrapped around my waist, and before I even know what I'm doing, I bend over and press my forehead against hers, closing my eyes. We stay like that for a minute, both of us fighting for the same air, in the same jagged rhythm. "Holy shit," she manages to whisper. I don't say anything back, still sucking wind. I don't open my eyes, Just listen to the two of us breathing together. I always knew sex would be explosive with Tori. I could just fucking tell. Knew it in my bones. Just like I know we'll be at it again in a couple of minutes. Just as soon as I can recover. If I thought finally giving in and fucking Tori was going to get her out of my system, I can already tell I was wrong as hell about that. I know I'm not good for her. I'm not boyfriend material, like I already told her. But damned if I'm not starting to get ideas anyway.
Hey,
she murmurs. Her voice is low and a little husky from screaming.
You want to order a pizza?
I start laughing.
What?
Just not what I expected you to say. I chuckle.
Oh.
She pauses.
Well, do you?
I don't answer right away. Not because I don't want to, but because I do. I can't think of anything I'd rather do, in fact, than hang out here with Tori, eat pizza, and then go for round 2. Sure, I say, against my better judgment. Pepperoni?
With mushrooms?
Deal. I lift myself up on an elbow. You call, I'll buy. An hour later, we're sitting on her couch, eating greasy pepperoni and mushroom pizza off paper towels. She's in just my shirt. I'm wearing my jeans. They really need to get a decent pizza place in this town, I grumble. Not enough Italians in Ironwood. Tori swallows a mouthful.
Have you always lived here?
Not always, but close to it. I was born in Cleveland. My mom moved us here when I was 5.
Does she still live here?
She died 8 years ago.
I'm sorry.
Tori is silent for a few seconds.
Savannah, that's my roommate, the one you met here the other day, said you have 3 other brothers besides the one I met.
I nod. They all left town as soon as they could, after high school.
Why did you stay?
I shrug. Leaving only makes sense if you're going to something, not if you're running from something. I'm going to be the same person, no matter where I am. She frowns.
You never wanted to, I don't know, go off and see the world?
No reason I can't do that and still come back here. The fact is, I've never thought about it all that much. The rest of the world is probably filled with good people and bad people, just like here. But sitting here with Tori, I can almost imagine wanting to leave town for a while. Take a trip. See something new. With her. Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with me? One good lay and I've lost my fucking mind over some chick.
I guess you're right,
she says softly.
I haven't taken a single trip anywhere since I've moved to Ironwood, except back home to see my parents. Funny how it never even occurred to me that I could.
You feel pretty trapped here, huh?
Is it that obvious?
Tori chuckles.
It's weird. I used to really love it here when I was a kid. I spent all my summers here with my Aunt Jean, in this very house. Ironwood used to be my place to escape.
And now?
Now,
she sighs.
Now it feels like a prison.
What changed? Tori bites her lip, avoiding my eyes.
But, like you said, I'm the same person, no matter where I am.
She murmurs, almost to herself. It doesn't escape me that she doesn't answer my question, but I don't push it. Tori reaches for another piece of pizza from a box on the coffee table, but I pull it away out of her reach.
Hey,
she cries, raising her eyebrows at me.
What's that about?
That's enough pizza for now, I say firmly.
Are you seriously policing my pizza intake right now?
Hey, later on, you can eat the entire rest of the pie. I don't care. I shut the box and stand up, then reach out a hand to her. But not right now.
Why not?
She asks as she takes it. Because right now, I continue, pulling her to her feet. You're going to take me upstairs to your bedroom. Tori's mouth drops open, and then her lips curve into a smile.
Is that right?
That's right. And once we're up there, I'm going to make you come so hard you'll forget your own name.
And what if I still remember my name afterwards?
She asks breathily, her eyes teasing. Then the next pizza's on me too.
Chapter 17. Tori. When my phone rings on my nightstand a little after 10:30 p.m., I know instinctively who it must be. My stomach drops a little as I lean over to reach for the phone. Don't answer it. Dante growls as I detach myself from his arms. It's Savannah, I explain. If I don't answer, she'll think I'm dead and keep calling until I pick up. And if I don't, she'll come over to check on me. Too late, I realize I've told him too much. Why would she think you're dead? He frowns, propping himself up in bed on one elbow. That's fucking weird. Thankfully, I save myself from having to invent an excuse by pressing the answer button. Hey, Vanna, I say, holding a finger in front of my lips to shush Dante. Hey, girl, she calls out over some background noise that's muffling her voice. You all good? Yeah, good here. Where are you? Sounds like a party? Kind of. Remember Jeremy's friend David? He's moving to Florida, so we're doing a going-away dinner for him at Parkside Tavern. Oh, yeah. Anyway, Jer's gonna have some of them back to his place afterwards. They'll probably be up late, and I have to work tomorrow, so I was planning on coming back home to spend the night. That cool with you? I sit up in bed, a jolt of adrenaline spiking through me. Sure. Next to me, Dante cocks a brow. I look away. Are you sure, Tor? Savannah asks. You don't sound sure. Savannah, you live here. Of course you can come back and spend the night in your own bedroom in your own bed, for God's sakes. I sound high-pitched and squeaky, trying too hard. I mean, if you're sure. She trails off, uncertain. Of course, I repeat quickly. I probably just sound weird because I was sleeping. I'll probably be in bed when you get home, so I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, she murmurs. Night, Tor. Night, I say back, relieved. I end the call and then turn to see Dante staring at me. I can't quite read his expression. You want me to leave? He asks. No, of course not, I say automatically, heat rising to my cheeks. Yeah, you do. He lifts himself up into a sitting position, muscles flexing in his forearms and chest. I open my mouth to protest, but then close it again. Because I don't want him to leave. Not at all, actually. But... Dante, I blurt out. It's not... It's just... He stands. His back is to me as he draws himself to his full height. God, he's gorgeous. I can barely believe how gorgeous. The raw, feral physicality of him when he moves takes my breath away. I've always had a hard time not sort of staring at him since the first day we met. But now, seeing the full, lean, muscled reality of his naked body, feeling his strength and power when he moves against me, I think I'll remember every single detail of him until I'm in my grave. I don't want him to leave at all. My skin already aches for the feel of him. My body is already lonely for the weight of him in my bed. It's only, I murmur, feeling unsettled and a little ridiculous. You don't think it would be a little embarrassing to have my roommate discover my electrician in my bed? Why? He bends to scoop his jeans from the floor, then turns to look at me. Good God, that chest, those thighs, that cock. Does she think electricians don't fuck? He pauses. Or does she think you don't? It's not that, I protest. What is it then? It's just... I start, then fall silent. Everything I can think of to say sounds dumb, I guess, juvenile. I can't really put it into words. Why don't I want Savannah to know Dante is here? Why don't I want her to know anything about what just happened? She's my best friend. She tells me practically everything about Jeremy. God, I even know he's not circumcised and which one of his balls hangs lower than the other. She's told me practically everything about every boyfriend she's ever had since we were 14. I've told her stuff, too. Not that my dating history is as long or as interesting as hers, but I've held a lot back, to be honest. Sitting here in bed looking at Dante, for the first time I start to wonder why that is. Dante is still looking at me, his jeans now on and fastened, his dark t-shirt in one hand. With a start, I realize he's been waiting for me to finish my sentence all this time. I guess I don't really know, I mumble. My stomach feels weird. I feel defeated. Dante blows out a breath. Look, it doesn't matter. He pulls his shirt on over his head. I'll see you later. I'm at a loss for words. Everything I think of to say seems wrong somehow. Are you coming over to work tomorrow? I finally manage. Dante shrugs. Maybe. I'm pretty close to finishing up the project. I'll be in touch. I start to get out of bed, to walk him out, but he holds up a hand. It's fine. I'll let myself out. The hint of a smirk moves across his lips. I know the way. Then he's gone, the thud of his heavy boots growing distant down the stairs. I don't follow him, partly because I'm still naked under this sheet, and partly because I still don't know what to say. Is he mad? Should he be? He shouldn't, should he? I mean, he probably wasn't going to spend the night anyway. Oh my God, was he going to spend the night? Did I just kick a hot guy out of my bed who's going to spend the night and give me amazing sex tomorrow morning? What the hell have I done? I sink back against the pillow, staring up at the ceiling. Below me, the front door closes softly. I have no idea what just happened. I may have just ended whatever started with Dante tonight, assuming there was a thing that started, that is. I start to replay our conversation, and the more I think about it, the more I feel like an idiot. God, I said it would be embarrassing for Vanna to see me with my electrician. Even when I said it, I knew that wasn't really what I meant. And I'm definitely not embarrassed to be seen with him. He's easily the hottest man I've ever seen in person, much less had sex with. So what's wrong? It's not Dante, not at all. I think it's me. It's not that I'd be embarrassed for Savannah to know that I had a one-night stand. I mean, okay, I've never had one before, but she's had tons of them. I know she wouldn't judge me for that. It's just... Savannah sees her role as the best friend who looks out for me. She checks up on me every morning and every night, for God's sake. She started doing that from far away during my senior year in college. I finally managed to convince my parents to let me live on campus for my last 2 semesters instead of at my mom's house. I even managed to get a single room in one of the upperclassmen dorms. It was the first time I had ever lived by myself. I babbled nonstop to Savannah the whole summer before school started about how excited I was. When September came, I didn't notice at first how she was texting and calling me more than usual. But then I did notice, and I was touched that she felt like she should be checking up on me, and a little saddened at the same time. Since I moved to Ironwood, Savannah treats me just like she always has, except for the texts and calls, which I've gotten used to. For the most part, my best friend's worry for me is contained. She checks up on me daily, and I let her. Lather, rinse, repeat. If I'm honest with myself, I'm afraid to let Savannah know about Dante. Afraid something will change. Afraid she'll start to worry more. And afraid that if this ends up being more than a one-night stand, my best friend will demand that I tell him about my heart. And when Dante finds out, he'll walk away, too afraid to be with a broken girl. As I lie in bed, I think about what he said when I asked him why he'd never left Ironwood. Leaving only makes sense if you're going to something, not if you're running from something. I'm going to be the same person no matter where I am. For the first time, I wonder whether coming here to Ironwood was going to something or running from something. At the time, I just thought it was admitting defeat. But now, I'm not so sure what it is. I'm going to be the same person no matter where I am. I'm not so sure Dante's right about that. I'm pretty sure the Tory who was set to conquer the world is different from the Tory who's stuck here in southern Ohio with her broken dreams and her broken heart. About half an hour later, I hear Savannah's key in the front door and then her steps coming upstairs. I turn over and stare across the bed at the pillow Dante was using. I wonder if it smells like him, but I don't check. It takes me a long time to fall asleep.
Chapter 18. Dante. Indio looks haggard. His features are sharp, his hooked nose prominent, like a scythe slicing his face into two halves. He's a man who wasn't blessed by the genetic lottery in the first place, but the stress of the past few weeks is still showing on him all the same. His men are surrounding the abandoned farmhouse where we're meeting. Looked to me when we came in like his entire posse is out there. Seems like a bad choice to bring all his men to one place, given they're under siege right now. But he might have figured their best chance of surviving any attack is if they have all their manpower with them. So, you're sure it's Los Caballeros? Axel growls at him. No one else it could be. We are sure. Indio's tone brooks no doubt. Our former allies have turned against us. We formed our alliance in an attempt to stand strong against infiltration by the Sinaloa cartel, but Los Caballeros have betrayed us. They are now working for Sinaloa. Indio's lip curls. He turns his head and spits viciously on the ground. They will learn that they have made a large mistake, but only once it is too late. So now, Los Caballeros will be turning their sights on us, Rourke mutters. Indio nods once. You do business with us. This is business that Sinaloa wants for itself. Therefore, as long as you are our friends, you are their enemy. This is the most I've ever heard Indio speak at one time. While Chaco was alive, he mostly stood silent in the background, as Chaco's right-hand man. I'm not sure what I think of him yet, but I appreciate his bluntness. A lot of new leaders in his position might try to sugarcoat what he's saying, because he's got a lot to lose right now. He ain't in the strongest positions. I respect that he's not trying to bullshit us. How much do Los Caballeros know about your business, your comings and goings? They knew too much, Indio admits. As you know, they knew enough to find Chaco, even in hiding, and to kill him and the men who are protecting him. Since then, I've moved our operations to a secure location. We are heavily armed, and our security system is unmatched. What about once you leave the compound? Bama challenges. I glance over at him. His jaw is hard, his pulse ticking in his cheek. You can't hide in there forever. Indio trains a laser stare at him, the two bodyguards flanking him visibly tense. Axel, he says smoothly, you ought to train your dog better. He does not seem housebroken. Beside me, Mal snorts. Axel glances over at Rourke, irritated. Rourke shoots Bama a look that could melt iron. Bama has trouble controlling his mouth, Axel grits out. But you best believe he remembers who's in charge here. Let's hope so, Indio intones, his voice hard as flint. In times like these, loyalty and obedience are important. He pauses, then continues, slightly louder. Those who cannot be trusted must be removed before they become a liability. I glance around the room at Indio's men, all of whom are standing in place like statues. I find myself wondering who he's talking to right now. If he is speaking from recent experience regarding removing potential liabilities. Let's move on, Axel barks. In light of everything going on right now, The Lords of Carnage are taking steps to make sure our movement of product isn't in danger of being intercepted. We have a new transporter. He nods toward me. It's my man Dante here's brother. He's not a lord, but he's trustworthy, and he's under the radar. We've set up another transport route as well. This one will be more secure, though it's more out of the way. He pauses. What I need from you, Indio, is your word that the route you use to get your product to us won't be compromised. I can guarantee the safety of our product once it reaches us, but I need your word that you can guarantee the pipeline won't be interrupted by this war. You have my word, Axel. I'm not sure if it's bravado, but Indio doesn't hesitate. Yeah? How can we be sure? Bama pipes up again, his tone mocking. Looks to me like you're down a few men. And now Los Caballeros have the gunpowder of Sinaloa on their side. What if you lose this war? Why should we stick with our agreement with the Dos Santos cartel? He lets out a sharp laugh. Hell, you're not even in the Dos Santos cartel anymore, now that Chaco's dead. The lords would be fucking fools to stick with the losing side. Indio glances at Bama as though he's a particularly annoying species of mosquito. His eyes narrow as he turns to Axel. We had an agreement. That agreement still stands, yes? Axel nods. Yeah, and we're not planning to back out of it. He cuts his eyes at Bama. As the president, he continues, emphasizing the word, I give you my promise on that. Indio seems to relax slightly. His bodyguards are still at stiff attention, scowling. The Dos Santos cartel will fight to the death to keep what is ours, Indio rasps. We will fight the caballeros, and whoever comes after that. He looks around the room at all of the lords in attendance. His eyes slide from one of us to the next, holding each of our gazes for a second. But know this, he continues. If the caballeros take our territory, it will not be theirs for long. They do not seem to understand this. The leader of Los Caballeros has sided with the wrong people. Their only hope of survival was to ally with us and fight Sinaloa. Now, whether the Dos Santos cartel wins or loses, Los Caballeros will be absorbed into Sinaloa. The leadership will be killed. The others, he gives an emphatic shake of his head, will be expected to bend the knee or be killed as well. And then, my friends, instead of dealing with me, with the Dos Santos cartel, who only wants to do business with you, you will be facing a larger, more powerful cartel than you have ever faced. Sinaloa will come for you next. Indio pauses. And, who knows, they may already be looking for ways to take you out.
Chapter 19. Tori. Dante doesn't show up to work on my place the next day, or the day after that, or the day after that. I think about calling him or texting him, but I don't, because I don't have any idea what to say, how to act normal when what's happened between us is anything but. My life goes on outwardly the same. Inside, though, I'm a mess. I can't get that one wild night with Dante out of my head. His body feels like it's imprinted itself on mine. I remember the exact sandpaper of roughness of his calloused fingers as they brushed my back. I remember the heat of his mouth as it took mine. I remember the raw animal sound he made as he came inside me. The memory of it still echoes through me like an aftershock. I go through the motions of my job. The days fly by, but the minutes drag so slow that it's a kind of agony. One morning, I go into work and find a bouquet of pink and white lilies on my desk. And then I remember. It's my birthday. The flowers are from my dad. Ever since he and my mom divorced, a bouquet of lilies has been his standard birthday gift to me. I think maybe he doesn't know what else to give to his 20-something daughter. The gesture is sweet and touching, but the flowers always make my birthday feel a little like a funeral at the same time, an annual memorial for my twin brother who never lived to celebrate it with me. The card attached to the bouquet says what it always does: "Happy birthday to my best girl." Smiling against the pang of complicated emotions, love for my father, sadness that he and my mom aren't together, grief for my brother, I tuck the card into my desk drawer and sit down to work. Savannah calls and invites me out for lunch to celebrate my big day. She takes me to Flavors, the nicest restaurant in Ironwood, and basically forces me to order an entree and a fancy dessert. We spend the whole time gossiping and laughing, and for a while I even forget to be preoccupied with Dante. I still haven't told my best friend about what happened with the sexy biker who also happens to be my electrician. I push away my guilt by assuring myself that I'll give her the full scoop later, once Dante has completed the project and is solidly in my rearview mirror. After lunch, Frank surprises me by bringing in cookies for the whole office. He calls all the staff into the main room and wishes me a happy birthday, which prompts an embarrassing off-key round of the birthday song. I'm not sure whether he already knew it was my birthday or whether he was the one who accepted the flowers for me and figured it out that way. I suspect it was the latter. I look around at my colleagues, Frank, Ryan, Jake, Heidi, feeling strangely touched by the cookies and song. It's a weird sensation. It's not even 5 o'clock yet, and already this is the most people who've acknowledged my birthday in years. Mid-afternoon, I'm just about to go on break when Mom lights up my phone screen. I take the call and go outside. "Happy birthday, sweetie," Mom sings when I answer. "Thanks, Mom. It's been a good one so far." "I hope your father remembered to send you something," she murmurs in a disdainful tone. "He did. He sent me flowers to the office." "Well, I wanted to tell you that my present to you is waiting for you here at home in your bedroom, so you'll just have to come to visit." She pauses, then adds in a hopeful voice, "Maybe this weekend?" We already discussed this a month ago. I know Mom was upset that I didn't want to drive up to Columbus and spend my birthday with her. But at the time, I was pretty sure I'd just want to keep things low-key. "I can't, Mom. I'm sorry, this weekend's out. But soon, I promise. I'll be in touch and we'll make plans, okay?" My mother grudgingly accepts the consolation prize. "Okay, but I'm not telling you what your present is. You'll just have to wait until you get here," she says in a last-ditch attempt to lure me in. "That's fine. It will be nice to have something to look forward to. Besides seeing you, of course," I add hastily. As nice as all this attention has been, by the end of the workday I'm kind of birthdayed out. It's a Friday, so I gather up my bouquet of flowers from my dad and take them home with me. I prop them up in the passenger seat of my car, steadied by my leather tote bag and the seatbelt, and drive home as carefully as I can, nervous that I'll spill the lilies and their water all over my seat. Fortunately, I make it home without incident. As I pull up to the house, my heart leaps as I see a familiar motorcycle parked in the street out front. I feel the pull of desire in my belly at the sight, in spite of myself. "Hello?" I call from the doorway, my voice sounding shaky. Flowers still in my arms, I round the corner into the kitchen, and almost drop the vase as I literally bump smack into Dante's chest. "Whoa!" he calls out in surprise, his hands flashing out to grab the vase before it tumbles to the floor. "Oh my God, you scared me," I gasp. "I thought you were in the basement or something." "Nope." Dante turns and sets the flowers down on the counter beside us. "I just came by to finish up a couple things." My heart sinks. "You mean you're all done with the project?" I say in a small voice. "Yep. I checked everything out and you're all good." He nods toward the basement. "I still have a toolbox down there. I'll put it on your front porch and pick it up later, when I'm not on my bike. But congratulations. He gives me just the hint of a smile. Your house is officially no longer an electrical fire trap. Wow, great. My words sound hollow. I hope Dante doesn't notice it. I didn't realize until now how much I had been thinking of this electrical project as an insurance policy that I'd be seeing him again. Now I don't have that anymore. All that's left is for him to pick up his toolbox at some point, which I might not even be here for, and for me to pay him. This might be one of the last times I ever even talk to him. What's with the flowers? Dante asks. Oh, it's my birthday today, I offer lamely. They're from my dad. Is that right? He answers. Happy birthday. Thank you. A silence opens up between us. My God, this is weird. I shift nervously from foot to foot, feeling awkward as hell. But even so, I don't want him to leave. Your friend's taking you out tonight to celebrate? Dante asks after a moment. I feel like even more of a loser when I tell him the truth. No. I shrug and try to look nonchalant. I'm just gonna probably lie low tonight. Relax. That sounds pretty lame, he remarks. I look up at him sharply, my embarrassment making me defensive. I'm just about to fire back a mean retort when he says something else that makes my stomach flip over. So, you ever been on a motorcycle before? A bubble of hysterical laughter rises in my throat, which I just managed to swallow back down. Have I ever been on a motorcycle before? Hell no, I've never been on a motorcycle. Not with the parents I grew up with, seeing disaster lurking around every corner. Even before my diagnosis, my parents would have crapped themselves if their only surviving child had ever gotten on what my mother calls one of those death traps. And now, when in their eyes, every single day that I leave the house is a day that I'm cheating death, I can only imagine the looks on either of their faces if they knew I was even considering this. Which may be why I say what I do next. You offering? I ask casually. You accepting? He grins. The first few moments on Dante's bike, I'm nearly convinced this whole thing is a colossally bad idea. My heart is pounding in my chest, and I swallow repeatedly as I cling to him and tell myself this is probably just a natural adrenaline reaction. But for me, even a natural adrenaline reaction can be a little scary. It's your birthday, I tell myself as I take deep, slow breaths. Calm down, heart. Live a little. I have to admit that the motorcycle engine revving under me isn't the only reason my heart is beating a little faster. Being this close to Dante, my arms wrapped around his hard, chiseled torso, would be enough to give any red-blooded woman palpitations. I'm not sure where he's taking me or why he's decided to give me this ride as a birthday present, but I'm trying like hell to pretend that sexy bikers do this kind of thing for me all the time. Even though I'm pretty sure he figured out immediately that this is my first time on a motorcycle when I had no idea how to get on or where to put my feet or anything. I stopped just short of asking him if there was a seatbelt on this thing. I cling to him tighter, relishing the heat of his body as it warms me against the cool of the air rushing past us. In spite of my fear, I start to note how I can feel the slightest shifts of his weight, the flexes of his muscles as he maneuvers the bike. He throttles up and we accelerate, leaving my stomach behind for a second until I get used to the new speed. We're flying past phone poles, fields, and banks of trees now, the air changing fragrance every minute or so as the tires eat up the road beneath us. It's not hard to understand why people like riding motorcycles, I realize dizzily. It's exhilarating. I've never experienced anything even remotely like it. God, I can't remember the last time I felt so alive. About an hour into the ride, Dante turns us back toward Ironwood, and we cross back into the city limits around 7. You hungry? He calls out. I realize I am and tell him so. Next thing I know, we're pulling into the parking lot of a small, run-down-looking restaurant called Big Daddy's. The spark of a memory hits me as Dante stops the bike and waits for me to get off. "Hope you like ribs," he says once the engine is off. "This place might not look like much, but the food is great." "I've actually been here before," I exclaim, breathing the aroma of cooking meat deep into my lungs. "Years ago. My Aunt Jean brought me here once. I'd forgotten all about it." "Good memories?" Dante asks as he lifts a leg over the bike and stands. I nod happily. The best. 15 minutes later, we're sitting at one of about a dozen picnic tables, munching on ribs, sipping beer, and looking out at a view of the creek that runs through Ironwood on its way to the Ohio River. Around us, a motley assortment of families, teenagers, and couples concentrate on their own meals. "Ribs as good as you remember?" Dante asks me between bites. I don't really remember the food as much as the location, I admit. I was a lot younger. I look over at a bunch of preteens chasing each other around the yard. I was probably more focused on horsing around than eating, like those kids. "Sounds like you had a good time here." I take another bite, trying hard not to get sauce all over my face. Like I told you before, Ironwood used to be my happy place when I was a little kid. My escape. Escape from what? The bluntness of Dante's question catches me off guard. But for some reason, it also loosens my tongue a little. Maybe it's the beer, too. My parents were protective, I say carefully. I had a twin brother that died when we were babies. My mom and dad didn't really ever get over losing him so young. "You're a twin?" Dante blinks. "Yeah." I suck in a breath. They never had any other kids, so it was just me. My whole childhood, my parents were terrified of losing me. I used to tell people they were really strict when I was growing up, but honestly, it was way beyond that. I'm almost surprised they ever let me out of the house, even to go to school. Dante whistles. That's a lot of pressure on a kid. I've been staring down into my plate of ribs, but I look up now and give Dante a thin smile. It actually makes me feel good that he seems to take my little family drama seriously. Aunt Jean was my mom's sister. She was the only person Mom trusted besides her to look after me. Lucky for me, she didn't think of me as quite as fragile as Mom did. And, I chuckle, also lucky for me, Jean wasn't above stretching the truth about how much stuff she let me do when I was down here in Ironwood. Stuff like what? I wiggle my eyebrows in mock scandal. Like going swimming and jumping off the high dive, I stage whisper, and riding a bicycle no-handed. Holy shit, you rebel. You joke, I snort, putting my elbows on the picnic table and cradling my chin in my hands. But my mother would have been apoplectic to know I did that stuff. And that was even before... I stop abruptly. Before what? Never mind. I pick up a rib and take a bite, hoping he won't ask me more questions if my mouth is full. Dante picks up his red solo cup of beer and takes a long drink. So, he smirks. Are your parents still so protective now that you're all grown up? I dodge the question. They're divorced now, I say instead. Sorry to hear that. Or are they better off? I consider his question. I'm not sure. I think maybe my dad is. My mom can be pretty hard on him. She's definitely got more of a social life now, but I think she misses having him around. You said the other day that Ironwood used to be your escape, but now it feels more like a prison. He fixes me with a look. So why are you here if you feel that way? Damn, this conversation has turned into a minefield. Everywhere I turn, there's an answer to his question that means me telling him about my heart condition. But I just don't want to do that. Dante still looks at me like a normal, healthy, not at risk of dropping dead person. He probably never would have invited me to take a ride on his bike if he didn't. I just want to be normal with him a little while longer. I told you, my Aunt Jean left me her house. I guess I just couldn't bear to sell it. A little white lie. A half-truth, really. It's true that the thought of selling her house makes me feel weepy. And I guess lately I've been sort of liking it better here. Is that right? Dante's eyes are on me now. His voice drops a notch lower. Any particular reason for that? I start to feel warm under his gaze. No more stories about Jesus sightings in people's lawns, I guess. That all? One corner of his mouth tilts. My mouth starts to go dry. I grab my cup of beer and take a sip to buy myself time. I mean, these ribs are pretty good. Can't get these back home. His smile grows, making my pulse quicken. I see. And I decide to risk it. I sort of like riding a motorcycle, actually. And I don't know any other bikers, so I'm hoping maybe I'll get another ride if I stick around town for a while. Let's finish up these ribs, Dante suggests, his low rumble echoing through me almost like the engine of his Harley. And I'll give you a ride back to your place. Then let's see what other kinds of rides you might have on your mind. Chapter 20. Tori. Was that birthday sex? I gasp, because that was even better than last time. Thank God Savannah's not here, because I'm pretty sure I shouted the house down a few moments ago when I came. Holy hell, I used to think people got way too obsessed about sex. But is this what the fuss is all about? Because if everybody else is having this kind of sex, why does anyone ever get angry or stressed or anything? Dante chuckles, my head lying against his chest. Practice makes perfect, he jokes. We probably better practice some more. Right now? I'm not sure I can go again, I say honestly. I feel like my muscles are made of water. I'll give you a few minutes to recover, he murmurs, laughter in his voice. I close my eyes and sigh. You know, when I woke up this morning, I didn't expect that I'd be celebrating my birthday by going on a date with a biker. The word date slips out without me thinking about it. Inwardly, I cringe, hoping he doesn't notice it. Was tonight a date? Or maybe just a booty call? Should I care? Should I just let myself enjoy it and not worry about it? Having a one-night stand with Dante was one thing. But now, twice? Does this mean anything? Plus, I know Savannah isn't coming back here tonight to sleep. Should I ask Dante to stay the night? What if he says no? Or even scarier, what if he says yes? How awkward would that be in the morning? Oh God, I'm already severely overthinking this. I hope the evening has met with your approval, Dante drawls. I anxiously listen to his tone, trying to decipher any hint of discomfort, but I can't hear anything. Very much, I say back, working to sound casual. Killer ribs and good sex? What girl could possibly resist? Good sex? He teases. Okay, great sex. I already told you that. You're fishing for compliments. He barks out a laugh. I don't need compliments. The way you yelled out my name when you came was all the info I needed. Oh, God, I groan. Nope, it's Dante. How'd you forget my name so quick? Now it's my turn to laugh. That was totally lame. You ain't embarrassed about being loud, are you? He asks. You know guys eat that shit up, right? I mean, my face flames. I guess not? It's sexy as fuck. He shifts under me so he can look me in the eyes. You know your voice is kinda hoarse now from yelling so loud. I know. I nod, my lips curving into a smile in spite of myself. My throat hurts a little bit from it. I like you, Tori. The words are so simple, but they make me feel like grinning until my cheeks split. Plus, it really does something to me to hear him say my name. I realize he hasn't said it much before now. On his lips, it sounds like a caress. I like you too, I brave. It's been a few minutes, he says casually. You ready for round 2? I'm not sure you can top round 1, I smirk, cocking my head at him. You sure you don't want to quit while you're ahead? Just you wait, he shoots back. You think your throat is sore now? You're all talk. Careful with that sass. He shifts his weight again and slides a large, rough hand between my thighs. You're gonna eat those words later, Lois Lane. Are you saying you're Clark Kent? I breathe, already fighting back a moan. Or Superman? You tell me afterwards, he mutters against my throat. Oh, God. I shudder a breath out as Dante's teeth nip at my sensitive skin. His deft fingers find my core, still sensitive and swollen from before. You're ready for me again, he growls, and my body shivers against him. There's no denying his words. I want him now. My legs fall open, my back arching as he strokes my clit with surprising gentleness. I make a noise deep in my throat. I've never heard it before, but it makes Dante even harder than he already is. That's fucking hot, he groans. You're fucking hot, Tori Lowe. His head dips down, mouth finding one taut nipple. I gasp as his hot tongue slides against it. I moan loudly, and my body arches to meet his touch. I want him everywhere. I want him touching me everywhere at once. I want him inside me. His skin against mine is so mind-meltingly good, I can barely register that the name he just said is mine. I don't feel like I have a name, or a past, or a future, or anything except this moment right now that's only going to get better and better as he tortures and teases me and then finally makes me come. My heart is pounding in my chest so fast and loud that I'm sure he can hear it. My breathing, fast and shallow, starts getting labored. I must have not completely recovered from our last go-round. I pull in air, noticing that my heart is thudding weirdly, faster even now than a second ago, and suddenly, oh shit, I know what's happening. That weight on my chest isn't Dante. It feels like an anvil. I start to say something, but it comes out garbled, and I have to try again. Have to tell Dante. Stop, I gasp, but it sounds more like stop. I try to push him away with one hand as the other clutches at my ribcage. Dante lifts his head and looks up at me quizzically. When his eyes get to my face, his expression goes blank with shock. Fuck, Tori, what's wrong? What's happening? My purse, I wheeze. Get my purse. Downstairs. I have pills. It's not much, but it's enough. Dante bolts out of bed and thunders down the stairs. Seconds later, he's back, my purse in one hand and a glass in the other. He runs to the bathroom and fills the glass, and then he's back in bed. Dumping the contents of my purse out, he grabs the medication and wrenches it open, then pours the pills out into his hand. Shaking, I take one and suck in a shallow breath, then toss it back and swallow it with a gulp of water. For the next minute or two, Dante doesn't talk, just sits with me and waits for a sign. I work to calm down, trying to push all scary thoughts away. Breathe out, in, out, in, slow, slow, slow. I chant the words in my head, eyes closed. Eventually, the palpitations start to slow. "Tori," Dante says urgently, "do I need to take you to the hospital?" "No," I pant. I open my eyes. "I'm okay. I'm going to be okay." "What the fuck just happened there?" he demands. "I have a heart thing, a condition." I give a weak shrug of my shoulders. "It's not a big deal." Dante barks out a bewildered laugh. "The fuck it's not? Shit, it looked like you were gonna die on me there. Jesus!" He shakes his head. "Jesus Christ, why didn't you tell me?" "Because it's personal," I protest. "Did that happen because I got you too worked up?" "No." "Yes, maybe." "I don't believe you." Dante's face is stony, etched with the beginnings of anger. "Tori, are you crazy? You don't fucking tell me that I could give you a goddamn heart attack by fucking you?" "It's not like that," I protest. My heart has slowed down some, my breathing almost getting back to normal. But a sick feeling is forming in the pit of my stomach. "It's not... I mean, I can have sex. I just have to, be careful. Pay attention." "Fuck," he retorts. "How the fuck is not telling me you need to be careful being careful?" "Dante," I begin, frustration making it hard to find my words. "I didn't want you to..." "To what?" He interrupts me, a challenge in his eyes. "To do what you're doing now," I cry. "I just didn't want you to treat me like I'm breakable, like a China doll." "But you fucking are," he half roars. "You are fucking breakable, Tori. Christ!" "Oh, great," I shoot back, rolling my eyes. "This is why I didn't tell you, Dante. This is just what I need. Another person in my life telling me I shouldn't ever have sex or live or anything. I should just sit here in my old lady house living the life of an 80-year-old. "No, the fuck I am not. I'm not saying anything of the sort," he explodes. "Obviously, you should live, but you shouldn't be stupid about it. Jesus." "Don't call me stupid." "Don't act stupid, then." "Would you have taken me out on your motorcycle if I'd told you I had a heart condition that meant I'm supposed to avoid excitement and stress?" I challenge. The look in his eyes tells me his answer. "See?" I spit out. "You say I should live, but then when push comes to shove, you've just proved to me why I was right not to tell you. Now you'll never treat me normally again." Dante shakes his head. "This is bullshit," he mutters. "You're talking bullshit." "No, I'm not. You just showed me I'm not." "I should leave." Dante stands. The bed rises as his weight leaves. He doesn't speak as he goes over and picks up his jeans, and neither do I. I watch him dress, his jaw set, eyes stormy with an anger that mirrors mine. My stomach churns. I don't want him to leave. I don't want the last 15 minutes to have happened. I want to go back. I want a do-over. But I'm not going to get any of those things. "I'll see you around." Dante's dressed now. He turns and looks at me one last time before he leaves. It's as though he's staring at a stranger. "Take care of yourself," he says tonelessly. Then, before I can say anything back to him, he's gone. I hold on to my anger at Dante for as long as I can, alone in my bed that's still warm from his body. Because I know when the anger's gone, the tears will start. And eventually they do. They don't go away for a long time.
Chapter 21. Dante. God damn it. Jesus motherfucking Christ, son of a bitch. fuck, shit, fucking goddamn shit! I tear out of Torrey Street on my bike, scaring the hell out of a high school kid who's turning the corner in his parents' minivan. Fuck! I'm so fucking angry right now. And something else, too. I can still see Tori's grayish face as she fought for air, bent over and wide-eyed, waiting for her heart to slow down. Why the fuck didn't she tell me about her goddamn heart? Why the fuck didn't she tell me I could have hurt her or killed her? My own heart is pounding like a goddamn piston, so hard I bet you could see it just by looking at my chest. It's pumping adrenaline and fury through my whole body. Without even noticing, I accelerate to almost 60 miles an hour in the city streets. I back off the throttle, fist clenched so tight around it my knuckles ache. I'm not a man who spends a lot of time feeling helpless, but goddamn if I didn't feel helpless as fuck watching Tori struggle. The last time I felt anything like that, it was right before my ma died. My stomach clenches as I remember seeing my mother in the hospital, barely more than a skeleton. How useless I felt, and how fucking angry at the world. And especially at fucking Dom for not being there at the end. For making Ma ask over and over whether he was coming. I don't know why Tori's attack makes me think of Ma's death. It's probably a good thing I left Tori's place when I did. Partly because as soon as I realized she was going to be okay, I wanted to wring her goddamn stubborn neck. But also because even now, I realize I overreacted pretty hard back there. Not because she wasn't in danger. I mean, she definitely was. But because I don't know why I fucking lost it the way I did. After all, the last thing I want to do is give her the impression what's been happening between us is more than it is. It's just two people who have a thing for each other, scratching an itch. No more than that. Sure, I give a shit that there's something wrong with her heart. Last thing I need is to put her in the hospital or something and have that shit on my conscience. In spite of everything, my mind flashes to the way she arched her back and moaned my name as she came. My dick starts to get hard, even as I fucking shout at myself to stop thinking about her like that. Jesus Christ, this is some crazy shit. I could have killed her. And it would have been her crazy ass's fault for not telling me about her bum ticker. But it would have been me who killed her just the same. How the hell would I ever live with myself after that? I'd probably never go near another woman again. And more than just the guilt, I would miss her crazy ass. Okay, goddammit, I'd miss her a lot. It's been one thing trying to avoid her these past few days, since the first night we spent together. It's been damn near torture not seeing her. But fuck, at least I knew she was out there somewhere. Having her just gone, though? I feel sick to my stomach at the thought. My gut wrenches painfully. Fuck. This isn't good. Maybe I should be glad this happened when it did. Maybe this is a wake-up call for me. A sign that I'm getting too attached to her. It's time to move on. I'm done with her damn electrical project anyway. Tori's over. That shit is in my rear-view mirror. But even as I tell myself this, even as I say it over and over in my mind, trying to tell myself I don't care, I know one thing for certain. The tears in those ice-cold baby blues as I walked out the door are going to be with me for a long time. I don't want to go back to my house. I don't want to be alone right now. And the only thing worse than that would be running into Dom and having him ask me why I look like the world just caved in on me. So I do the only other thing I can think of. I go to the clubhouse and get wasted as shit. By the time I come to the next day, I'm sprawled shirtless on the bed in my apartment at the clubhouse. My head is pounding like a goddamn jackhammer. On the mattress next to me isn't one of the club girls, but a bottle of Jack. Correction, a bottle that used to be Jack. Now it's not full of anything but air. Fuck me, I groan, sitting up. Well, at least I know what freight train it was that hit me. Squinting, I peer around the room to survey the damage. My cut's lying on a chair. My shirt's on the floor looking like a dirty rag. I'm alone, thank fuck. Last thing I want to do is make small talk with some chick I don't remember banging. My keys and phone are in a pile next to my shirt. With a grunt, I heave myself up off the bed and go over to scoop them up. My head pounds harder. Fuck, that hurts. I close my eyes against the throb for a few seconds until it starts to recede. Then I thumb the button on my phone to see what time it is. 4:30 p.m. p.m.? What the ever-loving Christ? I blink and stare harder at the screen, convinced I have to be seeing things. But sure enough, that's what the goddamn thing says. I've slept through to the afternoon. What the hell time did I go to bed anyhow? My mouth tastes like a skunk died in it. The rest of me feels like I slept in a gutter. In a haze, I shove off my jeans, go into the bathroom and take a hot shower, fighting through the hangover until I'm starting to feel human again. I finish by turning off all the hot water and freezing my nuts off with a cold blast. When I step out, I still feel like shit, but at least the pounding in my head has receded a little. As I go to grab a fresh t-shirt out of the nightstand, a few memories of the night before come trickling back. Tori's face. Me yelling and storming out of her place. Mal, Rourke, Gage, and me setting up shots at the clubhouse bar. Me yelling at someone else with a pool cue in my hand. Me breaking the pool cue against the wall. Me on the ground, punching Bama. A couple of the brothers pulling us apart. Fuck. I let out a groan that sets my head to pounding again. Now I remember what the hell happened last night. I came here trying to get Tori out of my head. Well, I guess I did that all right. For better or for fucking worse. I go out into the main room of the clubhouse, hoping to smell some coffee, and then remembering it ain't morning anymore. In the center of the room, Ranger and Rourke are playing pool. The clack of the balls is so fucking sharp it sounds like they're rattling around inside my goddamn skull. Jesus, do you have to play pool so goddamn loud? I wince. I go over to the bar and slide my tired ass onto a stool. Over at the other end of the bar, Mal is sitting with Cindy. He's got a half-full beer in front of him, and it looks like Cindy's drinking a Coke or something. As usual, Cindy is dressed and made up to the fucking nines. Cindy gapes when she sees me.
"Oh my God, Dante! What happened to you?"
she cries. Next to her, Mal chuckles. "You should have been here last night," he tells her. "Our boy here got a little out of hand." "Yeah, about that," I mutter. "Afraid I don't remember much of it." "You came in here about midnight, loaded for bear," Mal smirks at me. "Proceeded to get drunk as a lord and start trying to pick a fight with anyone who would listen." "Jesus," I groan. "Is it really almost 5 in the afternoon?" "Sure is. You've been asleep for over 12 hours, brother." Mal comes over and claps his hand on my shoulder, making me wince again. "What the hell was up with you anyway? I tried asking you last night, but you almost took a swing at me too." From over at the pool table, Ranger cocks his head, considering me with a look on his face I don't like. Ranger's a sharp motherfucker. Sometimes too goddamn sharp. "This got anything to do with that chick we saw outside Dallas?" he calls over. "The blonde one you were doing the electrical work for?" Cindy blinks.
"Wait a minute. Are you talking about Tori?"
"Shut your hole, Range," I mutter. Just then, Bama strides through the front door of the clubhouse. Jesus fuck, he looks like a truck hit him. His face is blue and swollen. One of his eyes is black. The part that's normally white, a vivid red I can see even from here. He's got a nasty cut across his cheek that looks like he should have got it stitched up, but didn't. He scans the room, his features drawn and angry. When he catches sight of me, his step falters, but he doesn't stop. Instead, he gives our group an angry sneer and keeps going toward the back hall out of sight. "Did I do that?" I ask Mal. Smirking, he nods. "Who else?" For the first time since I woke up, I feel a little better. Well, whatever happened last night, I murmur. At least that fucker looks worse than I do. A second after Bama disappears, Mensa comes into the room from the same hallway. That dumb fucking smile he always wears widens when he sees us. "Hey, y'all," he announces in that goddamn loud way of his. "How's it hanging?" "Fuck off, Mensa," I snarl, rounding on him. He half stumbles in surprise and veers off at a sharp right toward the bar. Beside me, Mal chuckles. Well, he's going to steer clear of you for a while. Good. Jesus, that fucker is irritating, I mutter. Just then, Axel's voice resounds through the main room. "All the patched members who are in here right now, get your asses into the chapel. Church in 3. Mal and I look at each other. Ranger frowns. Wonder what's up. We don't have long to wait to find out. Just got word from one of the businesses we protect over in Youngsville, he begins, referring to the next town over from Ironwood. Youngsville is in our territory, which means anything going on over there without Lords of Carnage consent is a problem. Red Andrews. He tells me there's some shady motherfucker selling drugs over there, with no link to our club. Matthias's face turns to stone. That's our turf, he growls. Damn straight, Rourke agrees. And either those fuckers don't know it, or they do. If they do, they're trying to piss us off. Or worse. Who do you think they are? Unsure. There ain't too many MCs around here who'd be stupid enough to make a play for our territory, Axel mutters. But I can think of someone who might be trying to poke the bear. Los Caballeros, I supply. Axel nods. Probably some fucking lackeys they sent there to be killed. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They're trying to send a message. What's the plan, Prez? Bear's grizzled voice pipes up. We send them a fucking message back. The storm gathering on Axel's face would make most men piss themselves. He looks around the table. Gage, Rourke, Bama, Ranger, Matthias. You go talk to Red Andrews over at the butcher shop in Youngsville. Get any info you can on the location of these motherfuckers. If you find them, Axel pauses, then shows his teeth in a murderous sneer. Make sure they're going to need a closed casket at their funerals. Dump them at the edge of our territory and call me with their 20. Will do, Rourke nods once. All right, we're done here. The rest of you, watch your 6 for now. Axel bangs his gavel and stands. You think we're heading for trouble? I ask Mal as we file out of the chapel. Could be. He shrugs, then a grin slides across his face. But I ain't been in a good fight for a while. When we get out into the main room, he looks across at Cindy and lifts his chin. I'm gonna take her back to her place. She don't need to be here when shit's going down. I nod, my mind flashing to Tori. Probably a good idea, I agree. Cindy's not Mal's old lady, but it makes sense he doesn't want her to be anywhere near any club business that could get her hurt. Mal calls over to Cindy, who stands up from the bar where she's been talking to Tony, one of the club girls. She waves goodbye to Tony, glances my way, and flashes me a quick smile. Then the two of them exit out the front door toward the parking lot where Mal's bike is parked. Turns out, that's the last time I'll ever see Cindy alive.
Chapter 22. Tori. The next day I wake up with my face mushed against a pillow that's soaked through with my tears. My whole body feels like a wash rag that's had the last drops of moisture wrung from it. It takes me a supreme effort to drag myself up into a sitting position and put my 2 feet on the cold wooden floor. I feel like I have the flu, but I know I'm not sick. I don't know what I am, but it's like I've had all of the life sucked out of me. I dress in some clothes I find piled on a chair and slump down the stairs to the first floor. I open the front door. Dante's toolbox is still there. I can't stand the thought of staying here today. I know if I stay in my house, I'll spend the whole day hoping and waiting for Dante to come back for his tools. I can't do that to myself. I'll go crazy. and I can't give him the satisfaction of knowing I've been waiting around for him. I have to get out of here. I have to get out of Ironwood. Dimly, I realize it's Saturday. The ghost of an idea comes to me through the miserable fog in my brain. I text Savannah and tell her I'm leaving town for the weekend. Then I call my mom and tell her I'm finally coming for that visit I promised. On the road, I phone my dad. He's thrilled when I tell him I'll be home for the weekend. My dad has absorbed so much of my mom's anger and the guilt since my diagnosis. He sometimes acts almost like he doesn't have the right to be my parent anymore. He tentatively suggests maybe we could go out for a nice dinner that night. When I tell him that sounds great, he sounds so elated that a knife edge of remorse cuts through me. I tell him how much I'm looking forward to seeing him and resolve to be a better, more attentive daughter going forward. The drive from Ironwood to my mom's house in the northern suburbs of Columbus takes just under 2.5 hours. I get there just before noon while my mom is still at her Saturday morning shift at her receptionist job for a real estate agency. I find the spare key under the decorative rock next to the attached garage, let myself in, and trudge up the stairs to my old bedroom. It's still pretty much the same as I left it when I used to live here. My mom lives here by herself now, but she keeps my room more or less the way it used to be when we were all together. My dad lives in a sparse one-bedroom apartment closer to downtown. I set down my weekend bag on my bed and look around my room. All the mementos from my teen years stare back at me. The boy band posters, the decorative postcards from faraway places I used to pin on my wall, like a visual bucket list. A standing bookshelf is in one corner, housing everything from my first picture books to the Babysitter's Club series to a dozen or so dog-eared romance novels. I know there are more books still in my closet, at least one full box of them, piled in with the other boxes of toys, diaries, and other trinkets and treasures. All these reminders of my past. All the souvenirs of a girl who had dreams and hopes for the future that would never come to pass. I wonder whether Dante's got a pile of boxes from his childhood packed away somewhere. I know his parents are both dead, so there's no family home anymore. There are no boxes of mementos stacked up in his mother's attic. But maybe they're somewhere, all the same. I wonder what's in those boxes, if they exist. The thought of Dante opens up a fresh rash of rawness. I shake the idea of him from my head and leave the room, going back downstairs. The house is silent as I pad through it in my stocking feet. Mom has always had a strict rule about taking our shoes off when we come in the front door. It's so silent that I can easily hear the muffled thud as our giant orange tabby Schroeder jumps down off some counter and comes out to greet me with a low rusty meow. "Hey, Schroeder-Woder," I croon, bending down to pick him up. "Oof, I forgot how heavy you are." He starts to purr loudly as I carry him into the living room and sit down on the overstuffed couch. I sit there with him on my lap for a few minutes and pet him absent-mindedly, once again struck by the feeling that I'm in a time warp. My 10-year-old self, my 19-year-old self, and my 24-year-old self all coalesce here on the couch, all of us petting Schroeder. All of us contemplating the hundreds of times we've sat right here in this spot, bored or sad or happy or angry, dreaming or fuming or just lazing around. And right now, none of us knows what the hell we're doing with our life. When my mom comes home a couple of hours later, I've fallen asleep and I'm thoroughly covered in cat hair. Schroeder is nowhere to be seen. Mom gives me a hug but holds herself back at a distance from me because she's wearing her work clothes. "How was your trip, sweetie?" she asks as she motions for me to follow her up the stairs to her bedroom so she can change. It was fine, uneventful. I'm not going to tell my mom the reason I decided to come. The last thing I need is for her to ask me all sorts of prying questions about Dante, especially because she would be less than thrilled to find out he's a biker, and that I've been on his motorcycle, God forbid. I lean against the door jamb as she peels off her dark pants and sweater set and pulls on a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt. When she's finished, she bends down and peers into her makeup mirror, then combs her fingers through her short blonde hair, just a shade darker than mine. "Well, I hope you're staying until at least through Sunday afternoon. Sandra is having a group of us over for brunch tomorrow morning, and she wants you to come." "I can do that for sure. I don't have any plans," I say, then remember something. "Oh, except I am meeting Dad for dinner tonight, but that's the only thing." My mom turns to me, her face suddenly pinched. "The first thing you do when you come home is turn around and go out with your father?" she says testily. "Mom, come on." I swallow down my frustration, not wanting to cause any waves. "You'll have the whole rest of the weekend with me, okay?" Mom looks as though she wants to say something more, but purses her lips and turns away. Thankfully, after being quiet for a few seconds, she changes the subject to shopping plans for tomorrow. I tune her out and nod along, lost in my own thoughts. I meet my dad for dinner at one of our favorite places, King's. It's a family restaurant we've been going to since I was a kid, primarily because they have the best chocolate malts in town. I haven't seen my dad in a while, and I'm relieved that he looks like he's in good health. His close-cropped light brown hair is showing signs of gray at the temples, and the creases around his eyes are a little deeper. But other than that, he seems like he's doing okay. I order my standard, a single cheeseburger with fries, and of course the malt. My dad gets a tuna melt, a basket of onion rings, and a butterscotch malt. I tease him that butterscotch is gross, just like I always do. "So, how's my best girl?" he asks me after we order. He leans back in the booth and gives me his characteristic dad wink. The cold ball that's been sitting in my stomach since Dante stormed out of my place begins to melt, just a little. I'm fine. Work's okay, I guess. Ironwood's same old, same old. I pause. I did have an electrical problem, old wiring that needed to be updated, but I got that fixed. "That's a lot of house for one person," he says. It's his standard line about Aunt Jean's house. "You ever give any thought to selling it?" "Not really. Maybe someday," I say noncommittally. His smile falters. "How's, he taps his chest. My dad doesn't like to say the word heart. "I'm fine," I reassure him gently. "Taking my pills just like the doctor ordered, no problems. Except for the attack I had with Dante, but my dad doesn't need to know that. He frets enough already about me the way it is." "That's good," he breathes. "I know your mother worries." That's another standard dad line. He has trouble talking about his own feelings, so he talks about Mom's instead. Always has. But for some reason, when he does it now, it touches off a nerve inside me. "You shouldn't worry about Mom's state of mind," I find myself saying, more than a hint of bitterness in my voice. "It's not like she bothers worrying about you." Dad blinks in surprise. He contemplates me for a second, like he's trying to think of how to reply. "Your mother," he finally murmurs, "she's had a hard time." "So have you, Dad," I reply, trying with difficulty to temper my tone. "Both of you had a hard time when I was diagnosed. Mom didn't have a monopoly on worrying about her kid." I've always resented the way Mom made Dad feel like my heart problems were his fault. But now I'm realizing I'm also kind of mad that my dad never stood up to her about it. "Of course it was hard, Tori." He frowns. "But—" Dad, don't brush that off," I interrupt. "It was hard for you, and Mom seemed to take every opportunity to make you feel even worse than you already did." I stop myself short, but my question hangs in the air in front of me. Why didn't you call her on it? Dad looks away, his eyes landing gratefully on the waitress who arrives with our food. I watch as she sets our plates and malts in front of us, then leaves. My dad makes a remark about how hungry he is and reaches for an onion ring. I sigh and pick up a fry, then dip it into my malt, a ritual from when I was a kid. We eat for a minute or so in silence. I'm pretty sure this conversation topic is finished, but just when I'm starting to cast about for something else to talk about, my dad clears his throat. "You know, Tori," he says quietly, "when people get married, they do it because of all the happy times they've had together. The good stuff, the fun stuff. Oh," he waves a hand, "you say your vows about in sickness and in health, and you mean it. But it's hard to really think about the bad stuff when it hasn't happened yet." Dad stares down at his plate. I'm looking at him, begging him in my mind to continue, hardly daring to move. We've never talked about this, ever. Not even when my parents told me they were getting divorced. "The thing is," he sighs, "when things do get rough, sometimes you find out that you don't have what it takes to make the other person feel better. And then sometimes you realize that what the other person needs is..." He stops. Well, that's neither here nor there. "No," I insist. Tell me. Tell me what you were going to say, Dad." He takes in a breath. "Your mother suffered a lot when you got sick." "So did you," I say again stubbornly. He looks down at the table, at his water glass. For a few moments, he's quiet. "Yes," he finally admits, "I did too. But I think..." He pauses. "I think it was killing her to feel so helpless. I couldn't take the fear and the worry away from her. But I think it made her feel at least a little better that your illness hadn't come from her, that it wasn't her fault." Dad looks up and his eyes meet mine. The meaning of his words hits me all at once. I've always known that Dad loves me unconditionally, and I know he loved Mom unconditionally too. He loved both of us so much, he would have done anything to take our pain away, no matter what it cost him in the end. Suddenly, I think I understand why Dad never fought back when Mom blamed him for my cardiomyopathy diagnosis. He never fought back because he knew she needed to blame him, because she needed someone else to be at fault, someplace else to put her anger. My God. So he let her do it. He didn't argue with her. He just accepted it, because it was what he could do for her. He could let her take some of her anger at the whole shitty situation and direct it somewhere else. At him. All at once, the enormity of my father's love for my mom threatens to overwhelm me. I want to burst into tears, to yell at him, to hug him, to tell him he's my hero. "Dad," I choke, but then stop, not trusting my voice. "It's okay," he says, smiling, his eyes shining. He sniffles, then lets out an uncomfortable laugh. "The important thing is, we're all okay." My father reaches over and pats my hand. "Right?" "Right. We're all okay," I whisper. That night, around 9 o'clock, I get a text from Dante. "You around? I need to talk to you. It's important." No apology, not a shred of kindness in his words. There's not one indication in his text that there has ever been anything intimate between us. Just, "It's important." No indication what His Highness wants to talk about. Like I'm just supposed to jump at his words, be at his beck and call. A wall of fury wells up inside me. I can't imagine a single thing that jackass needs to talk to me about. Not one single thing that I care about at all. Fuck him, I say to myself, choking back a sob. I raise my hand to my face and sweep away my angry tears. Then I delete the text for good measure and shut off my phone. I don't want to talk to Dante D'Agostino right now. I might not want to talk to him ever again. I spend the rest of the weekend with my mom. If she notices I'm quieter than usual or more subdued, she doesn't say anything. We go shopping. She takes me to a new chocolate and pastry shop everyone in her circle is raving about. I spend a couple of hours at Sunday brunch being poked and prodded by her friends, who all agree there is no good reason I'm not engaged to be married by now, a pretty girl like me. All in all, it's fine. When I get back to Ironwood on Sunday night, there's an envelope and some other paper sticking halfway out of the mailbox next to my front door, in with my mail. I pull out the envelope. It's a bill from Dante for the electrical work. My stomach lurches at the finality of it and the impersonal language on the invoice. Underneath the bill is a note scrawled in black marker. Tori, I need to talk to you about something serious. I don't want to do it in writing. Call me, Dante. I glance over at the corner of my porch where his toolbox was. It's gone. I still haven't turned my phone back on since I shut it off yesterday. When I get back inside, I almost press the power button, but in the end, I decide to give myself one more night. I'll do it tomorrow morning, once I'm at work and can focus on something else instead of obsessing over any messages Dante did or did not send me. I take it upstairs with me and put it on the charger in my bedroom. Out of sight, out of mind. The rest of my evening is spent on laundry. My dinner is a peanut butter and pickle sandwich and a Diet Coke. In spite of everything, it's nice to be back in my own house, with no one to bother me and no one to talk to except myself. I find myself feeling almost lulled by the comforting sounds of Aunt Jean's creaky floors and old water pipes. After all these years, they're as familiar to me as anything is. I realize with a soft laugh that somehow, for better or worse, this place has become my home. A loud, insistent knock on the door startles me from my thoughts. I know in an instant who it must be. Anger flashes inside me. And dread. I don't want to see him. I consider ignoring Dante's knock at first. But my car's in my driveway and my lights are on. It doesn't take a genius to see I'm home. And that man is stubborn enough that he'll pound on that damn door all night long if he has a mind to. I'm angry, nervous, and jittery as I put down the towel I'm folding and suck in a deep breath. Squaring my shoulders, I walk slowly to the front door and pull it open. Dante is standing there, his large frame filling the doorway. The scruff of his beard is longer than usual. His hair is a tangle. He looks ragged and tired. And angry, too, I think. Well, screw him. I'm angry, too. And I have more reason to be than he does. Dante, I say, as calmly as I can. My heart starts to skitter in my chest. I don't think there's anything to talk. But Dante's not here to argue, or to seduce, or to cajole. At the look he gives me, my words die in my throat. Somehow, I know immediately that the world is about to tilt on its axis. It's Cindy, he says simply. She's dead.
Chapter 23. Dante. Tori barely reacts at first to the news that Cindy's been killed. She stands, paralyzed, on the front porch, arms hanging limply at her sides. It's almost like the words are too huge, too awful to penetrate. Like they bounced off of her and are just lying there on the wooden planks between us, waiting. But as I stand there, not knowing what to say or do, she starts to tremble, and I can tell that what I've just told her is starting to sink in.
Oh my God,
she whispers.
Dante, it can't be true.
It is. Her eyes lift to my face, searching, imploring me to tell her it's all a lie, or a sick joke. I wish to hell I could.
When?
She asks in a strangled voice. Saturday night, I let out a breath. About an hour before I texted you the first time. I've been trying to get hold of Tori ever since I found out. I didn't want her to hear about this from a stranger or at work. I know Cindy and Tori weren't best friends or anything, but that doesn't make any difference. They knew each other, and Tori liked Cindy a lot.
No,
She whispers.
it's just not possible.
She starts to shake harder. She's starting to freak out. She might be going into mild shock.
What happened?
I actually tried to rehearse this part. Tried to figure out a way to say it that would minimize the pain. But now that I'm standing in front of Tori, I can't remember a goddamn thing. The fact is, there's no way to sugarcoat someone's death for someone who doesn't want it to be true. She was on the back of Mal's bike, I begin, then pause, trying to weigh my words. The two of them got ambushed by some of our enemies. They shot out Mal's front tire. He lost control of the bike, and Cindy... I stop, not wanting to go on. Looking at Tori's horrified, crumpled face, I can't stand to tell her the details. I can't tell her how Cindy wasn't wearing a helmet, how she smashed into the pavement, her body thrown like a rag doll, how she was probably dead seconds after she hit. I can't stand trying to put a positive spin on that. How she probably didn't feel much. Or maybe that was a mercy. It sounds fucking ridiculous, even to me. Well, Cindy didn't make it, I say finally, lamely. She didn't suffer though, Tori. I promise you that.
No.
Tori mutters in a half-possessed voice. She says the word like an incantation.
No. No. No.
Like she could conjure an alternate reality by saying it fervently enough. She starts to shake her head in rhythm with the word, her voice slowly rising. Then all at once her voice cuts off in a half-wail, and she buries her head in her hands. I'm so sorry, babe. It's all I can think of to say. My throat feels like it's closing up, so I have to force the words out, and they come out sounding harsh and angry. I ache to comfort her, but I know I shouldn't. I need to stay away from Tori. She could get hurt by being around me. Or killed. Shit, the universe pretty much gave me that goddamn message with Cindy's death. And Cindy wasn't even an old lady. But even as I stand here, my hands itching to pull Tori to me and enfold her in my arms, I can't help but worry about her heart. Hearing that your friend just got killed would put anyone in a bad state, but for Tori, it's more dangerous. I feel like I should stick around, make sure she's all right. But no, that's a fucking bullshit excuse for the real reason I want to stay. The real reason is I miss the hell out of the girl standing in front of me right now. It's only been 3 days since our fight, since I last saw her, but it felt like fucking forever. Right now, standing here 3 feet away from her, I catch a whiff of her shampoo, and the scent makes me half drunk with memories. The pads of my fingers can practically feel the softness of her skin as I slid her clothes off of her to drink her in. I can almost hear the breathless, needy way she moans when I take one of the soft buds of her nipples in my mouth. I ache to feel her arching against me, begging me wordlessly for more. My traitorous cock hardens in my jeans as I think about how much I want her right now. All the blood in my body starts to surge with desire for this woman. Everything in me is telling me to take her inside, to comfort her the best way I know how. But I fucking can't. What she needs from me, I can't give her. I can't pull a woman I love into the life I live. Shit. The woman I love. Good God, I've fallen in love with Tori. Hell no. This cannot happen. Tori's still crying quietly into her hands. I stand there, feet planted, fists in pockets, refusing to take a single step closer. Finally, she sucks in a shuddering breath and looks up at me. I will myself to be strong.
Dante, she chokes. I don't want to be alone right now.
Tori reddens. It's clear she doesn't want to ask me what she's about to ask.
Could you come in? She whispers. Just for a little while.
Every cell in my body screams at me to follow her inside. My voice breaks. I cough once, clearing my throat. Sorry, no can do, I continue. I've got some club business to deal with. I gotta get going. Tori blinks, looking shocked. She stares into my eyes, helpless, incredulous, a riot of emotions playing out on her face. Finally, she lets out an amazed, heartbroken laugh.
You're really something, you know that?
She accuses, shaking her head. She sounds broken. I did that. I did that to her. I don't know what you're talking about, I reply, indifferent.
I know we had a fight, Dante.
Tori's voice is an open wound. It breaks me to hear her like this.
I guess you think I should have told you about my heart earlier. But I thought you were angry because you actually cared about hurting me.
She shakes her head again.
I thought... God, what an idiot I was. I thought you actually cared a little about me. But that's not what it was it?
Tori waits a second, like she's expecting me to respond. But I can't say anything. I don't trust myself. When she realizes I'm not going to answer her, she lets out a harsh laugh. I hear a new emotion in her voice. Anger, mixed in with a heartbreak. Good.
Shit,
she spits at me, disgusted, hateful.
The only thing you cared about was yourself, wasn't it? You just didn't want to be held responsible if the poor, pathetic, sick girl had a heart attack or something.
She takes a step closer, closing the distance between us. Her voice rises.
That's right, isn't it? That's all you fucking cared about.
A piston of anger surges through me, but I work like hell to push it down. How the fuck can she think that's the reason? How can she not know it scared the shit out of me to watch her struggle to breathe and fight to stay calm, while we both waited for her heart to stop racing? How can she not know the helplessness I felt? Wanting to help her, having to just sit there and wait, and hope, was a million times worse than anything that could ever happen to me. But if she thinks I'm a selfish prick, says a voice in my head, she'll be able to walk away more easily. She's safer and better off hating you. Let her. The thought stops me in my tracks, because I know it's the truth. So, instead of arguing with her, instead of telling her that she's fucking crazy if she thinks I'm not nuts about her, I just decide to let her think what she's already decided. Sure, I shrug. Tori gapes at me in amazement. Clearly she expected me to fight her more.
I don't believe it,
she breathes, broken.
You are such an asshole.
Not the first time I've been called that, I agree, noting how robotic I sound. But, lucky for me, Tori's not looking for an Academy Award-winning performance.
Jesus.
Tears fill Tori's eyes.
Get out of my house.
I'm actually on her front porch, but I don't correct her. My stomach drops as I steel myself and look at her crushed, tear-streaked face one final time. She's fighting not to start crying again. It damn near breaks my heart. But this time, I'm the cause of her tears. I'm the one who hurt her. I have to remind myself that's a good thing, because right now it sure as shit doesn't feel like it. See you around, I mutter around the lump in my throat. I turn and trudge down the 3 steps to her front sidewalk. At the last minute, I swivel back to look at her one final time. She's beautiful. Devastatingly, heartbreakingly beautiful. Take your time paying the bill, I toss back at her. The blood roars in my ears as I start my bike and pull away from the curb.
Chapter 24. Tori. Weeks later, I still burst into tears every time I have to drive by, curl up, and die. Cindy and I weren't all that close. but she was just one of those people who brightened up the room, you know? She was the perfect person to be a hairstylist, a great listener, funny, sweet, and kind. I always felt better after an appointment with her, no matter what my mood was when I went in. The funeral was an incredibly rough day. The biker Cindy was seeing, Mal, was there, as were a bunch of the other Lords of Carnage. Mal looked really bruised and beat up. His arm was in a sling, but otherwise he seemed physically more or less okay. He didn't say a word throughout the entire service or afterwards. He just sat in stony silence and then left. Dante was there too. He only looked at me once. From the vacant expression in his eyes, you would never have guessed he even knew me. I've spent the last few weeks trying like hell to forget that anything ever happened between us. I paid his damn bill with a silent fuck you and did my best to ignore the tears streaming down my cheeks as I dropped it into the mail slot at the post office. Ironwood has never seemed smaller than it does right now. Everything reminds me of Dante. From the rib joint he took me to the damn parking lot where I park my car every day. Every motorcycle I hear makes my throat close up. Every tall, dark man I see out of the corner of my eye makes my stomach do flips before I realize it isn't him. I can't go on like this. It has to get easier eventually. It has to. I plod through my days, which fall into a monotonous ritual of work, home, sleep, then work again. Savannah notices my gloomy mood, and I end up telling her everything. She starts staying over at my house more often, even though I tell her she doesn't have to. I'm grateful as hell for the company, though. I tell myself this is all my fault. I never should have let myself get involved with Dante. It doesn't take a genius to realize that he's not the staying kind. He's not the type of man who would ever let himself get in an actual relationship. Hell, he even told me as much, right at the beginning. I can't blame him for lying, anyway. And I thought I was listening. But I guess my heart wasn't. Stupid heart. Now it's broken in more ways than one. Jeremy's real estate office just hired a new guy, Savannah casually says to me one night. We're on the couch watching back-to-back action movies just to get my mind off of things for a while. Mm-hmm, I reply, distracted by the credits of The Edge of Tomorrow because I notice one of the writers is named Dante. Jeremy really gets along great with this guy. He was wondering if you'd want to come out with us some night? Grab some drinks, maybe dinner? I glance over at her. Huh? Savannah lifts a shoulder and then grabs a handful of popcorn, her eyes not meeting mine. You know, just for fun. I mean, it's not like it'd be a date or anything. Uh-huh. I purse my lips at her. Not like a date. What? Savannah, look at me. Reluctantly, she does. Her guilty expression tells me everything I need to know. Vanna, I am not going on a double date with you. It's not. Yes, it is. I know what you're trying to do. I pause. And thank you, really. But I'm not in a frame of mind to pretend to be interested in some guy for an evening. I just need some time, okay? Savannah lets out a soft sigh. He really did a number on you, didn't he? Vanna is such a great friend. She avoids saying Dante's name at all costs because she knows it hurts me to hear it. Yes, I admit, looking down at my hands in my lap. But honestly, I brought it on myself. I knew I should never have let myself believe there was anything between us. I still don't know what the hell I was thinking. If it's any consolation, she murmurs, the few times I saw the two of you together, I really thought he was into you. I'm not sure it's any consolation at all. I force myself to smile. But at least I wasn't the only one taken in. Days later, I'm on my way out to cover a story that for once is at least mildly interesting. It's a group of 20-somethings, Frank made sure to stress to me that I need to really hammer the millennial angle, who have started a vodka distillery in the area. They make their vodka out of local potatoes. Their eventual goal is to raise all their potatoes themselves on some farmland they just bought together and have their whole business model be entirely self-sufficient. I'm on my way out to the warehouse that houses their distillery, wondering if the tour they give me will include a vodka tasting, when I figure out that I'm lost. The warehouse is in an industrial part of town I don't know very well, and apparently the map app on my phone doesn't either. When I get to what is supposed to be the address, there's nothing but a large, overgrown parking lot. Frowning, I pull over to the side of the road and type the address into the app again, but it just gives me the same location. Damn it, I grumble. I don't have a phone number for my contact person, just an email exchange, and there's no guarantee they'd see an email if I sent one now. Thankfully, I'm about 10 minutes early for the appointment. Hopefully, I can figure this out and still arrive on time. I'm on the right street, anyway. I can't be too far from the place. Maybe if I just drive around a little, I'll run into it. I toss my phone onto the passenger seat and pull back onto the street. I start to drive, peering at every building I pass. None of them looks right. Before I know it, I'm nearing the end of the road, a dead end with a chain-link fence around a vacant lot to one side and a short gravel road leading to a rusted-out, abandoned-looking building on the other. I pull off onto the gravel road, searching for a space wide enough for me to turn around without stopping. As I get closer, I notice there are vehicles parked on the far side of the building. 2 of the cars are late-model, expensive-looking sedans. One is black, one a strange metallic hue that seems to change colors depending on how the light hits it. The third is a small, light-colored panel truck that looks familiar, but I don't immediately realize why. A group of men stands next to the cars. One of the men in the group catches my eye as he raises both hands, almost in a surrender gesture. Frowning, I slow down to watch from a relative distance, but as I do, I feel a jolt of recognition. The man with his hands up is Dante's brother Dominic. I slow to a stop, my tires crunching on the gravel. A couple of the men turn to look, alerted by the noise. Their eyes narrow, their bodies tensing. Dominic turns his head as well, but then one of the other men barks something at him and he turns away quickly. What is going on here? I'm caught between the urge to peel out of here and the compulsion to stay, at least long enough to find out if Dominic is okay. Then, before I can make a move one way or another, 2 of the men start toward my car. Shit. Adrenaline spikes in my veins so quickly that my scalp starts to prickle. I glance at my phone. Should I call 911? Should I just leave? Should I play dumb and act like I'm not as freaked out as I suddenly am? Fear of making a wrong move ends up paralyzing me. The men are almost at my car before I shake myself out of my stupor. Acting on impulse, I open the door and quickly step out so they can see me. "Can I help you?" One of the men half snarls. He's short and stocky, with dark hair and a mustache. He's dressed in normal street clothes, but the backs of his hands and forearms are covered in tattoos. His voice is low and raspy and sends a chill of fear through me. I just got lost on my way to an appointment," I say, a slight tremble in my voice. "I was just pulling in here to turn around, and I happened to see someone I know in your group over there, Dominic." "Is that right?" The curl in the man's lip as he says the words makes it clear he doesn't believe me. I pretend I don't notice. "Yeah. Hey, Dominic," I call out in a sing-song voice, giving him an exaggerated wave from across the gravel lot. He cocks his head and gives me a quizzical look as he returns the wave, uncertain. "Everything good?" I yell. "You have car trouble or something?" It's the first thing that comes to my head. I guess I've decided that acting like a clueless idiot is my best course of action. All the men are now gaping at me in open confusion. At least the ones across from Dominic have dropped their menacing postures somewhat. One of them says something to him, and he nods and slowly walks toward us. "Hey, Tori, right?" Dominic calls, giving me a casual devil-may-care grin that doesn't quite reach his eyes. "Yep, I was just passing by and happened to see you." I pause. "Everything okay here?" "Ah, sure," Dominic says hastily. "We're just shooting the shit, no worries." He's lying. I know he is. But even so, I definitely get the idea he wants me to leave. Whatever is going on, he doesn't want me to ask any questions. I wonder if this has anything to do with Dante's motorcycle club? Didn't Dante say Dom was going to be doing some transporting for them? My eyes slide from him to the two men glaring at me. Realistically, I can't do anything to help Dominic if he needs help. And if I stay here much longer, something tells me my chances of getting away safely will diminish considerably. "Okay then," I say brightly. "Well, I'm going to be late for my appointment, so I'll be on my way. See you later, Dominic." The other two men flash each other a look, as if they're considering not letting me go. But in the end, they stand in watchful silence as I get in, turn the ignition, and drive away as calmly and carefully as I can, while trying to control my trembling. I end up finding the distillery after backtracking about 3/4 of a mile and show up only 5 minutes late for my appointment. The interview goes well, except that I accept the vodka samples they offer me a little too gratefully, given that it's only 11 o'clock in the morning. When I'm done at the distillery, still feeling shaky, I grab lunch from my favorite local sandwich shop and then drive back to the newspaper office. At my desk, I find myself staring into space, lost in thought for a good part of the afternoon. If Dante and I were still talking, would I tell him what I saw today? Probably. Should I try to tell him now? Maybe. But he'd probably just think I was making up excuses to see him. So, would I be? I honestly don't know. But I do know my mind is going into journalist mode overdrive over what just happened back there with Dominic. I want to find out what that altercation was about, just to satisfy my own curiosity. And also, maybe just a little bit, because he's Dante's brother. I go back and forth, my mind ping-ponging all afternoon with arguments for and against letting the whole thing drop altogether. When the workday is over, I make my decision, almost without even realizing I'm doing it. I poke my head into Frank's office to tell him goodbye, and then head out into the late afternoon sunshine. I get out my cell phone and punch in Savannah's number. "Vanna," I begin when she answers, "please don't ask me any questions about this. But do you happen to know where the Lords of Carnage have their clubhouse?"
Chapter 25. Dante. It's been over 3 fucking weeks since I last saw Tori, and I still can't get her face out of my goddamn head. I haven't been able to touch any of the club girls. I've barely slept, except for when I drink enough to pass out for a while. Yesterday, even ugly-ass Yoda told me I look like hell. Staying away from Tori has been the hardest thing I've done in my goddamn life. I mean, yeah, I'm in love with her. Fuck my life. She's the only woman I've slept with more than once or twice. I just didn't realize how fucking attached I'd gotten to her. But every time I think about calling her or just showing up unannounced on her doorstep, I think about Cindy and how that could have been Tori on the back of my bike. How she could have been killed because she was with me, in the wrong place, at the wrong time. As pissed as I was about her not telling me about her heart condition, I can't put her life at risk by being with me. Nothing else has happened at the club since Mal and Cindy's accident. All the lords have been on edge, waiting for the next shoe to drop. But that's starting to calm down a little. Mal's still pretty banged up, and it's a miracle he wasn't hurt worse. But the guilt that he wasn't the one killed is eating at him for sure. Cindy didn't deserve to die, Mal mutters gloomily at me one night at the clubhouse. We're racing to the bottom of a bottle of Jack. Gage and Rourke are there with us. Gage's old lady, Bailey, is sitting on his lap. We're gonna find out the exact people who did this, brother, I promise him. And they're gonna pay hard for what they did. Shit. Mal barely hears me. She died because she was hanging out with me. I should just stay far away from women who ain't club girls. Lainey, Rourke's old lady, comes over to us from the bar, a beer in her hand.
What about if you find a woman you're serious about, Mal?
She asks, settling into a chair next to Rourke.
You can't tell me you'd push a woman away if you were in love with her.
Hell yes, I would, he spits out bitterly. I'm not going to be responsible for pulling a woman into this life. Mal glances toward Rourke, then to Gage, suddenly realizing what he's said. Sorry, brothers. I don't mean it like that.
Yes, you do,
Bailey cuts in. Her voice is gentle as she looks at Mal.
And I understand why you'd say that. But Mal, you're forgetting something.
What's that? He frowns.
That we women make the choice to be in this life.
Mal pauses, momentarily subdued. Some choice, he mutters then, reaching for the bottle of Jack.
It is,
Lainey pipes up. Her dark hair swings around her face as she nods in agreement with Bailey.
Look, Mal, I understand. We're all upset about Cindy. She was a great person. I know you blame yourself for what happened to her, but surely you know that's crazy, right? Would you blame Dante if he was the one who had Cindy on the back of his bike when you got ambushed?
Mal stares at me. I see his eyes flicker, and he looks down. No. Lainey presses on.
And you shouldn't. See, each one of you men has made a choice to be a part of this club. You knew what you were getting into, and you made the decision with your eyes open.
She nods once.
Well, so do we. Rourke tried to warn me, I promise,
she continues, laying her head on his shoulder. Rourke reflexively wraps an arm around her.
He told me about the risks. Yes, this life is hard sometimes. Yes, we know our men are in danger, but we also know the men of this club would lay down their lives to protect each other. And us.
Lainey looks around the room.
This club is closer to me than my own family. The love and loyalty I've been shown here are like nothing I've ever known. And I know they're unconditional.
Lainey's voice goes soft.
That, and being with Rourke, that's a choice I've never regretted making. Not for 1 second. No matter what. What she said,
Bailey agrees.
I feel exactly the same way.
She glances lovingly at Gage.
Plus, not only does my daughter have a daddy who's more there for her than her actual father ever has been, she also has a dozen or so Lords of Carnage uncles who are teaching her to be a total badass.
I'm listening to this whole exchange, my mind going in all directions. It ain't Mal's fault about Cindy, and I can see what Bailey and Lainey mean. I know they both chose to be old ladies, and I've seen the way Gage and Rourke look at them. Knowing the way they are together, it doesn't seem like the wrong decision. And Gage and Rourke are better men for having those women in their lives. But when I think about Tori, all I can see is something happening to her. And as much as I miss her, I think it would kill me if she ever got hurt because of me. Earth to fucking Dante. Jesus, man, are you in there? I look up to find Axel staring down at me. He snorts out a chuckle. Shit, you must be further into that bottle than you look. Nah, I was just thinking about something. I shift in my seat. What's up? You know where Dom is? Axel gestures toward the door. He was supposed to be by with the truck a while ago to pick up a shipment for us. He hasn't shown up yet. I stand up with a grunt. You tried calling him? Not yet. I pull my phone out of my pocket and punch Dom's number. He doesn't answer. That's fucking weird, I grumble. You want me to track him down? Axel considers my question. Nah, not yet. We can wait another hour or so. See if he shows. After that, I might have you go out and look for him. Axel goes back down the hall toward his office. I stand there for a minute in silence, pushing down my irritation at my brother. God damn it, Dom. You better not be fucking up. Suddenly I'm feeling restless as hell. Setting my shot glass down on the table, I grunt an excuse to my brothers and head downstairs to the basement gym. I need to burn off some steam, and if I stay around people right now, I'll probably end up punching someone. I crank up the stereo in the gym to top volume and start pounding out bench presses, curls, and pull-ups until I'm bathed in sweat and breathing hard. Slipknot, Megadeth, and Rage Against the Machine power my fury and keep me from thinking about anything but my next rep. The music is so loud that I can't hear anything else, which is why I almost missed the first blast. Until I realize the shaking of the basement walls isn't my imagination. The music is still pounding as I run up the stairs, just in time to hear the next thud, halfway between a gunshot and a sonic boom. The brothers upstairs are on their feet. The women are screaming at each other to take cover. "It's the garage!" Rourke roars. "It's a pop!" The explosion cuts him off. The next one comes immediately after, striking something hard with a dull thud, then another. A millisecond later, there's a loud roar and a flash of light. Fuck, they hit the fuel tank. We all bolt for the front door just in time to see a plume of flame coming from the far side of the garage. The building itself has the bay door blown off and splintered. After the initial boom of the gas tank blast, the explosions stop. Through the crack of the flames, I register the sound of engines moving away. "Jesus Christ!" Axel roars. "Check the garage, see if anyone's hurt. Rourke, with me!" Rourke and Axel sprint off to their bikes. Seconds later, they peel out in the direction of the engines. It's a fucking miracle no one is seriously hurt. A couple of the prospects have minor injuries, and Ranger has some glass shards lodged in his arm. But other than that, everyone's okay. The back of the garage, on the other hand, is pretty fucked. Somehow we get the gas fire under control without the fire department being called. Axel and Rourke come back, looking grim. "No luck," Rourke grits out. "Fuckers got away before we could catch them." Seconds later, Yoda comes over to us. He raises a cylindrical object. "Fucking grenade launcher." He nods at the casing. 40 millimeter. "God damn it," Axel seethes. "This was a message more than anything. Got to be Los Caballeros. They know where we are, and they want us to know it." He looks from me to Rourke. "Dante, get hold of Dom and tell him we're going to need to reschedule the pickup. We can't risk that Los Caballeros have been watching us enough to know he's involved. Tell all the lords to watch their six and their families. This was a warning, but it ain't going to be the end of it." When I get hold of Dom a few minutes later, he picks up right away. He says he's on his way to the clubhouse. I tell him to hold off, per Axel's orders. I spend a couple of hours helping the men with the beginnings of cleanup. But when we break for the day, instead of going back to the clubhouse, I decide to head home. I need to think and to clear my head. It takes everything I have in me not to point my bike in the direction of Tori's place.
Chapter 26. Tori. When Savannah tells me the Lords of Carnage own a garage called Ironwood Car and Truck Repair on the south side of town, I know I have my way to get a closer look at Dante's club. I have no idea what I'm looking for or what I think I'm going to learn from going to where the Lords of Carnage do their business. I'd have to be stupid to think the garage is the only thing they have their hands in. But I can't let that scene with Dom and those rough-looking strangers go until I have at least investigated a little bit. I'll be honest, this is the most interesting lead I've worked on since I moved to Ironwood, which means it's the most interesting lead I've ever worked on. Too bad it's never going to translate into a story. I'd never write anything exposing Dante or his club, no matter what I find out. We may not have ended on the best of terms, but I care about him much more than that.
We'll return to the story soon. But for now, let the music help you slow down and feel present. This free audiobook is made with care.
I think I might have even been on the verge of falling in love with him. I don't know the first thing about cars, except how to open up the oil reservoir to add another quart. The first thing I do is spend about an hour on YouTube looking for ways to create a car problem that's serious enough to need fixing, but not so serious that I can't drive my car to the garage, or that will cost an arm and a leg to repair. I finally chance on the perfect scenario: a broken compressor belt on the air conditioner. Easy enough to cut the belt with a strong pair of scissors and remove it. If I'm lucky, the mechanic will probably just assume it broke on its own and that it's lying in the road somewhere. I find a video that shows how to replace an air conditioner belt on my Honda Civic and watch the beginning a couple of times, so I make sure I'm not going to cut some other belt by mistake. Then I go outside, pop my hood, and do the deed. I get in my car and turn on the ignition. The warm blast of the fan hits me through the vents and doesn't get cooler. Success. Still sitting in the driver's seat, I look up the number for Ironwood Car and Truck Repair and make an appointment for the next day. When I get to the address, I see a chain-link fence around a large compound. To the right, there's a building that's obviously the garage. The bay doors are open, and at least one car is up on a lift. Men are milling around, some holding tools. To the left of the garage, there's an area that looks like it has been the scene of a recent fire. A pile of half-melted tires sits next to what used to be a large propane tank or something like it. The ground around the tank is scorched and black. My brows knit together, wondering what happened. Across the cement lot on the other side is a larger building. It looks like a big warehouse, except for a small front door and more windows than warehouses usually have. I wonder if that's the Lords of Carnage clubhouse. As I watch it, a couple of men in leather vests that look like Dante's come out of the door and head over to a row of Harleys to their left. I pull closer toward a large gate in the fence, more than 2 car widths wide. The gate is standing wide open, but it's guarded by a large 20-something guy with a receding hairline, layered with tattoos. He's got a leather vest on similar to the one Dante wears, but with fewer patches. One on his left pec is one that announces Prospect. Driving slowly, I stop my car even with him and say through my open window, "I have an appointment to get my car fixed." I'm weirdly nervous, even though technically I'm not lying. The guy with the Prospect patch scrutinizes me for a second, and then gives me a broad grin that clashes oddly with his leather and tattoos. "Go on in," he tells me, motioning toward the garage. "Just pull up behind one of the bays and one of the guys will take care of you. There's a waiting room through that door for maxin' and relaxin' while they're fixin' your car." Okay, thanks," I reply and do as he says. Once I've stopped my car just outside the garage and put it in park, it occurs to me for the first time that I might easily run into Dante here. Something I frankly do not want to do. The last thing I need is for him to think I'm some sort of stalker. A man comes out to check me in, and thankfully I don't recognize him. I tell him my air conditioning seems to be out, give him my keys, and scurry to the waiting room that the Prospect indicated. It's almost deserted except for a bald 50-something man with a long ponytail reading the paper. He barely looks up at me, and I give him a nod and take a seat by the windows that look out onto the side yard. From here, I have a better view of the fire damage to the large tank and the half-melted tires. The area is pretty tidy otherwise, which leads me to conclude the fire was probably a recent event. I stare off into space for a while, watching people come and go from the main door of what I've concluded is their clubhouse. None of them is Dante, thankfully. Except for the guard at the main gate, no one seems to be paying much attention to who's coming and going. After a few more minutes, I stand up nonchalantly and go outside. Even though I'm the only woman in sight, I'm pretty much ignored, at least for the moment. I wander around a little, making a show of stretching my legs and being careful not to go too far. I don't want any of the bikers to see me and get suspicious of what I'm doing here. I saunter over to the burned-out tank, checking it out while pretending I'm not really checking it out. The first thing I notice is that there's actually a sizable hole blown into it, like it's been shot by a huge bullet or something. It's really odd and more than a little alarming. I don't see how that could have been made by anything except for something really powerful being aimed at it. My God. What if Dante had been close to that thing when it blew? He could have been burned to a crisp, or worse. My brain flashes on a horrible image of him in a hospital bed, third-degree burns all over his body, writhing in agony. I squeeze my eyes shut and squinch up my face, forcing myself to think of something else. "You looking for something?" A deep, suspicious-sounding voice makes my eyes fly open in alarm. Heart pounding, I turn around to see a large, stone-faced Lord of Carnage staring down at me. In a haze of adrenaline, I realize I've seen him before. He was the one who was with Dante and his brother Dom that day in the parking lot. Ranger, I think his name was, or something like that. "Hi!" I bleat like an idiot. "No, not at all. I'm just waiting for my car to be fixed. The air conditioner's out. Anyway, I just got sick of waiting around in the waiting room, so I decided to come out here and stretch my legs." I pull in a deep breath, then nod at the gas tank. Gosh, that must have been scary when that blew, huh? Ranger's eyes flick toward the tank, then back at me. He moves his large body one step to the side, effectively blocking my path. He doesn't say anything, but he doesn't have to. His message is clear. This area off limits. "Anyway," I say hastily, "I have some phone calls to make. I guess I'll head back inside." Ranger's gaze doesn't waver. "You do that." Giving him a too-wide, awkward grin, I spin on my heels and start to head back toward the waiting room. Just as I do, the sound of an engine catches my attention over toward the gate. The prospect guarding the entrance steps aside and raises his hand in a one-finger wave at a truck pulling into the lot. It's Dom's refrigerator truck. Ducking my head before he can see me, I go back inside and quickly perch back at my seat by the window. I watch as he drives past, his familiar face just visible through the windshield. He drives through the lot, passing Ranger and the gas tank and tire pile, then keeps going toward the back until I can't see it anymore. I strain my ears to listen as the sound of his engine gets softer, then eventually cuts out. The bald guy with the ponytail glances over at me. I pull my phone out and make a show of checking my messages. A few minutes later, a different engine starts up off in the distance and grows louder. I glance out the window out of the corner of my eye and see a black SUV coming back out from where the refrigerator truck went in. I think it's the same SUV I saw in Dante's driveway that first day, when I was there to interview Mildred and Eddie. Sure enough, when it comes closer, it's Dom in the driver's seat, one elbow poking out of the rolled-down window. The prospect waves him on as he turns right out of the lot and disappears. I lean back in my chair, trying to figure out why alarm bells are going off in my head. It's not so much that there might be something shady going on here. As far as I'm concerned, whatever the Lords of Carnage does to make money is its own private business. Frank has made it clear he has no interest in making the Ironwood Post-Gazette's reputation as a hard-hitting investigative journalism paper. Even if I managed to land a scoop of epic proportions, I'd have to shop the resulting piece to other news sources if I ever wanted to have a hope of selling it. And even if I might have wanted to once, hurting Dante and his club is the last thing I want to do, even now. But there's something that just feels off about all of this. Dominic was incredibly nervous about me seeing him with those men the other day. And I don't think it was because I'm a reporter. Something tells me it had more to do with Dante. Like Dominic wouldn't have wanted his older brother to know who he was talking to. It could all be my imagination. But by the time the red-headed bearded mechanic comes to tell me my car is ready, my decision is made. "You wouldn't happen to know if Dante is here today, would you?" I ask him as he runs my credit card. Nope, haven't seen him today. The bearded man grunts. You need to leave him a message or something? No, that's okay. I'll catch him later. The air conditioning fires right up when I turn on my car, greeting me with a welcome cool blast. I put the Civic in gear, not at the prospect at the front gate, and pull off in the same direction I saw Dominic heading, toward Dante's house. My anxiety level starts to rise as I get closer to Dante's address. I have no idea what I'm going to do when I get there. First step, I guess, is to see whether Dominic's SUV is there. If it is, I guess I'm just going to drive on. But if it's not? Then I think I'm going to try to talk to Dante about everything I've seen in the last couple of days, which means I'll have to tell him I was at the garage just now, which means I may be about to make a giant fool of myself. When I pull into Dante's Street, I slow way down, not wanting to be seen before I make any decisions on what I want to do. I pull over and park in the shade behind a large, rusted-out pickup truck about half a block away on the other side of the street. Peering toward his house, the first thing I notice is that the black SUV isn't there. The second thing I notice is that Mildred and Eddie are in their yard. I climb out of the driver's seat and approach them first, grateful for the small measure of cover it gives me. Mildred is sitting on the old metal lawn chair, her generous thighs spilling over the sides in her house dress. A pair of worn flip-flops with plastic daisies on them adorn her feet. She says something to Eddie, and the two of them give me a big wave in unison. "We liked that story you wrote," Mildred says to me as I approach. "Lots of folks from town come over to see the apparition once it come out." I'm glad it was a hit. I smile. We got a lot of emails about it, too. "We bought a bunch of copies of the paper." Eddie jumps in. "Took 'em with us to the family reunion." "Everyone was real impressed," Mildred agrees. "Ain't nobody else in our family ever been in the paper except for the obituaries and like that." I glance down at the lawn and notice that the Jesus apparition is no longer there. I decide not to say anything about it. "You come to do a follow-up story?" Mildred asks. I smile. "Not today, I'm afraid. I just came over to ask your neighbor a question." I incline my head toward Dante's house. "Ain't seen him today, but that don't mean much. We keep different hours." "Good to know. Well, I guess I'll just go over and knock, see if I have any luck." Mildred nods. "You take care of yourself now." "I will. You too." I tromp across the yard, feeling a strange pang of connection to the weirdness that is Ironwood. Over at Dante's, I find myself taking in the scene as I approach the house. I've never been here before. The closest I've come was that first day at Mildred and Eddie's. The house itself is simple but in good condition. Landscaping is minimal. The lawn is neatly trimmed, though. The garage door is down, so I don't know whether Dante's motorcycle is here or not. I walk up the front steps, anxious as hell and second-guessing myself the whole way. As I get closer, I see there's a hand-lettered sign taped up on his screen door. "Go the fuck away." In spite of how tense I'm feeling, I let out a snort of laughter. Charming. I ignore the warning and knock on his door, trying not to let my nerves get the better of me. I wait for 10 seconds, then 20. I knock again. No answer. Well, so much for this. I trudge back down the steps, half relieved, half disappointed. Maybe this was a bad idea anyway. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise that he's not here. But I'm not the type who's much good at letting something go once I've started down a particular path. Now that I've decided I need to talk to Dante, I know it's going to keep eating at me until I can track him down. The only question is how. Besides the clubhouse and his house, I don't know much about his routine. And calling him just seems like the wrong approach. Seems like he'd see it's me calling and refuse to answer. And I don't want to leave a message about this. It feels like I need to talk to him in person. I need to be looking at his face to decide what to say and how to say it. I'm so preoccupied with my thoughts that I'm not very aware of my surroundings as I drive home. That's the only explanation I can come up with later for why I never noticed the car that must have been following me at least since I left the Lords of Carnage clubhouse. Back at my place, I park in my usual spot in the driveway. I grab the mail from the box to the right of my front door. Flipping through the envelopes, I go inside, intending to make myself some dinner and figure out what my next move should be. The doorbell rings a couple of minutes later. Butterflies explode in my chest as I wonder whether there's any possibility it could be Dante. Maybe Mildred and Eddie told him I was at his house looking for him. For some reason, it doesn't cross my mind that Dante always knocks. I jump up from the couch and grab the knob, flinging it open to reveal no one. "Hello?" I call out. I push open the screen door and step out onto the empty porch. Leaning over, I take a glance at my driveway, but the only vehicle in it is mine. In the street, though, is a car I recognize instantly. A jolt of fear hits me as I see it parked there. The metallic sedan. My stomach clenches. I move to turn and rush back inside when a rough, steel-strong arm clamps around my neck. I'm pulled backwards, knocking me off my feet and dragged back toward the door. The hard barrel of what has to be a gun pokes me roughly in the kidney, making me gasp in pain with what little breath I have left. As I'm jerked backwards into the house, a low, angry voice snarls in my ear. "You didn't fool us with your know-nothing act, bitch. You're gonna tell us what the fuck your game is, or else you're gonna die. The choice is yours." I can't respond. I can't breathe, can't think. My hands go to my throat, and I start to claw at the man's arm, desperate for air. For a second, one of my feet lands firmly on the ground, and I use the unexpected purchase to kick backward with my other foot. My heel connects hard, landing a blow to my assailant's shin. He yells out in pain, his mouth so close to my eardrum that it feels like it could shatter. I flinch, twisting my head away instinctively from the sound. The gun barrel leaves my ribcage. Before I can register why, a sharp blast of agony hits the side of my head. I sink into darkness, punctuated by lightning bolts of pain.
Chapter 27. Dante. It's days later and Dom's been basically AWOL since before the bomb blast at the garage. Deliveries have been canceled for the next few days, so where he is or what he's doing ain't my concern for now. Besides, it's goddamn nice having him out of my space. I'm no neat freak, but that fucker is a tornado to live with. He leaves a goddamn path of destruction in his wake wherever he goes. After living with him for a while, I'm starting to hear my ma's voice in my head from my childhood, yelling at him to pick up after himself. Since I have the house to myself for a little while, I haven't been hanging around the clubhouse as much the past few days. One downside of spending more time alone is my thoughts keep going back to Tori. I don't know why I thought it would be easy enough to get over her. I've never been in love with any woman before, though, so this is new territory for me. But it's like she's taken up residence inside my head. I can't get rid of her. And the more I think about her, the more I start arguing with myself about whether maybe, just maybe, there's a way for me to be with this woman and still keep her safe from the danger that surrounds an outlaw MC. I'm out in my garage in the afternoon doing a needless tune-up on my bike when I get a call from my brother, Anthony, in Cleveland. We don't talk all that much, so I'm not about to let the call roll to voicemail. I'm on instant alert when I press the answer key. "Anthony, what's up? Anything wrong?" He chuckles. "Can't a guy call his brother just for the hell of it?" "A guy? Sure." "A D'Agostino brother? Not likely." "Yeah, well, I guess you got me there. In a way. I do have something to talk to you about. But first things first, how you doing? Everything good?" "Sure. You?" "Yeah, okay." That's what counts as an in-depth emotional conversation for us. "So what's up?" I ask again, cutting to the chase. "So," he begins trailing off for a second. You hear anything from Dominic lately? I open my mouth to reply, but he continues. On second thought, maybe I don't want to know the answer to that. Why not? What's up? Well, here's the thing. I hear rustling noises on the other end, then the burr and click of a lighter being fired up. Anthony inhales, then blows out. Word on the street here in Cleveland is that Dom fucked up with an organization up here. I'm not exactly sure what went down, but my source told me there was money involved. The story is, Dom owed money to them, he skipped town, and they've been looking for him ever since. Fuck. God damn it. I knew I should have pushed Dom harder when he showed up here in Ironwood. I should have tried harder to find out the real reason he came here. If Anthony's right, Dom must have come back to town to hide out. In my fucking house. In my club's fucking territory. Yeah, Anthony's voice is wry. I just heard about this, by the way. Dom and me, we ain't been in touch much in a while, but I thought I should call the rest of the brothers to let you know what's going on, just in case he shows up on your doorstep. I consider his words. But you ain't asking whether he has showed up on my doorstep. Anthony pauses. No, I'm not, he says, slowly and deliberately. Okay, then I ain't answering. Okay, you take care of yourself, brother. You too. I hang up and stare off into space for a few moments. The fact that Dom's been incommunicado for a couple of days now seems like it might mean something's up. I wonder if I should be worried. Frowning, I stare down at the screen and hit Dom's number. It goes straight to voicemail. Dom, I bark into the receiver. Call me as soon as you get this. I mean it. I send him a text with the same message. After waiting a couple minutes, there's no response, and no indication he's seen it. God damn it. I shove my phone into my pocket and go inside. I stomp through the kitchen, then down the hall to Dom's room. The door is shut because I hate looking at his goddamn pigsty, but I don't hesitate to shove it open and go in. There's shit all over the place, as usual. A small mountain of dirty laundry in one corner, bed tossed all to shit, every dresser drawer half open. You'd think a goddamn teenager lived in here. Christ, every available surface has shit piled on top of it. Except one. The small desk under the window is completely free of clutter. The surface is pristine, except for one object placed squarely in the middle of it. It's a burner phone, plugged into a charger cord. And it's in such a prominent position, right out in the damn open, it seems like there has to be a reason Dom left it here. Some reason he made it so visible by being on the only clean surface in the room. I pick it up and press the button for the home screen. It's locked. I don't get it. Maybe Dom didn't mean for the thing to be found after all. Why would he have it locked if he had? Unless he wanted to make sure the wrong person didn't get access to what's inside. A skilled hacker could break in, of course. Yoda could have this thing open in minutes. But the lock code would at least slow someone down. The only question is, who did he want to slow down? And who did he want to get in? I try a couple of passcodes. Dom's birthday, his middle name. Fuck, I even try our ma's name. Nothing works. I'm about to get on my bike and take the thing to the clubhouse to find Yoda when one final idea hits me. I type it in. D-A-N-T-E. The home screen lights up. Jesus. Dom did mean for me to find this thing. Christ, I wonder how long it's been sitting here. Did he put it here just in case? Or did he do it knowing that eventually he'd need my help with whatever the fuck is going on? There's not much on the phone. Just a couple of apps on the first screen and a contact list that's empty, except for one phone number. I try to call it, but the number goes to a line that's been disconnected. Dom must have thought it was possible someone else would get to this phone before I did. Whatever my brother wanted me to see, it's well hidden. Fuck, Dom, you gotta give me something to go on here. Frustrated, I look through every corner of the phone I can think of. I'm almost ready to give up when one last app that I haven't looked at catches my eye. It just looks like a map app, but I click on it anyway. It's a GPS app, one of those find your phone things, looks like. A cursor is blinking, so it's hooked up to another phone out there somewhere. I zoom out so I can get a better idea of the location. If the cursor is hooked up to Dom's phone, he's not in Ironwood. Or at least his phone isn't. Shit. I gotta go talk to the club about this. In minutes, I'm flying into the Lords of Carnage compound on my bike. I barely get the kickstand down before I'm running inside and yelling Axel's name. He, Rourke, Ranger, and Bama come into the main room at the sound of my voice. Yoda emerges from his computer command center a few seconds later. I fill them all in on everything I've learned in the last half hour. I don't know who's looking for Dom, I conclude, but I'll call my brother Anthony back and ask him to tell me everything he knows. He's bound to have more info than he told me. Axel nods. You do that. We don't want to go in there cold. We gotta know as much as we can about who this is. How many men they got. What we're likely to find when we get there. I nod, knowing Axel's right. I turn to Yoda and pull the burner phone from my pocket. Here, I don't know if there's anything else you can get off this thing, but give it your best shot. Will do. He takes it from me and goes back into his Yoda hole. Just then, Ranger speaks up with a frown. Hey, I know this ain't really related, but that chick you been banging, Tori? I push down the rush of anger that wells up inside me at the way he talks about her. Now at the time. Yeah, I grit out. She was here a couple of days ago. What do you mean, here? Here. He lifts his chin toward the door. She was at the garage getting her car worked on. But I caught her sniffing around outside. She tried to act all casual about it, but she was definitely trying to check the place out. He quirks a brow. Come to think about it, she was here when Dom came back here to drop his truck off and get his SUV. She left just a couple minutes after he did. That's fucking weird. I've never brought Tori here to the clubhouse. I didn't think Tori even knew the club had a garage. Pretty sure I never mentioned it. I can't see any reason why she would have come here to get her car repaired, except if she was snooping around for some reason, like Ranger said. What was wrong with her car? I ask. Ranger shrugs. Go ask Rogue. I think he was the one that worked on it. I find Rogue in the back office of the garage, taking care of some paperwork. He tells me Tori came in because her AC wasn't working. Compressor belt was gone, but it was fucked up. I couldn't figure out how the belt was in that bad a shape that it would have just fallen off when the rest of the car was in pretty good condition. Fuck. I don't like this. Tori sure as hell doesn't seem like some crazy stalker. I'd be inclined to just let this go, except for what Ranger said about her being here when Dom was. Thanks, brother. I leave the garage and go out into the courtyard. I try to call Tori, but get no answer. A text to her goes unread. I'm on my bike again before I can second-guess myself. In minutes, I'm at Tori's place, pounding on the door. Moments later, her roommate Savannah opens the door.
Do you know what Tori is?
She asks me breathlessly before I can say anything.
I've been trying to get a hold of her, but she doesn't answer her phone. I don't think she slept here last night either. This isn't like her.
Fuck. There's something wrong. Really wrong. I don't know what the fuck it is. But something tells me that wherever Dom is, Tori's involved in it too.
Chapter 28. Tori. Tori. A voice whispers at me urgently. Tori, wake up. My head is pounding so hard it takes a few seconds for me to realize there's not actually someone hitting it with a hammer. I shut my eyes tight against the pain, trying to breathe through it and not cry out. Tori, the man rasps again. Talk to me. Come on. I don't recognize the voice at first, though it sounds somehow familiar. I can't remember where I am or why my head hurts so much. I suck in a shaky breath and try to open my eyes, but even that sends a slice of agony through my brain. I fight through the haze and try not to lose consciousness again. Dimly, I wonder whether my skull is broken. "That's it. Open your eyes," the voice urges. "Show me you're awake. Come on, Tori. You gotta do this." With more effort than I thought possible, I force open my lids just enough to see through the slits. My eyes struggle to focus on a man's face. He's tilted sideways, and he's staring at me from under heavy, dark brows. "Thank fuck," he exhales when he sees my eyes are open. "Okay, talk to me, babe. Tell me you can understand what I'm saying." I open parched lips, trying to force a word past my closed-up throat. "Dominic?" I choke out. He nods, his head bobbing back and forth sideways. "Good deal. You're less out of it than I thought," he whispers. "Why are you—" I start to ask, and then realize he's not sideways, I am. As my mind struggles to work around the pain, my body suddenly begins to reorient itself, and I understand I'm lying on my right side on something hard and scratchy. My right arm is pinned underneath me, asleep from the fingers up to the elbow. Once I notice it, the lack of sensation starts to draw my attention away from my head. I move just enough that my arm begins to become painful. Groaning, I reach across myself with my left arm and put my hand on the scratchy surface in an attempt to push myself up to a sitting position. But as soon as I start to put force on that hand, a new explosion of pain ricochets off my skull. "What is wrong with me?" I moan, closing my eyes against the pain again. "Shh, not so loud." Dominic hushes me. "You got hit hard on the head. You probably have a concussion." My arm's asleep. I pant. "The one under me. Help me get off of it. It hurts." Dominic leans forward and takes hold of my right shoulder, lifting me slowly, gently, into something like a sitting position. It makes my head pound even harder. Blinking, I struggle to make sense of my surroundings. It seems like I'm in a bedroom or something, in an old musty house. I'm sitting on a stained, knobby upholstered couch that's sort of a faded teal color. It's the only piece of furniture in the room. As my senses adjust, I catch an acrid whiff of stale urine. My ankles are bound together with duct tape. For some reason, my hands aren't tied. Where am I? Why are you here? I grimace, peering at Dominic, who's kneeling on the floor in front of the couch. He purses his lips and glances away. "Things have gotten kind of out of control," he murmurs, refusing to look at me. "I'm going to keep you safe, though, I promise." Safe from what? From somewhere in the house, a door slams. It sounds like it's below us. We must be on the second floor. "Look," Dominic mutters, standing. "I'll tell you later. For right now, just try to stay awake and alert. I'll be back in a little while." He strides hurriedly out of the room, leaving me alone in the silence. A telltale click lets me know I've been locked in. Now that I'm alone without Dominic to focus on, the aches in my head and body seem to get worse. With them comes a mounting terror that I'm in a situation I might not make it out of alive. I can't figure out where we are or why Dominic is here, why he's holding me captive, and who else he's working with. It can't be Dante. I can't imagine that for a second. Dante would never hurt me like this, or put me in danger. He'd have no reason to, anyway. I struggle to make sense of everything that's happened. With difficulty, I sort of remember being grabbed and hit on the head. I can't think where I was when it happened, though. The whole thing has a fuzzy quality of a nightmare. I'm not sure whether I'm remembering things or whether my mind is inventing it all. But then one distinct memory flashes clear and distinct in my mind. The metallic sedan outside my house. The men who took me are the ones I saw Dominic with that day when I was lost. Dominic is one of them. My whole body aches. My throat is like sandpaper. I've never been as thirsty as I am right now, but I have to make myself focus on something else. I have to keep myself calm and try to get ready for any possible chance I might have to get out of here. Slowly, agonizingly, I bend down and feel for the duct tape around my ankles. It hurts to bend over like this, makes the throb in my head more insistent, but I try like hell to ignore it. I'm not strong enough yet to try to rip off the tape, so instead I try to feel the slight ridge that will indicate the end of the tape, hoping I can pry that up with a nail and unwind it instead. But try as I might, I can't find it. I try for what feels like at least 5 minutes, then fall back against the back of the couch, exhausted by my efforts. I close my eyes and try to concentrate on my breathing to calm myself. I inhale deeply, then exhale, then repeat. Once, twice, 3 times. It seems to help calm my heartbeat, and even my head starts to hurt a little less. Okay, good. Maybe. Footsteps out in the hallway startle me. I tense, trying to prepare myself mentally for whatever's next. A key turns in the lock, and the door opens. It's Dominic again. I let out the breath I was holding, even though I'm only slightly relieved. Dominic is the enemy, after all. I can't let myself trust him. Can't let my guard down. "You doing better?" he asks. I shrug. "You mean other than the fact that I'm being held against my will and I probably have a concussion? I've seen better days." "Tori, there's no time for joking around." He frowns at me in frustration. "I need to know how strong you are, whether you're capable of fighting back if you have to." "Why?" I challenge. "So you can tell them they need to tie my hands too? Maybe strap me down and gag me?" "No. What?" He looks startled. "I'm trying to figure out how to get you out of here." "You expect me to believe that? I saw you with them," I accuse. "You forget that. And now here you are, holding me hostage." I shake my head. "You're not on my side, Dominic." "Yes, I am. And yes, I admit I was with them, but I'm trying to help you. Tori, you are in a dangerous spot right now. You've got to listen to me or you'll never make it out of here alive. They're going to use you to get to the Lords of Carnage." "What? Why?" "Because they know you're with Dante." "But I'm not with Dante." I cry, then wince because I'm being too loud and because my own voice hurts my head. "We're not together, Dominic," I hiss. "He basically dumped me. I haven't seen him in weeks. I don't know why these men think they can use me to get to him, but they're wrong. But if I thought that information would do anything to help my cause, I quickly find out I'm dead wrong." "You better hope they don't figure that out," Dominic mutters, fixing me with a hard stare. "Because if they do, they won't have any more use for you." His words send ice through my veins. "Who are they?" I whisper, working hard to shove down the mounting fear inside me. "Dominic, tell me what this is." He swallows. "I don't know who they are exactly. What I do know is who they work for and what they're after. In short, they want to bring down the Lords of Carnage." Dominic pauses. "And they've been using me to get to the club." "What?" I let out a strangled cry. Dominic puts a finger to his lips. "Shh. Look, it's not what I set out to do, okay? And I'm not doing it anymore. Like I said, I'm gonna do what I can to help you get out of here and help Dante in the club." "I don't believe you," I say flatly. "You don't have a choice, Tori," he insists. Frustrated, he blows out a puff of air, then starts speaking quickly, eyes locked on mine. "Look, listen to me. The reason I showed up in Ironwood is I was on the run from some guys I owed money to in Cleveland. Think a branch of the mob. It wasn't a huge amount of money, not for them anyway, so I was hoping they'd let me disappear without working too hard to track me down. I was planning to pay them back the money with the interest I owed them as soon as I could, and then back the hell out of that life for good. Well, they came after me. Dominic shakes his head ruefully. I figured they would probably just rough me up a little. After all, if they offed me, they weren't going to get their money, right? But in the meantime, in the process of tracking me down, they figured out I had a connection to the Lords of Carnage MC. It turns out that connection was even more valuable to them than the money I owed them. Why? Dominic looks like there's a death sentence over his head. These guys have connections to some of the major cartels down south. And I guess one of those cartels is in a turf war with another smaller cartel the Lords do business with. Shit. This is heavy, dangerous stuff. I knew Dante's club was probably involved with things I would rather not know about. And now here I am, in the middle of it all. My head is still pounding, but the thud feels like it's coursing through my whole body. I realize I'm starting to feel panicky. In my chest, my heart does a jittery little dance, and I send up a silent prayer that I won't have an attack. Not now, please, heart. I need you to beat strong. I have to get out of this. So, why do they want me? I ask in a small, petrified voice. They figured out you were with one of the officers, so they're planning to use you for leverage. But I don't mean anything to the club. They don't believe that. You showed up at the meetup I had with them that day. They've seen you with Dante and at his house. And then they saw you at the Lord's clubhouse, too. They've been following me? I gasp. Yeah, and they're convinced you've been spying for the club. But I haven't been, I protest, even as I know it's useless. What do they think I can give them? They think they can use you to lure the club out into the open. I don't know what their plans are after that. They didn't tell me. But I don't understand. Are they using you for that too? After all, you're Dante's brother. Dominic shakes his head. There's a slight tremor in his voice when he speaks. Maybe, but they're wrong. Once Dante realizes how badly I've betrayed him, he'll never defend me. You can't know that, I counter. Yes, I can. And what's more, these men know that too. I'm useless to them. So what are they going to do with me when they realize I can't get them what they want? I hiss. He hesitates. The same thing they'd do with you if you did get them what they want. I'm pretty sure they're planning to kill you either way, he says. And then they'll kill me too.
Chapter 29. Dante. As soon as I'm back inside the clubhouse door, I yell for Axel and Rourke. The prospect in the bar motions toward Yoda's command room, where I find all three of them grouped around one of his monitors. You get anything more off that phone? I ask Yoda, half out of breath. Not much, he says. It's barely been used. Looks to me like Dom bought it just for this one purpose. I nod. That squares with what I was thinking. So, Dom's still missing, and I just figured out, so is this chick I've been seeing. Tori, I tell them. I just talked to her roommate, who says she hasn't seen her in a while. Tori didn't sleep at her place last night, and she's not answering her phone. You think that's got something to do with this? Yoda frowns. I know it sounds crazy, but I think the same people might have taken them. I sure as hell don't know why, though. But Axel doesn't look as surprised as I expect him to. Neither does Rourke. I think you're right, Axel mutters. I gape at him. What? Head into the chapel. I'm calling an emergency meeting. Baffled and alarmed, I do as he says. 3 minutes later, all the lords in the clubhouse are seated around the large table in our chapel. Axel remains standing, looking preoccupied. He bangs the gavel, and as soon as everyone is settled down, he starts to speak. "I've been contacted by the leader of Los Caballeros," he begins. "Holy shit," Mal mutters. "He somehow got through to me on my private number. He called to give me an ultimatum. He warned me there will be an all-out war if the Lords of Carnage don't immediately cut ties with Indio and the Dos Santos cartel and recognize Los Caballeros having the legitimate claim of their turf." "Fuck," Ranger groans. "So here we go. Indio was right." Axel's face is stony, impassive. "Not only that, the Caballeros have taken credit for ambushing Mal and Cindy. They've taken credit for the garage bombing. God fucking damn it, those bastards," Mal hisses. Axel pauses, letting Mal vent, and then continues. "They've also intercepted Dom's truck, which was filled with our last shipment that was supposed to go north to Tanner Springs." "God damn it!" Bama explodes up out of his chair. "I knew that fucker couldn't be trusted." He turns to me, jabbing a vicious finger at my face. "Your piece of shit brother is probably on the take for the Caballeros." "Shut it, Bama," Axel warns. "This ain't the time." "But God damn it, Dante's the one who—" "I don't give a sideways shit," Axel shouts. "Sit your ass the fuck down and shut up. We don't know what the fuck is going on with Dom yet, but right now we don't have time to figure it out. Right now, we focus. Dante's brother's gone missing, and Los Caballeros have him. We're not sure if he's a prisoner or an accomplice, but either way, he's ours, and we're taking him back. And there's one more thing," Axel says, looking at me. "They also have Dante's girlfriend." "Fuck 'em," Bama spits out. "Fuck 'em both. I say we leave both of them to the Caballeros. Let them do whatever the fuck they want with them. Maybe they'll leave us the fuck alone if we do." Ranger snorts. "You're fucking high if you think that. The Caballeros ain't gonna be satisfied with that. We don't have a choice. We gotta get them out. We'll figure out what to do with Dom afterwards. But him and the girl are ours. We take them back." Bama snorts. "Fuck that shit. Dom's a traitor," he yells, waving his arms. "And ain't no gash worth risking our lives for. I say we face fucking reality. The Caballeros—" I'm out of my seat and launching myself at Bama. Before he realizes what's happening, I have him on the ground, my hands wrapped around his throat, choking off his air supply. "You're about to leave this world, Bama," I roar. "And believe me, it's gonna be a fucking pleasure to be the one to do it." "Dante!" Rourke yells. "Back off!" "Not a fucking chance," I yell back, continuing to choke him. "He's wasted too much goddamn air on this planet." A bunch of rough arms yank me back and pull me off Bama. Gasping, he kicks his feet wildly at me, then backs himself against the wall, sucking in air. "Dante!" Axel shouts. "We ain't got time for this. This shit gets settled later. Right now, you want to save your brother and your girl, we gotta move." My prez's words shake me out of it. I know he's right. We have to get to Tori before it's too late. I rear back and spit in Bama's fucking face. "You watch your back, you son of a bitch," I snarl. I turn back to the table and throw myself back into my seat. "Okay, go." Axel looks from me to Bama. Shaking his head in disgust, he turns to Yoda. "The phone," he mutters. Yoda nods once and takes out Dom's burner, pushing it across the table to me. I grab it and hold it up. "Dom left this burner in his room," I announce, waving it in the air. "He left it out in the open for me to find. I know that because he put my name in as the passcode. There's a GPS app on here showing a location for another phone connected to it. I think it's Dom's phone. I think he meant to give me a way to find him in case something happened." For a moment, no one talks as they weigh my words. Finally, Ranger speaks up. "Okay, so we're thinking if that's where Dom is, it's probably where Tori is too. That's the theory. We're going in then." I look at Axel, who nods grimly. "That's the plan. Go in, take out as many of them as we can, pull out Dom and Tori." "And then?" Bama challenges. Axel gives him a hard look. "Then we figure out what Dom's role in this is, and if necessary, the club will decide on consequences." He glances at me and I nod. I know what will have to be done if Dom's found guilty. Meantime, we concentrate on getting them both out, Axel stresses. We don't know how many caballeros there will be at the location, so we gotta be ready. We'll need as many men as we can spare. Yoda, you'll stay here in case we need some tech support. He pauses. Mal, you're staying here too. He nods at Mal's arm, which is still in a cast. Fuck, Mal grumbles. Everyone else, Axel continues, turning back to the rest of us. You're coming with me. He looks around the table. Everyone nods. We're all in. Okay then, get ready to settle up. The caballeros don't know who the fuck they're dealing with, but they just made it personal. His face turns into a malicious grin. Let's go fuck them up.
Chapter 30. Tori. My blood turns to ice. What? I whisper at Dominic, horrified. We have to get you out of here, Tori. I know you don't trust me, but you don't have a choice. He repeats. Tell me, are you strong enough to walk, maybe to run? I don't let myself hesitate. Yes. Okay. He drops to his knees and starts pulling at the duct tape. Where I couldn't even begin to find the edge, he's ripped through a good chunk of it in seconds. Soon my legs are freed. Move your ankles around. Make sure your legs aren't asleep. I do as he says. What's the plan? I ask breathlessly. There isn't one. You run. We hope you get out before they shoot us. Shouldn't we wait for... What? Dominic challenges. I don't know. Dante? My mind screams. But I know it's irrational, crazy, to hope he'll be able to save us. The right moment? I say instead. Maybe, but there's no guarantee there will be one. He frowns, shakes his head. I tried to get a message to Dante, but I thought he'd be here by now. Does he know where we are? I ask, my voice going squeaky with hope. I don't know. Maybe. Dominic pauses, looking somber. But we can't wait for that when there's no way to know. And I don't think they're going to wait much longer to... He cuts himself off before he can finish. I open my mouth to ask him what he was going to say, but a shiver runs down my spine as I realize what I think he means. Why? I whisper. Dominic, why wouldn't they give us back if the Lords do what they say? The Lords aren't going to be intimidated by idle threats, Tori. He pierces me with a look. They don't back down, ever. These guys, they know that. The only shot they have at getting the Lords to do what they want them to is to show the Lords they mean business. Dominic swallows. The only way to show the Lords they mean business is... He trails off, but he doesn't need to finish. So we need to save ourselves, I croak. Dominic nods. How? They think I'm on their side, he breathes. Or at least they think they have enough leverage on me that I won't dare go against them. That's why I'm able to come and go up here. What leverage do they have on you? That doesn't matter. Dominic pushes my question away. The point is, they know I know they'll kill me if I betray them. They've made sure I know that going against them is a death sentence, so they won't expect it. Then how you're going to escape? He cuts me off, nodding toward the window. Now. I'm going to go down there and distract them in the back of the house. There's a guard in the front, just inside the door. But if you're very quiet and careful, you can slip out and down the side. Just be careful as hell not to make any noise, and not to go by any windows. Dominic pauses. We're on the 3rd floor of this house, so it's not going to be easy. But you can do it. 3rd floor. I'm guessing that's why they didn't tie me up as carefully as they could have. But Dominic, when they figure out I'm gone, won't they know you helped me? Don't worry about me. He cuts me off. I'm gonna be fine. But you said they would kill us both. Tori. My name comes out hoarse. He clears his throat. I've done some bad shit. Shit that once the Lords of Carnage find out, they won't be able to excuse. But Dante wouldn't... He shakes his head. It ain't Dante I'm worried about. But I wouldn't blame him for anything, no matter what happened. I've betrayed him, Tori. I betrayed my own brother. His voice goes rough again. At least I can do what I can to save the woman he loves. He doesn't love me, Dominic, I protest. Like hell he doesn't. In spite of everything, Dominic chuckles softly. I'm not sure if he knows it yet, but he's always been a slow learner. He's head over heels for you, babe. And frankly, I think you feel the same way about him. He pauses, looking grim. The best thing I can do right now is to give my big brother a ghost of a chance to figure it out with you. So I'm gonna take my chances here, and you're gonna escape. Got it? Oh my God. We're doing this now? Right now? I lift my hand to my face, noting that it's trembling. Dominic, what if... Don't think, he says urgently. No more what-ifs. Just do it. You can do this, Tori. I suck in a shaky breath. Okay. I'm going downstairs now, locking the door. Give me 60 seconds, then get out of here. I nod, not trusting my voice. Okay. And one more thing. Dominic swallows, then looks at me with piercing eyes. Just in case this all goes south, I want you to give Dante a message for me when you see him. I shake my head, not wanting to believe things could go the direction he's implying, not wanting to believe that he might not make it out of here alive. Tori. His voice is gentle but firm. What's the message? I croak. Dominic hesitates, then glances down at the floor for a second before looking back up at me. Tell him I'm sorry. He leans over and kisses me softly on the cheek. Okay, it's go time. You can do this. No noise, don't get seen. Get to the ground and run like hell. He stands up, turns, and strides quickly across the room, not looking back. Then he's gone. The lock clicks behind him. I start to count to 60, making myself pace out the seconds. As I do, I get up and cross over to the windows. One faces the front and the street below, the other the side of the house. Dominic is right, I'm on the 3rd floor. There's a roof below the front window onto what must be the front porch. If I can drop down to it without being seen or heard, I can probably jump down from there. But I can't imagine how not to land on it without making any noise. And Dominic said there's a guard right inside the door. The side window is a better bet for not being heard. But the jump is straight to the ground. What if I break my leg, or worse? I won't be able to run away. I don't have time to think. On impulse, I grab the lift of the side window and pull it open. It's partly painted shut, but comes loose after a second. I blow out a shaky breath, almost crying with relief. There's a screen, too, but it's ripped, and I grab the ripped piece and pull. It's so old it gives way without too much resistance. I poke my head out just a little bit to look around me. There's no window directly below me. No one inside the house will see me if I jump from here. There's also a large but overgrown bush down and at an angle. I make my decision. As carefully as I can, I ease myself out of the window. The metal of the screen frame digs into the palms of my hands, but I ignore it. When I'm almost through, I lean over, then carefully flip myself onto my stomach. My full weight causes the screen metal to slice into my abs, and I have to stifle a yelp of pain. Pushing myself off, I use all the strength I have in my arms to lower myself as slowly as possible out of the window. My sneakers slip. They find a little traction on the worn siding of the exterior. Inch by inch, I lower myself as far down as I can until I'm hanging off the sill, my fingers aching from the hard metal biting into them. I look down and to my left. The bush looks impossibly far, but I have to try. Quietly, I try to dig my feet into the siding a little, then experimentally swing myself to the right just a bit, letting the momentum carry me back and to the left. One more time, pushing myself right just a little harder. Then, as I swing back to the left, I let go of the sill, push off with my feet, and brace for impact. The jolt of my landing feels like my legs have been sent up through my chest. For a second, all the air is pushed out of my lungs, and I can't breathe. A branch of the bush rips at the flesh of my thigh. I clamp my teeth shut and will myself not to scream, even as a choked gasp rips from my throat. Blindly, I push myself up onto my feet and try to run. Almost instantly, I stumble and fall as a searing pain shoots through my left ankle. I bite back a yowl and fall to the ground. The agony is intense. There's no way I can run or even walk like this. If my ankle isn't broken, it's at least badly sprained. I won't make it 20 feet on foot. Terrified, I go on instinct and drag myself behind the bush. I pull myself into a ball and hug my arms around my knees, being careful not to hurt my injured ankle. I send out a desperate prayer to the universe that I'm invisible from here, or at least unnoticeable. As my breath comes in short, frantic gasps, I stay as still as I can and will myself to calm down. I spend a few precious moments listening for any changes inside. So far, no one has come out of the house. Maybe no one heard my fall after all. Maybe, if I'm lucky, I can figure out another way to get away. Maybe I should crawl? Is there any place close I can crawl to and hide? My eyes dart around, scanning for something, anything that might hide me. Suddenly, a shout from upstairs comes through the open window. Shit. It's an angry male voice, and I don't think it's Dominic's. There's only seconds until someone leans out to see if they can spot me. And if I can see the window, then they can see me behind this bush from above. Without thinking, I lean forward and get on my hands and knees. Scrabbling, I scramble away from the bush as fast as I can along the side of the house, staying close to the foundation. When I get to the back, I see there's a crawl space under the back steps, and I immediately slide into it. Just as I manage to get all the way in, there's more shouting and some bangs that sound like people being slammed into furniture. Then the unmistakable blast of a gunshot. Almost at once, the entire area around the house seems to explode with life. Men in leather vests I immediately recognize appear out of nowhere and swarm the place, guns up and ready to fire. There's a louder explosion right above my head as a bullet hits the back door and splinters it. Shouts from the Lords of Carnage in a sort of code fly fast and furious. I tuck my head in towards my knees, squeeze my eyes shut, and focus on just breathing and willing my heart to not seize. I do my best to ignore the disgusting muck I'm lying in, the masses of cobwebs in the wooden planks above me. I try not to think about whether there are spiders or rats or worse under here with me, which is a little easier than it usually would be, considering I'm mostly just hoping not to get shot. More shouts, more gunfire. I'm whimpering under the back steps, trembling from fear and pain, staring out from the dark, eyes bulging, scanning for any visual signs of what's happening. By now, the neighborhood should be swarming with cops. But from what I saw in my brief look out the windows before I jumped, this seems to be an area where the sound of gunshots isn't all that rare. I hear people yelling, and, oh God, I think just for a second I hear Dante's voice calling my name, but I can't be sure. And it might just be that I'm hoping for it so bad that I'm hearing things, hoping that maybe he's here with the other lords and that the reason has at least a little to do with me. I don't know how long it all lasts. I know it's long enough that the muddy ground I'm lying on has soaked through my clothes. Long enough I've gotten used to the musty odor under here, and I can't smell it any longer. Long enough that when the shooting finally stops, the sudden silence that replaces it seems to ring out louder than the bullets did. I stare out from the darkness onto the patchy weeds of the backyard, my whole body tense. Something's happened. Something's over. But I have no idea who won, or who is still alive, or whether anyone's coming for me, if I'm safe or if I'm in even more danger than before. If I had 2 good legs, I'd get up and run like hell. The urge to flee wells up inside me like a wave. Something brushes against my arm in the dark, and I stifle a scream, shuddering violently, and pull my arm in close. I'm envisioning a rat scurrying through the muck down here, and then I freeze, wondering if sudden movements will aggravate it. I'm fighting a mounting sense of panic, and I know I have to be careful, that if I let it take control, I'll do something stupid. I'll be lost. This space suddenly feels smaller and darker and wetter than before. I'm desperate to climb out, but terrified at what might await me if I'm seen. I'm stuck, paralyzed. My heart starts to pound a little harder in my chest. As I continue to scan the grass for any sign of movement, a sudden loud noise inside the house makes me jump, and I bump my head against a wooden beam. My heart does an erratic little series of skips in response. My breathing gets more labored as I start to cry quietly from pain and desperation. My sobs turn to hiccups, then to gasps. I start to get a little dizzy. Then I realize what's happening. No. I can't be having an attack. My brain cries out stupidly to my body. I don't have my meds. I can't do this. Not now. I start to crumple. The edges of my vision grow spotty like television static snow. My hearing starts to tunnel. I'm not sure if I'm about to faint or something worse. I think voices are coming toward me, but I don't recognize any of them. Don't know if they're friends or enemies. My body, my brain, starts to feel fuzzy, like I'm underwater. I press my hands to my chest, willing my heart to please slow down, to cooperate with me, to help me. Tori! Rough hands pull at me, gripping under my arms and sliding me out from the darkness and muck. I'm too debilitated to resist, too addled to realize at first that someone said my name. Tori! The voice shouts again, louder and more urgent. I look toward it and try to focus, try to make absolutely sure that I'm not dreaming this. But I'm not. It's him. Dante. Relief. Blessed relief and thankfulness make just the tiniest cut in the gray fog that's closing over me. Dante, I want to say, you're here. You came. But all that comes out are wheezes. Shit, Tori, he rasps, alarm showing on his handsome features. Are you having an attack? I try to shake my head no, which is ridiculous because of course I am. I gasp. He shushes me and gathers me up in his arms, holding me to him, rocking me against him. I close my eyes and concentrate on breathing, on his warmth, and how good it feels to be here right now. I try not to think about anything else, about anything bad. I just focus on him, on this, on feeling safe. It's okay. Dante's here. It's okay. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, I feel the constrictions in my chest start to ease up a little. It's like the giant fist that has hold of my heart just loosened its grip ever so slightly. The tunnel of snow at the edges of my vision begins to recede. I open my mouth and take a long, slow breath. Okay, I sigh through my exhale. That's a little better. I feel the muscles in Dante's arms untense a bit. Thank fuck. You had me scared there for a minute. In spite of myself, I let out a small giggle. I had you scared? Hell yes, you did. I giggle again. It's weird to think of you scared. Well, he says huffily, but with a tinge of humor, not that scared. I look up into his face, really seeing him now for the first time. Tears spring to my eyes at how familiar he is, how well I know the scruff of his beard and the black pools of his eyes, his beautiful lips, that are so much softer than you'd think they'd be. For a second, I just want to look at him and do nothing else. But then I see the true concern in his eyes, and I know he's still worried about me. So I do my best to snap myself out of it. How? I suck in more air and try again. How did you find me? Long story about how we found the house, he rumbles, but Rourke saw you crawl from the bush to under the porch. Oh, right. You were there. You were probably already hiding, getting ready to attack the house. God, if I had known the Lords were on the verge of arriving here to save me, what would I have done? Would I still have jumped? Or would I have stayed in that room and been killed by one of the men inside when the ambush started? I stifle a shudder. You have some cobweb in your hair, he murmurs with a slight smile. He reaches up and brushes it away. Then he lowers his hand to my cheek and caresses his thumb gently across my skin. Behind me, someone clears his throat. I look up, and for the first time I realize we aren't alone. Clustered around us are 5 lords, including 2 I recognize. The one called Ranger gives me a grim smile. Glad you made it out, he remarks. You jump from up there? He points to the window. I nod. You jump into that bush to break your fall? Ranger asks. I start to ask him how he guessed, but then I look down and realize my arms are cut to ribbons from the branches. Yeah. That's a guts, he says approvingly. Or stupidity, I retort. But his flattery gives me a warm little glow inside. We should get you out of here, Dante breaks in, his voice turning more businesslike. You feeling better? You think you can ride on the back of my bike? I take a moment to evaluate. I think so, but I'm pretty sure my ankle's broken. No problem, I'll carry you. Dante shifts his weight, then scoops me up in his arms like I'm no heavier than a pillow. I'm sure I smell terrible from being under the porch and my clothes are still muddy and wet, but he pays no attention. He lifts his chin wordlessly at the other lords and they drift away, some toward the house, some coming with us. Dante tells me their bikes are hidden in an alley a block or so away. Wait, I interrupt suddenly, remembering. What about Dominic? For the first time, I realize that the front of Dante's shirt is covered in blood. Dante gives a little shake of his head. His jaw works for a moment before he speaks. Dom's dead, he says. What? My hand flies to my mouth. My eyes flood with tears. He can't be. Oh, my God, Dante. Dante's own eyes begin to glisten as well, but he shakes his head and sets his mouth in a deep frown. Dom was my brother, but he betrayed the club, Tori, he says hoarsely. I'm sorry he's gone, but his decisions were what got him here. He knew the risks. He lied to the lords. And, he finishes, he lied to me. I know all that, I whisper as I begin to cry. He told me. I shake my head as the tears stream down my face. He said he didn't mean to, Dante. He came to Ironwood to get away from some bad people, but they tracked him down and blackmailed him. He never wanted to hurt you. He never set out to betray the club. Dante looks a little stunned by my words. He told you all that? Yes. Please, Dante, don't hate him. I cling to his neck, my eyes searching his. He knew he made a mistake, a bad one. But Dominic saved me. He helped me escape. I might be dead if it wasn't for him. Dante blinks. He looks like he doesn't believe me. It's true, I insist. I'm close to sobbing now. Dante, he told me to tell you something in case. My voice breaks. I let out a sob, shaking my head, overwhelmed. What is it, darling? Tell me what he said. His face is still hard, but his voice is gentle. In case he died, I finish in a whisper. I choke, the last words Dante's brother ever said to me echoing in my head. Dominic said to tell you he's sorry.
Chapter 31. Dante. Tori rides home on the back of my bike like a champ, even with her fucked up ankle. I consider bringing her back to the clubhouse, but right now I want her safely away from everything MC related. Instead, I break off from the formation when we get into Ironwood and drive her to her place. I call 2 prospects to stand guard outside, with strict orders to call me if anything even slightly out of the ordinary happens. Axel sent Reno ahead to the clubhouse to get some medical supplies, and he meets me at Tori's house not long after we get there. In the living room, he stabilizes Tori's ankle and gives her some painkillers and a med to help her sleep. He tells Tori she ought to go to the hospital to get her foot x-rayed, but she refuses.
Right now I just want to get cleaned up and rest for a while, she insists. I promise I'll go to get it looked at tomorrow.
I carry her upstairs to her bedroom and set her up in the bed. She's still dirty and cut up, but she says she wants to sleep for a while before she tries to take a shower. I'm going to have a couple of the old ladies come over to keep you company, I say, sitting down on the bed beside her. Reno will be here until they get here, just in case you need anything. I have some club business to take care of. I probably won't be back tonight, but I'll come back and see you tomorrow, okay? Tori looks up at me and gives me a small, brave smile.
Okay.
Good. On impulse, I reach over and cup the back of her head, bringing her face to mine. I kiss her, softly. The kiss of a lover. A kiss I've never given anyone before. Take care, Lois Lane, I whisper. Back downstairs, I check in with Reno before I leave. Call me if she ends up needing anything, I tell him. I'm going to have Bailey and Laney come over later. I figure she might like some female company. Will do. Well, I better get back to the clubhouse. Axel's holding church in a bit. Looks like we're going to have some decisions to make. Reno nods, looking somber. I'm almost glad not to be there. I'm sorry about your brother, Dante. Up until now, I've managed to keep my emotions mostly at bay. But at Reno's words, a tidal wave of grief, loss, and anger rises up in me so strong, it feels like I'm going to drown in it. My brother's gone. My fucked up, irritating, dumb shit of a baby brother. Jesus Christ. I don't know how I'll ever fill the hole that he leaves in my life. Thanks, I managed to say. Reno claps me on the back once, then looks down and shakes his head. And look, you know how I feel. If it comes down to a vote in church, he mutters, Bama needs to pay for what he did. That's for Axel to decide, I guess. He'll do what's right. Well, I better get over there. Reno nods, then claps me on the back again and pulls me into a rough hug. You take it easy, brother, he says. I got everything under control over here. Everybody's already in the chapel when I get there. They look up in unison when I come in. A few of them lift their chins at me. Brother, Axel murmurs. Now that Dante's here, let's get down to business. He bangs the gavel. After today, I think it's pretty clear we're in all-out war with Los Caballeros. We'll have a lot of shit to talk about, but we're going to have to leave most of that for later. Right now, we have a more important matter. He turns and looks at Bama. Bama shot one of our own, at the trap house where they were holding Tori. He killed Dante's brother. None of the men react with shock. The ones who weren't with us have already heard from the ones who were. Bama shot Dom in the chest, at point-blank range. He didn't bother to try to hide his actions, and he made sure I was there to see when it happened. I watched my blood brother die from a bullet from my MC brother's gun. And the grin on Bama's face as he did it all will stay in my own memory until the day I die. He wasn't one of our own, Bama protests. And he was a traitor. His eyes are wild as he looks at the other lords. He sold us out to the caballeros to save his own fucking skin. You know that. You all know that. It's true. What Bama says is true. I'm not going to deny it. And I'm not going to argue. I always said it from the beginning. If Dom fucked up while he was working for the club, I wouldn't let my relationship to him get in the way. My job right now is to be true to my word, even though it's ripping me apart. I don't regret killing that motherfucker, Bama seethes, pleading his case. You all know what he did was a death sentence. Well, I gave it to him. Bama rounds on me, his features edged with anger and hate. You're the fucking enforcer of this club, he sneers. You! You're always so fucking high and mighty about enforcing the club rules. Your brother betrayed us. What about the fucking rule for that? He looks around the room, eyes wild, and locks on Mal. And what about you? He demands, pointing at Mal's cast. Thanks to Dante's brother, those fuckers ambushed you on your bike. Maybe that chick you were with wouldn't be dead if it wasn't for him. Mal flinches. The guilt he feels at Cindy's death is still fresh, and Bama knows it. Mal turns and stares at me. For a moment, I see nothing but anger. But he says nothing, just clenches his jaw. And after a moment, he looks away. Axel gets to his feet. The club decides this shit. I decide this shit, he thunders at Bama, thrusting a thumb at his chest. The last time I checked, I am the president of this goddamn club, and the men of the Lords of Carnage answer to me. Dom also helped save Tori, Ranger announces in a loud voice. He glances from Mal to me, and then around the table. She told Dante that herself. I was there to hear it. He cut her loose, told her to jump out the window and run for it. And then he stalled the caballeros long enough so she could get away. I don't give a goddamn if he saved that snatch. Bama turns and spits on the ground. She ain't in the club. She ain't nothing to us, except where Dante gets his dick wet. He sneers at me. Dante's word ain't worth shit either. His loyalty ain't with the Lords. If he had his way, Dom would have gone scot-free for this shit. Dante would have talked all you pansy asses out of punishing his brother. He spits the word out. Fuck it, he sneers. Dom betrayed us. I killed him, and he deserved it. Up to now, I've been quiet, but I'm not about to let that shit stand. Dom fucked us. That's true, I speak up. I didn't see that coming. Maybe I should have. Maybe I was hoping for the best in him. That's my crime, and I'll accept any punishment you want me to take for it. But you all know I would never argue with club justice. At least I hope you do. I stare at each of my brothers in turn. Maybe the Lords would have voted that Dom deserved to pay the ultimate price. Hell, you probably would have. The ball of ice in my throat gets harder, and I have to choke my words out around it. But he deserved to tell his side of the story. And then the Lords should have put it to a vote. That's club justice. You took matters into your own hands, Axel growls at Bama. That wasn't your place. What's more, you made it pretty clear this is about Dante as much as it was about Dom. You say you did what you did for the club. That's bullshit. You did what you did because you wanted to. Nothing more. There are murmurs of assent around the table. Bama's eyes widen. For the first time, he starts to look more worried than defiant. Axel's eyes narrow as he continues. You put all of our lives on the line because of your fucking bullshit, Bama. Your loyalty to the Lords of Carnage is in serious question. That's the last thing we need when we're going into a full-out war. A war where each and every one of you men need to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that we all have one another's backs. Axel stares at Bama for a long moment, then breaks his gaze. Slowly, his eyes shift to the man who sponsored Bama for entry into the club. Rogue. Rogue nods back at him. I move Bama be stripped of his patches, he declares. Second, Rogue speaks up. Bama starts to stand up. Wait, he sputters. Ranger and Yoda grab hold of him and pull him back down. All in favor, show of hands. Axel raises a hand. He looks at me and I shake my head once. I'm abstaining. One by one around the table, hands go up. The last one is Mal's. Except for me, it's unanimous. Mark Bama Isaacson, you are hereby stripped of your patches and expelled from the Lords of Carnage MC, Axel announces in a loud voice. You will immediately remove and surrender your patches and leave this clubhouse. You will cover over any tattoos or other marks of identification with the Lords of Carnage under pain of death. Going forward, you are forbidden to pretend or claim any association or membership to the Lords of Carnage MC under pain of death. Bama's so still he looks like he's paralyzed. He doesn't say a word. His face drains of color. Those patches mean everything to him. They do to all of us. And now, as enforcer, it's my job to take them. Axel nods at me. I stand and face Bama. Take off your cut. In shock, he stares at me, shaking his head. No. Please. He starts to struggle against Ranger and Yoda's grip, but they hold him down and pull it off of him as he begins to yell and kick. Take him out, Axel commands over the din. Make sure he leaves the compound, and make sure the guards know not to let him back in. We watch, wordlessly, as they remove a shouting Bama from the chapel. Seconds later, the sharp bang of Axel's gavel brings us back to attention. We're done here for now, he barks. Church tomorrow, usual time. Don't be fucking late. Jesus, I mutter, running a hand over my head. What a day. No fucking kidding, Rogue agrees. I'm gonna go get wasted as shit. In spite of myself, I have to laugh, bitterly. Not a bad solution. Rogue files out with most of the rest of the men. I stay behind to talk to my prez. Soon, only Axel, Rourke, Mal, and I are left in the chapel. I accept whatever consequences the club gives me, I tell Axel. I brought Dom to the club. Everything that's happened as a result is my fault. Axel shakes his head. You lost your brother Dante. I think that's enough. You know everything Bama said was true, I say. I turn to Mal and swallow. What he said about you and Cindy. He was right. A riot of emotions plays across his face. His mouth draws into a thin line. I ain't saying he was wrong, he finally mutters. But I don't blame you for it, Dante. Your loyalty to this club has never been in question, Rourke cuts in. It ain't my loyalty I'm talking about, I persist. It's my judgment. Come on, Dante. This war with the Caballeros was gonna find us either way, Rourke shrugs. Did you fuck up? Yeah, you did. But you paid the price for it. And you almost lost your old lady, too. She's not my old lady, I say automatically. Oh, yeah? Rourke smirks. You could have fooled me. Axel cuts in. Okay, enough jabber. You two get out of here. I gotta talk to my VP about some shit before church tomorrow. Mal and I exit the chapel. I close the door behind us. Gonna buy you a drink, I joke. He laughs. Sure, I can use it. The two of us belly up to the bar and order beers from the Prospect. I wish to hell I'd been there today, Mal mutters. He lifts his cast. I'll be glad as hell to get this thing off. I nod. In his place, I'd feel the same way. I'm real glad about Tori, he continues. Our beers arrive and he grabs his and takes a gulp. I'd sure as hell have hated to see anything happen to her. Yeah, I say gloomily. She literally dodged a bullet, probably. That's why I gotta stay away from her going forward. What? Mal laughs incredulously. Those statements do not follow, brother. How the fuck can you say that? I exclaim. You of all people. I know you felt like hell about Cindy's death. Now, there's no way you were responsible for that. If anyone was, it was Dom, like I said. Look, this ain't about blame, Mal says. I feel bad about Cindy because we were just fucking around. She was fun as hell, yeah, and we had a good time. But she was just an easy lay for me. And to be honest, that's what I was for her, too. Either one of us could have got our rocks off with anyone else. He lifts his non-injured shoulder. I should have stuck with the club girls instead of bringing her around this shit. I snort. If you're trying to make the argument that I should hook back up with Tori, you're doing a piss-poor job. Hear me out. Mal shifts on his stool to look at me. I'm pissed off at myself about Cindy because that relationship didn't matter. We were friends, fuck buddies, and because of that, I took it for granted. I didn't do a good enough job of watching out for her and protecting her from the club shit. But you and Tori, I mean, Christ, look at you, Mal laughs. You're both dying for each other, and you're staying away from her because you want so bad to keep her safe. Don't you get it? He raps his knuckles against the side of his head. You want to keep her away from the club because you love her. That's why you should be with her. In spite of this whole shitty day, Mal's words make me burst out laughing. That is some fucked up logic, brother, I say, shaking my head. Even from you. Yeah, you think so now? He gives me a knowing grin. But give it some thought. I'd lay odds that inside of a month, you're back together with her. Matter of fact, I might just do that. Don't you fucking dare, I joke. But as the words leave my mouth, I wonder in spite of myself whether I'd take that bet. Look, Mal, I take a swig of my beer. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, I have feelings for Tori. But your bullshit logic is just that. Bullshit. I can't be with her. I can't risk her being in danger. Are you kidding? He scoffs. That chick has bigger balls than most of our prospects. She can handle herself. Mal stands and stretches, then tells me he's going to make an early night of it and go grab some Z's in his apartment. I watch him stride off, my mind spinning with all the shit that's happened today. I saw my brother die. I almost lost the woman I love. I watched my enemy get stripped of the thing that meant more than anything else to him in his life. And yet, here I am, still sitting here in the same place. Even though my world looks nothing like it did even 24 hours ago. Soon, I'll go back to my house, and in my guest room I'll pack up Dom's belongings. I'll make some calls to my brothers, tell them what happened, as well as I know how. Most people would probably conclude that Dom wasted his life. He's been selfish, irresponsible, a taker, not a giver. He's done a lot of wrong, caused a lot of grief. But at the end, he saved Tori. For me. I know that's why. I don't know how, I just do. After a lifetime of selfish acts, his last act was a selfless one. He gave the woman I love back to me. I can almost hear him telling me I'd be a fool to let her slip away. Dom was always the type to jump in without thinking, to follow his emotions first and foremost. It's why he was always getting into trouble. He let his heart rule his head every time. Just this once, though. Just this once. Maybe he's right. I sit in silence at the bar, drinking my beer, looking around at the clubhouse as my brothers start to go through the motions of getting back to normal. The new normal, that is. Gage and Rourke take off, probably to go home to their wives. Yoda challenges Rogue to a game of pool. Somehow everybody knows to give me my space. When I finished my beer, I stand up from the bar and walk outside to where my bike is parked. It's a cloudy, moonless night. The sky looks like a heavy black curtain. Exhausted, I rub my eyes and pull out my phone to place the first of 3 calls I hoped I'd never have to make. Anthony, I begin when he answers. I'm calling with some bad news.
Chapter 32. Tori. I think it's up there on the right, I say, pointing. The yellow one with the red shutters. The house is an unassuming ranch style, one of the thousands like it that cropped up in the post-World War II boom years. This one is neat and well-kept, though the front hedges could use some trimming. A wooden wheelchair ramp has been built on the front of the house, extending from the stoop to the driveway. The door to the 2-car attached garage is open, revealing an interior stacked high with boxes and furniture. Preparations for the estate sale, I'm guessing. Jake pulls up to the curb and shuts off the engine. Technically, I can drive since it's my left ankle that's broken, but it's cumbersome getting in and out of the car with my crutches, so for the time being, Jake has taken over driving us around when we're out on assignment together. I begin the process of extricating myself from the passenger side while Jake goes to get his camera equipment out of the trunk. I sling the long strap of my messenger bag over my head and hoist myself out, then balance on one leg as I reach into the back seat to grab my crutches. I'm just placing them under my armpits when a middle-aged man with sparse gray hair emerges from the depths of the garage. "Hello there," he calls, waving. "You must be from the paper." "We sure are," I call back. "I'm Tori. This is my photographer, Jake." The man approaches. "I'm Don, Mavis's son." He shakes Jake's hand, then nods toward my crutches and furrows his brow. "What happened there?" I shrug. "Fell off my porch and broke my ankle." The lie comes easily now, as many times as I've told it. The cast comes off in 2 weeks, hopefully. I cross my fingers and hold them up. "Well, that's not too bad." Don raises his forearm and wipes it across his brow. "Why don't we go inside and get out of this heat? You gonna have any trouble getting up the stairs?" I give him a grin. "Not since you were kind enough to build me that ramp." That gets a laugh. "I did build it, actually. Mom was mostly in a wheelchair the last 2 years of her life. She still managed to get around just fine inside with her walker, though." He chuckles, shaking his head. "She was a force to be reckoned with." "I'm sorry for your loss. She sounds like she was a great lady." He sighs out a breath. "She really was. But you doing this story on her is a comfort. It's nice to know people will remember her beyond her death, get to read about her life." Don shows Jake and me inside, where it's mercifully air-conditioned against the late summer heat. He has us sit down in the living room, which still has most of its furniture, and brings us glasses of iced tea. In the meantime, I've pulled out my notebook, ready to take notes. Jake has done some checks with his light meter and is starting to take some experimental shots. "So, tell me about your mom," I begin when Dawn is seated comfortably in an easy chair across from me. "Her name was Mavis Arnold, correct?" "Yes. Her maiden name was Plummer. You probably have the basic details from the obituary." I hold up my phone. I have the link right here. "You're the youngest of 3? "Yes. My brother and sister both live on the West Coast. They were here for the funeral, of course. But since I live in the area, my wife and I are taking care of the other details. The estate sale, listing the house, stuff like that." "That must be hard," I murmur. "Did you grow up in this house?" He smiles. "We did. This was Mom and Dad's first and only house. They bought it right when they got married, 1947. Mom lived here for 72 years, if you can believe that. Dad died 5 years ago. Mom refused to move to an apartment, even then. She said all her memories would never fit into a smaller place." I laugh. I like that. "So, let's start at the beginning of your mother's story." Don nods and leans back in his chair. "Well, Mom was apparently always the adventurous type, by her own admission. Even when she was a little kid, she was a tomboy, always climbing trees, always wanting to do the boys one better, stuff like that. From what she used to tell us kids, she always dreamt of doing something big with her life. So, as luck would have it, Mom graduated high school in the spring of 1943. The United States had entered the war the year before, and there was a severe shortage of pilots. So, leaders came up with an experimental program to train women to fly military aircraft so male pilots could be released for duty overseas. The WASPs, I murmur. Women Air Force Service Pilots. That's right. He smiles. My mom heard about the program when she saw a Life magazine cover story about it. Right then and there, she decided she was going to do it, come hell or high water. She managed to beg, borrow, and steal. Well, not steal. He chuckles. But she scraped up all her savings and begged the rest from her parents until she had the $500 she needed for a pilot's license. Wow, I marvel. She was determined. She sure was. Mom never let anything stop her once she made up her mind to do something. Dawn speaks with obvious pride. She ferried aircraft cross-country for almost 2 years, full-time until the war was over. She was considered the best pilot in her cohort, too. Not only that, but she was a pretty fair mechanic to boot. I listen, rapt, as Don tells us tales of his mother's exploits. How she almost had to bail out of a plane one time when it was smoking until she figured out the problem was a burned-out instrument. How when one of the other female pilots died in a crash, that woman didn't get an American flag draped over her coffin because she wasn't military. On the coffee table in front of us are a stack of photo albums and a worn-looking scrapbook. Don takes them out and shows me pictures of his mom in her uniform. The whole time, Jake is snapping photos. What happened at the end of the war? I ask eventually. Did she keep flying? But Don shakes his head. When the war ended, she was dismissed from her base in California. Just like that. The men were coming back, and it was out of the question to have women taking men's jobs. So, that was that. Mom came back home. She went on with her life. She met my dad a couple years later. He gestures around the room. The rest is history. Marriage, kids, family. Wow, I say again. That's quite a story. Pausing, I hesitate to ask the question that's on my mind. Do you think she was happy? I mean, after such an exciting time to come back to a traditional life, do you think it ever bothered her? Don nods. I've wondered that too sometimes. But honestly, I think she was happy. Dad and Mom, I never saw two people as happily married as them. He pulls out another photo album and flips to a page. That's them on their 50th wedding anniversary. I slide over to take a look. The couple in the photo is beaming, holding hands. They look to be in their mid-70s. Mavis, Don's mother, radiates a kind of beauty and contentment that's ageless. My eyes glisten. I see what you mean, I say, my voice a little wobbly. They look amazingly happy. We should all be so lucky. We should, he agrees. Love conquers all, as they say. My parents had a lot of ups and downs in their lives, but the one thing they always had was each other. All three of us kids were lucky to have that marriage as a model to strive for. I think of my own mom and dad. How when I was growing up, I saw them more as two separate entities than as a couple. How my mom always seemed to be slightly fed up with my dad, even when they weren't fighting. Yes, you were. I smile. Very lucky. We stay at the little house for longer than planned. By the time Jake has finished up with some more photos of Don holding up a framed picture of his mom in her pilot's uniform next to her plane, it's a late afternoon. I decide to call it a day and ask Jake to drop me off back home instead of at the office. This is going to be a good story, Jake remarks as we pull away. I give Don a final wave out the window. Yes, it is, I say with pride. And I mean it. This piece is going to be as good as I can make it. Don's mother deserves it, and everyone in Ironwood deserves to know about her amazing life. Suddenly, this story feels like the most important one I could possibly write. I'm smiling to myself, looking out the window and daydreaming about what the story will look like in print when Jake pulls into my street. Looks like you've got company, he murmurs. Huh? I jolt out of my thoughts and follow his gaze. There's a motorcycle parked in the street in front of my house. On the front porch, a familiar figure rocks slowly back and forth on the swing. That guy looks familiar, Jake says. Have I met him? Yeah. Remember the people who had the picture of Jesus in their lawn? He's the guy who lives next door. Oh, yeah. Jake looks at me quizzically. Why is he on your front porch? I reach for the door handle, my legs suddenly feeling like water. I don't know, I breathe, but I guess I'm about to find out. Chapter 33. Tori. It seems like it takes forever to crutch from Jake's car up my sidewalk and to the front steps. I've only seen Dante twice since the day of the shootout. Once the day after, when he came to check on me and make sure the guards he posted at my house were doing their job. The second time was at Dominic's funeral. Both times he was polite, solicitous, but distant. Both times I still carried the hope that the kiss he gave me that day after the Lords rescued me meant the promise of something more. The hope that Dante's and my story wasn't over. Now, almost a month later, I don't have that hope anymore. I do my best to look impassive as I limp up the steps toward my front door. Hey, I nod at Dante before looking down to fish for my keys in my purse. Not sure why you're here. I don't need an electrician. I mean the words to wound him. I want to hurt him, as much as his absence has hurt me. But Dante doesn't take the bait. I suppose I deserve that, he murmurs. He nods toward my ankle. How's that doing? Healing up? I shrug. It's fine. You're getting good with the crutches. Dante, I roll my eyes. Can we not do this? This bullshit? Whatever it is you're here for, I'm guessing it's not to make small talk about my ankle. Okay, I guess I deserve that too. He stops rocking and puts his hands on his knees. Look, can you sit down or can we go inside or something? I want to talk to you about some things. What things? I challenge him. Dante lets out a rueful chuckle. You ain't gonna make this easy for me, are you, Lois Lane? He stands up from the swing and takes 2 steps forward until he's less than a foot away from me. Okay, enough bullshit. I want to talk to you about us, he rumbles. His eyes lock onto mine. About you and me, and why I've been such an asshole. He reaches up, softly caresses my cheek with his rough, calloused thumb. And why I think we should be together and stop all this fucking around. For the first time in memory since I met Dante D'Agostino, I'm speechless. So, can I come inside? He repeats, with just the hint of a grin. I blink, still unable to think of a single thing to say. I reach into my bag for my keys. Dante watches as I unlock my door. He waits for me to go inside, then follows close behind me. Since I'm moving more slowly than usual because of the crutches, I feel incredibly conspicuous knowing he's watching as I make my way into the living room. I reach up and pull my bag over my head and toss it on a side table, then go over to the couch and flop onto it as gracelessly as only a woman with a bum ankle can. I silently pray that Dante will take one of the other chairs. But instead, he comes over to the couch as well and sits down right next to me. I hold myself straight, as dignified as I can muster, and ignore the impulse to move away. I stare at Dante, expressionless. "Okay, you're inside," I say. "Yeah," Dante murmurs. "Okay." "You know," he begins, looking down at his hands, "when Cindy died, I kind of took it as a sign. A sign that I was doing the right thing by deciding I needed to stay away from you." Something flickers across Dante's face, like he's trying to make a decision. Finally, he tears his eyes away from his hands to look at me. "That night, when I came over to tell you what happened to her and you asked me to stay, I wanted to, more than anything." The dark orbs I know so well search my face. "I couldn't fucking do it, because all I could think of was if I stay tonight, I'm never gonna leave her. And if anything happens to Tori because of me, I'll never be able to forgive myself." Dante gives me a sad, gentle smile. He reaches up to brush a lock of hair away from my face. "I would never live through it if you got hurt, or worse, because of me, Tori. The only thing I could think of is that I needed to keep you away from danger. From me. And I thought it would be easier if you thought I was an asshole." I think back to that night, how furious and hurt I was. "Mission accomplished," I murmur. That gets a reluctant laugh. "God, I've missed you." He shakes his head, his eyes caressing my face, my hair. "You're so fucking beautiful, Tori. Beautiful, sarcastic, tough, irritating." Maybe you should quit while you're ahead," I interrupt him, but I'm smiling when I say it. "But it's true," he tells me. "You're all that stuff. You're all so fucking perfect. And I don't know how I managed to stay away from you as long as I have, except I had myself convinced it was the right thing to do, even though I was fucking miserable. Hell, even Mal told me I was full of it. I don't know. To be honest, part of me still feels like I should keep staying away from you. I wonder whether you might be better off." I'm stunned. I start to open my mouth, but then I just close it again. I'm just trying to absorb the weight of his words. My God, Dante didn't mean them. The horrible, hateful things he said that night. He didn't mean them. He was just saying them to protect me. Dante did that for me. "You stupid man," I half whisper, a wobbly smile curving my lips as my eyes fill with tears. "I'm not better off without you. Not at all." My throat constricts. For some reason, Dante's words make me think about my dad. How he let my mom blame him all these years for my illness, so she had somewhere to put her anger and pain. Before I know it, it's all too much, and I start to cry. Dante's face morphs into an expression of shock. "Tori," he murmurs, "it killed me to say all that shit. I didn't mean any of it. Shit, I never meant to hurt you. You understand that, right?" "It's okay," I sniffle. "It's not that. It's... Never mind. I'll tell you about it sometime. I'm not sad crying." "Oh." Dante looks confused. "Okay. Good. But still, I know I hurt you that night. It killed me to see the look on your face. God, Tori, I've been fighting falling in love with you practically ever since I met you." I'm stunned. "What?" He grins at me and shakes his head in disbelief. "Don't tell me you didn't know that. How could you not? I'm in love with you, Tori. Crazy, stupid in love. Why do you think I got so mad at you that time your heart started acting up?" "Because I didn't tell you about it?" I answer automatically. "And I should have? I know that now. It was stupid of me." "Sure, but that was part of it. But that's not why I got as mad as I did. I was mad at myself. He jabs a thumb at his chest. Dante takes my hand in his. It's warm and strong and rough. The familiarity of his touch brings tears to my eyes. Before I met you, I always felt like love was a weakness, he murmurs. Something I didn't have time for. Something that would only put me at risk, make me make stupid decisions. I thought I was above that shit. But now I know better. A lot better. And you know what did it? You know what taught me? Your heart. He shakes his head and laughs softly. That day when you had that attack and I got so mad at you for not telling me, I was scared out of my mind, Tori. I'd never been so scared in my fucking life when I thought you might die on me there. I got mad because I was pissed off I could have hurt you, sure. But I was also pissed off at myself for caring so much. I knew I was getting close to you. Hell, I should have seen it coming and backed off before it was too late. But that night, how helpless I felt. All of a sudden, I realized I didn't know what I would do with myself if anything ever happened to you. I was in love with you. I didn't know it yet, but I was. Dante draws me in for a long, dizzying kiss. When we break apart, I'm breathless. Your fucked up heart melted my heart of iron, Tori, he rumbles. At the time, I thought it was probably the worst fucking thing that ever could have happened to me. But I know better now. I don't want to live without you. I want to be with you. He reaches up to caress my hair. To make sure you take your meds, to be your person in case you have an attack. But I also want to be around because my heart doesn't work without yours anymore. Even though there's part of me that still thinks maybe I should just leave you alone for your own good. I don't think you should leave me alone, I whisper. Good thing, because I can't. I've tried and it's no use. I want to make you mine, Tori. This back and forth shit with us, it needs to end. He grows serious. But I need you to be clear on what you're getting with me, because it ain't all pretty. You mean because you're rude and domineering and cocky and infuriating? I risk. He rolls his eyes. Okay, touché. But I'm not kidding. You're walking into a situation here. I just want you to do it with your eyes open. This life ain't for the faint of heart. Dante stops, realizing what he's just said, and then bursts into a low rumble of a laugh. Okay, bad choice of words. He frowns. What I mean is, well, I think you know what I mean. His eyes go to the patches on his cut. You've seen more of it than most people already. You know this isn't a white picket fence kind of life. It can be if we build a white picket fence, I say. I already have the house for it to go around. A house you never wanted, he challenges. You told me that. A house you called a prison. I don't want to be another kind of prison for you, Tori. Prettying up a life that you don't want doesn't change the life. It just makes the surface look better. I look around the room. I'm in my house, in my town, with the man I love. And just like that, I realize that somewhere along the line, what I want seems to have changed. Life can be what you make it, I say slowly. I think I've kind of realized that the last few months in Ironwood. I remember back to earlier today, to talking to Don about his mother Mavis and her amazing life. And I realize it's not just her time during the war that was amazing. It's the whole thing. She had true love. She had the life that she chose, and she chose the life she had. Maybe it's time for me to do the same. This is the life I want, I tell Dante, my eyes shining. In this house. Maybe not the picket fence, but everything else. I want my job at the paper and Ironwood. I pause. And you. Thank Christ, he sighs. But I'm warning you, I'll fuck up again. I'm pretty new to this shit, and I don't know much about how relationships work. But I'll never lie to you, and I'll never cheat on you. You're the only woman who has ever made me want to stick around, and that ain't gonna change. Psh, I scoff. You can't scare me any more than my heart already does. He pins me with a look. I mean it. You? You're not scary at all. You're the opposite of scary. I lean into him, inhaling his scent. God, I could make a fortune if I bottled it. Suddenly, everything tilts on its axis, and I'm high in the air in Dante's arms. I'll teach you not to be appropriately scared of me, he mock growls. He stomps out of the living room with me and into the hallway. Wait, my crutches, I call out, pretending to squirm in his arms. Fuck 'em, he grunts. You don't need those things when I'm around. What if I need them later? I protest as he carries me up the stairs. I'll come back down and get them. Or hell, maybe I'll just carry you everywhere until your ankle heals. Upstairs, Dante strides into my bedroom and lowers me onto the bed. This thing ain't gonna be big enough for us long term, Dante grunts, nodding at the mattress. I thrill at his words, loving that he's talking about the future. Our future. Oh yeah? I pant as his lips travel down my neck. He unbuttons the front of my blouse with a pinched expression on his face that tells me it's an effort for him not to just rip the thing off. Then my bra is next, both articles of clothing flung to the floor indecorously. I shiver as he takes one hardening nipple into his mouth. Oh, God, I half moan. If my heart decides to give out on me right now, this would be a pretty good way to go. Dante freezes and raises his head. His eyes snap to mine. Kidding, I snort. I'm not gonna die. Probably. Dante gives me a watch it look, then lowers his head again. His tongue slides down my skin, first finding one nipple and then the other. God, I've missed this. It's made me crazy not to touch you. He groans. His voice is thick, and the sound of it sends shots of electric thrill through my body. I've missed it too, so much. I know how it feels when he pushes deep inside me, practically splitting me in two. My core begins to throb, anticipating it, wanting it. Dante is gentle, more gentle than I remember him being. I'm not sure if it's because of my ankle or something else. But the softness of his touch, the slow way he kisses and licks down my skin as he travels downwards, this is what love feels like, I realize dizzily. He's loving me with his mouth, with his hands, with his... Dante finds my sex, already so wet and ready for him. He pushes my legs apart, groaning. Jesus Christ, I love your taste. I crave it. His voice is thick with lust. He plunges his tongue inside me. I gasp and fist my hands in his hair, chest arching upward. Dante, I moan. He stops just long enough to say, We're never gonna be apart again. You're mine, you got that? Yes, I love you, I breathe. I love you, Tori. Then his tongue is back between my legs. 2 fingers slide inside me as he begins to lick and suck at my clit. The fingers find the spot inside me that makes my insides clench, and Dante chuckles low in his throat as I gasp and pull harder at his hair. My hips drain forward, bucking slightly against his mouth, needing more, now. I can't wait for it. I need him to take me where only he can. And thank God Dante doesn't make me wait, doesn't hold back. He lets me have what I crave, and suddenly, yes, oh God, yes, and I scream and come harder than I remember ever coming, even with him. Dante waits, still teasing me as I shiver and quake. And then he's hovering above me, kissing me with lips and tongue that taste like me. With one swift movement, he's sheathed himself in me, groaning, and I shiver again as he keeps kissing me while he thrusts and moves, eventually shouting out his release as he empties long and hard inside me. Afterwards, I nestle against Dante and wait for sleep to find me. Just before I close my eyes, my vision alights on a small object in a tiny white porcelain bowl sitting on my nightstand. It's the fuse. In spite of everything that happened between Dante and me, I could never bear to throw it away. At the time, I cursed myself for my stupid sentimentality, for not being able to let go of the spark he set off in me. My head on his chest, I listen to the steady rhythm of his heart as he holds me in his arms. The heart's beat is an electrical signal. Electrical impulses send messages to the atria, telling them to expand or contract, to push blood through the valves to the rest of the body. Electricity is what keeps us alive. Listening to Dante's heart now, beating strong, steady, like nothing could stop it. It gives me strength, too. And faith. Faith in tomorrow and the next day and the next, with Dante by my side. Ever since I was a little kid, I always wanted a big life. It turns out the life I wanted ended up being where I least expected to find it. Ironwood started out as my escape hatch. Then it became my prison. Now it's my haven. My future is here with Dante. It was always waiting for me. I just had to go out and find it. Epilogue. Tori. I'm not so sure about this color, frowned Savannah, wrinkling her nose at the living room walls. What's wrong with it? I ask as I check the drawers of a side table for any small forgotten items. It's kind of dramatic. I shrug. Dante picked it out. He got to choose the colors for the living room and the kitchen. I got hallways and the upstairs. I like it, actually. I think the deep red is going to look really good contrasted with the gray of the hall when we repaint that, and the lighter gray patterns of the couch and chairs we bought. Just FYI, painting rooms non-neutral colors tends to negatively impact resale value. Savannah's boyfriend Jeremy pipes up, ever the realtor. Well, since I am never selling this house, that's not going to be an issue, I point out. Now, help me get the rest of the old furniture out to the garage, but leave Aunt Jeannie's fainting couch there by the window and the round side table next to it. I pick up a newspaper rack and a large lamp. Jeremy and Savannah each take one end of a love seat sitting in the far corner. Thank God that big couch is already out of here. Savannah puffs as they walk it down the front porch. That thing was a beast to move. You're not kidding, I say. A couple of the lords came over and took it yesterday for the clubhouse. I let out a giggle. It's going to be funny to see Aunt Jeannie's couch in there. I shudder to think about the kind of action it's going to see. Jean would roll over in her grave. When we get out to the garage, I reach into my pocket and press the opener for the door. Everything is almost ready for the sale tomorrow. The only things we'll have to do before it starts is pull the furniture out into the driveway and set up a card table and some chairs for us to sit on, and an umbrella to shade us so we don't cook to death. Even though it's still technically spring, it's been hot and sunny these past few days. Tomorrow is supposed to be no exception. Do you need me to come back tomorrow morning and help you guys set everything up? Jeremy asks when they've set down the love seat inside. No, I'm sure we'll be fine. With Savannah here first thing, we'll be covered until Bailey, Lainey, and Bethany show up, I say, naming Gage, Rourke, and Yoda's old ladies. Those 3 women have become almost as close to me in the past year as Savannah is. Actually, I probably won't even need all of them here, but it will be fun to hang out with them all the same. Besides, you and Savannah have your own stuff going on. Didn't you say you were meeting with a caterer tomorrow? Savannah finally moved in with Jeremy for good when Dante and I got together. They're engaged now and getting married in 2 months. Part of the impetus for me to finally get the living room painted and the new furniture put in is so I can hold her bridal shower here next week. This last year has been all about me reclaiming this house as my own. Correction, our own. Dante moved in officially 6 months ago. But realistically, he's more or less been living here since the night I found him sitting on my front porch and he told me he was in love with me. We have no plans to put up a picket fence, but we did knock out a wall between 2 of the 5 bedrooms to make a huge, luxurious master suite, complete with a king-size bed with a top-of-the-line mattress that Dante insisted on. "This thing is going to get a lot of use," Dante joked. "We better get a damn good one because I plan to spend as much time as possible wearing it out." Dante and his club brothers also just built this new garage for our cars and for his workshop. So far, it's turning out to be a real man cave. It's so nice that guys from the MC have already started coming over to hang out a lot on weekends. Dante complains about that part, but I know he doesn't mean it. He loves the home we're making for ourselves here as much as I do. "Okay," Jeremy nods. "Well, it sounds like you're covered then. Where is Dante anyway?" "He's on a run with the Lords, up in Cincinnati, I think." "Oh, I see. Sorry to miss him," Jeremy murmurs, sounding almost relieved. He and Dante have gotten along the few times they've met, but I think Jeremy is still a little intimidated by him. "When does he get back?" "Tomorrow afternoon, probably right around the time the sale is ending." "Well, that's convenient," Savannah jokes. "Okay, well, if that's all you need me to do, I'm gonna head out. I'll come pick you up tomorrow, babe," he says to Savannah, pulling her close and giving her a kiss. "Thanks, Jeremy." I give him a hug. "And thanks for lending your fiancée to me tonight." "Just don't let her get into any trouble." He winks at me. "The only trouble we're likely to get into is at the bottom of a Ben & Jerry's container," Savannah quips. That gets a laugh out of both of us. Since Dante is out of town, Savannah is staying over for one last girls' night together before she gets married. We pull out the old mattress from my bed, which is still in the hallway, and spend the evening camped out in the living room with a huge mound of pillows propped up around us. We pop popcorn, drink wine, and sit up watching rom-coms until we both fall asleep. It's a perfect night with my best friend. The next morning, Savannah helps me set up the garage sale and stays to hang out and chat with the other women until Jeremy comes to pick her up. The day passes quickly, and the garage sale is a success. And best of all, I have good friends around me that make it hurt a little less that I'm saying goodbye to a lot of the memories from my favorite aunt's life. "Thank you, Aunt Jean," I tell her, hoping she's somewhere out there. "Thanks to you, I'm okay now." Bailey, Lainey, Bethany, and I spend the day talking and laughing as we work the sale. Paisley and Addie, Bethany and Bailey's little girls, run around my yard and get into mischief, as all little girls do. Because I knew they would be here today, I splurged and bought a plastic wading pool for them. They have a blast together, splashing each other and swimming in it. As we watch them laugh and play, Bailey pipes up. "So, Tori, I notice your house has lots of room for babies. That's kind of exciting." "Oh, God, the gorgeous babies you're going to make with Dante." Lainey sighs. "I can only imagine." "Let's just hope they aren't as huge as he is. Can you imagine pushing one of those bruisers out of your hoo-ha?" Bethany giggles. "I'd make a great godmother, just saying." Bailey winks at me. "Wow, you guys move fast. One thing at a time." I laugh. Though I will admit I sort of love the idea of starting a family with Dante. Funny, I never really thought I wanted kids before I met him. I think I've changed my mind. Those babies will be beautiful, Lainey croons. Just think, a little girl with Tori's blonde hair and Dante's dark eyes. Amazing. Lainey, I think you might be more excited about the prospect of us having kids than I am. I tease her. Well, I think I might have babies on the brain, she admits. Rourke and I are going to start trying. Oh my God, so exciting! Bailey claps her hands. Just think, Addie and Paisley will be old enough to babysit soon. I love this. The MC family needs more babies. When the sale ends, I've made close to $800. As the ladies and I are putting the few things that didn't sell back in the garage, Dante pulls up on his bike. Nice timing, D'Agostino, Bailey calls to him. You missed all the hard work. That was the plan all along, Dante shoots back with a grin. How'd you do? We're rich, I tell him, holding up the money envelope. $794. Holy shit, no kidding, we're rich. Dante strides up and catches me around the waist. Want to take me out for a swanky dinner tonight? Can I take a rain check? I had a peanut butter and pickle sandwich a couple of hours ago. I'm still full from that. Dante grimaces. Man, those things are vile. It's a good thing I didn't know about your sick tastes in sandwiches before I fell in love with you. No way I would have stuck around. Now it's too late. You find me adorable and quirky, I scoff. Sadly, yes, I do. He pulls me to him, planting a kiss on the top of my head, inhaling the scent of my hair. God, I've missed you. Okay, I think things are starting to heat up around here, Bethany announces, giving both of us an arch look. I'm out of here before I see something I shouldn't. Laughing, the other ladies agree. I hug each of them and thank them for their help. Bailey goes inside and grabs fresh towels for the girls, then helps dry them off. 15 minutes later, the garage door is closed and Dante and I are alone in our house for the first time since he got back. Upstairs, he orders sternly. I pretend to be offended. Is that an order? I ask. Damn right. He reaches down and slaps my ass. Now go. The truth is, he didn't need to ask twice. I'm already shivering with anticipation. I walk up ahead of him slowly, swaying my hips as I go. I peel off my shirt and dangle it over the railing before letting it drop. Then do the same with my bra. By the time I'm at the top of the stairs, the only thing I have on are a pair of short shorts, the top of which I've unbuttoned. Jesus, Dante breathes when I turn around and give him a smirk. Feels like I haven't fucked you in a year. I lick my lips slowly, letting my eyes drag down to the sizable bulge in his jeans. Then I saunter into the bedroom. Dante's shirtless in an instant. His jeans follow next. He stands before me, cock huge and at attention. He reaches up and gives it a long, slow stroke. The sight of it makes me hold back a moan. Strip those little shorts off, baby, he says. I do as he says. Soon I'm as naked as he is. I'm so wet the air is chilly between my legs. My mouth waters as I watch him pleasure himself. Before he can make a move, I'm kneeling down in front of him. He groans loudly as my mouth finds the hot head of his cock. I wrap my lips around the velvety skin and take as much of him in as I can, my tongue swirling, reveling in the taste of him. He's so big, my jaw hurts a little when I do this. But I love it so much, I don't care. I suck and lick, the ache between my legs growing. Since he's been gone, there's a frenzy to our motions, and I know this time will be quick, urgent. Later, we'll go again and make it last. For now, we both need relief. I feel it in the way the throbbing of his cock matches the one between my legs. Dante reaches down and pulls me up to him. We both tumble onto the bed, our mouths finding each other, frantic, searching. "Need you," he grunts. "Dante," I moan, "I need to ride you." His only response is to grab my hips, pulling me on top so I'm straddling him. The ache in my pussy eases just a little as I slide myself down on his shaft, and I sigh in relief as I start to ride him, my hips moving on their own as our bodies find their rhythm. I angle myself forward so the slick heat of him slides deliciously against my swollen clit. "Oh, God, that's it," I moan. "Dante, I'm there. I'm gonna—" The explosion overcomes me, cutting off my words as I cry out, my body going rigid, then beginning to shake. Dante holds me by the hips, his own continuing to rock, faster, harder. Seconds later, he follows me over the edge, pumping deep inside me as he fills me with his seed. God, I don't know how anything could possibly feel better than this. In the afterglow, Dante strokes my hair and kisses me on the forehead as he tells me as much as he can about the club run he just got back from. I tell him about my slumber party with Savannah and the garage sale. Bailey and the others were saying this house is perfect for a big family. Plenty of room for kids, I murmur. "Well, we already have that plastic pool," Dante jokes, "so I guess we're ready to go." "Good point," I laugh. "You better be careful, though," he warns me. "In my family, we tend toward boys, and they're a handful." "I think we can manage that," I say. "You're an enforcer, after all. You're used to dealing with unruly." Dante chuckles. "Maybe. I never thought of it like that." "So, I have some ideas for names," I venture. "What? Already?" Dante leans on an elbow and considers me, brow cocked. "Is there something you're not telling me?" I have to giggle. No, nothing like that. I was just thinking when the time comes. Since you say your family tends to run toward boys, we could name the first one Dominic. I pause, searching his face. And the second one Vaughn. Dante's eyes lock onto mine. When he speaks again, his voice is hoarse. "That sounds like a pretty good idea," he rasps. We lie there quietly, both of us fantasizing about the future, about our lives together, and the family we've only indirectly talked about starting until now. I let myself dream about a big Italian family of unruly boys, and maybe one girl, with blonde hair and dark eyes. She'll be perfect. They'll all be perfect. Even if one of them turns out to have my heart condition. We'll be together, getting through everything together. Dante, me, and our little family. Here's the thing about being broken. You'd do anything to not be broken anymore. So it's easy to let the small part of you that's broken make the rest of you feel defective too. We're all a little broken inside, in one way or another. But sometimes you get lucky enough to find the person who heals the broken part of you. It's like when you glue together a broken bowl, and if the glue is strong enough, the part that's been put back together is even stronger than the rest of it. That's what I have with Dante. Together, our hearts are strong, but our love is stronger. This concludes Iron Heart by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Anastasia Watley and Troy Duran. Please keep listening for the novella Dirty Santa by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Anastasia Watley and Troy Duran. Chapter 1. Bailey. I've been a bad, bad girl. Well, maybe not in reality. But if Santa can read my mind, I know I'm on his naughty list for the thoughts I'm having right this moment. The object of my dirty fantasy is right outside my kitchen window. I'm stealing glances at him now, my handsome tattooed next-door neighbor, as I finish up washing the lunch dishes. I don't know his name, and I've never spoken to him in my life. But ever since the first time I saw him a few weeks ago, I've been catching glimpses of him whenever I can. Today he's outside in his driveway and looks to be doing some sort of maintenance to his car. The hood is up, and a few different tools are scattered on the ground around him. Inside the open door of his garage, a large, imposing Harley motorcycle occupies the second stall. The object of my inappropriate lust is tall, easily over 6 feet, and dark. Ink lines both of his arms, which are exposed today by the white wife-beater-style tank that he's wearing, even though it's late December. The shirt is tight across his chest and back, giving me a very unsettling view of his muscles as they flex. Maybe it's because I've been divorced for 6 months, and because even before the initial separation, my sexual landscape was a dry and barren desert. But there's something about my neighbor, something so raw, so frankly, unabashedly male about him, that whenever I happen to see him, my body seems to kick into some sort of weird sexual overdrive. Feelings I haven't had in years, hell, maybe ever, start to invade my brain, which in turn sends some very distracting signals to my lady parts. Signals that have me imagining all sorts of scenarios from steamy romance novels, in which I'm the princess and he's the handsome horse groomer, or I'm the maiden and he's the... Mom! My 8-year-old daughter Addison's voice snaps me out of the fantasy that's just starting to form in my head. Guiltily, I look around to see her sitting at the kitchen table, a pile of multicolored construction paper in front of her. "What, sweetie?" I say, too brightly. Thank God she's too young to know that the flush in my cheeks isn't because of the steam from the dishwasher. "This is ugly," she complains as she glowers at the beginnings of the paper chain garland she's just started to make. "Our tree is going to look ugly. I hate this." "Addie, it's going to look fine. Better than fine," I immediately add. Normally cheerful, Addie has been in a terrible mood all day. I've been going back and forth between irritation with her and sympathy. This is the first Christmas we'll be spending without her father, and also without all the lavish presents and holiday trappings that her father's money normally surrounded her with at this time of year. I'm trying hard to make the best of it for her, but I know she misses her old life. "Our tree will be unique this year," I soothe. "No one else's will look like ours. That's better than having a boring, impersonal tree filled with ornaments that don't even mean anything, isn't it?" Even as I say the words, I know they'll ring hollow with my daughter. And I admit, the trees we used to have back at our old house in Pennsylvania were something to behold. They would fill up the space in our large living room, right up to the cathedral ceiling. They were so large that Garrett had to have them ordered and delivered to us, and specially decorated by a service, because I was too terrified to get on a ladder that high. In comparison, the small artificial tree I purchased on sale from our local big-box discount store doesn't even come close to measuring up. I probably should have tried to get a real one this year to make the transition a little easier, but my car is so small, and I was afraid I wouldn't know how to tie a tree to the top of it well enough that it wouldn't fall off on the way back home. Plus, the tree I bought was cheaper, and, of course, reusable, and money is tight these days. I barely have the cash for Christmas presents for Addie as it is. I know she blames me for how different Christmas is this year, and how small the tree is, and that we have to make our ornaments instead of having a big department store-worthy tree. Of course she does. All she sees is that since Mommy and Daddy got a divorce, everything about her old life is gone. She doesn't know about her father's serial cheating, and that after the third woman in as many years, I've finally had enough. She doesn't know that Garrett hasn't bothered to pay his court-ordered child support for the last 4 months. And I wouldn't dream of telling her. My daughter deserves to have a father she loves and believes in, even if that means I sometimes have to come up with creative explanations for his behaviors, or why a promised phone call or Skype session doesn't materialize, or scrambling to buy her some last-minute gifts from Daddy because her father conveniently forgot to send anything. "This is the worst Christmas Eve ever," Addie murmurs gloomily. "Is Daddy at least coming tomorrow to open presents with us?" "Oh," adds, "honey, I'm sorry, but no." I know she knows the answer to this already. We've been over this terrain at least 4 times by now. Maybe she thinks if she keeps asking for him, I'll tell him how much she wants it and he'll come. But I doubt Daddy's new girlfriend would like that very much. Spending Christmas in Ironwood, Ohio probably wouldn't quite compare to Christmas in Cabo, where they currently are. I can just about picture them together. The girlfriend, whose name is Brianna, is probably young and gorgeous, her stomach flat and unmarred by childbirth. I imagine her as a blonde, because that seems to be Garrett's preferred type, if you can judge from the women he's cheated on me with, that is. Self-consciously, I reach up to my own dark brown hair, pulled up into a messy bun out of my face. I need a haircut badly, but there's not really been money for that lately either. In my mind's eye, I see Garrett and his Brianna person lounging on the trampoline of a catamaran. Garrett is showing off his sailing skills to her. She's decked out in a cherry-red bikini that shows off her golden tan, laughing uproariously at one of his jokes. Garrett is wearing the swim trunks I bought him 2 years ago, his body trim from regular trips to the gym to keep the beginnings of dad bod away. I know Garrett looks good for his age, and let's face it, his money would certainly make up for any number of imperfections in the eyes of a lot of women, especially the kinds of women he chooses. Me, on the other hand, I catch my reflection in the plate I'm washing and suppress a sigh. I'm certainly not old, but some days I feel absolutely ancient. I almost have to laugh at the irony of my situation. Garrett's the one who cheated, but he's come out of our marriage much less the worse for wear. He's a rich bachelor again without a care in the world. I'm a single mom pinching pennies and lusting in private after my neighbor. At least I have Addie, though. And for that reason alone, I wouldn't trade places with my ex-husband for anything in the world. I finish drying the last plate and unplug the sink to let the water run out. "Guess what?" I say, putting on my biggest holiday smile. "It's time to make some Christmas cookies. Want to help me?" The ritual is something I've done every year since Addie was a baby. She loves it. At least she used to. But this year, instead of hopping up and joining me at the kitchen island, she just sighs dejectedly and lays down her scissors. "No thanks," she mumbles. "I'm gonna go in my room." My heart sinks as I watch her go. I consider calling her back, but I know that forcing her to help me won't do anything but worsen her mood. I decide to let her be for now. Maybe when she smells the cookies baking, she'll perk up. Chapter 2. Bailey. I open a cupboard and reach for the flower, shooting a glimpse out of the window as I do. I'm disappointed to see my hot neighbor has gone inside. Sighing to myself, I shake my head and turn my attention to the task at hand. I pull out containers of brown sugar, eggs, baking soda, butter. Bending down, I open another door and find my large mixing bowls. The familiar gestures make me feel happy in spite of everything, just like they always do. I always used to make a big production out of making Christmas cookies when I was married. I would send them with Addie to school, bring them to social functions, participate in cookie exchanges with my mommy's group, and, of course, have them out for our annual holiday party. Back when I was a stay-at-home mom, I would devote 2 entire days to the process, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. I'd make chocolate cookies with candied cherries, Russian tea cakes, spritz, lemon meltaways, chocolate-dipped shortbread. Every year I tried to mix it up, choosing new recipes to go along with the old favorites. It was something I looked forward to every Christmas. Now I've had to scale way back, of course. I can't afford all the lavish ingredients I used to. Besides which, I haven't made enough friends here to get rid of dozens of cookies, even if I did. So this year, I'm limiting myself to classic peanut butter blossom cookies, the ones with the Hershey's Kisses on top, Addie's favorite, and sugar cookies. I cast a fretful glance at the aging electric stove in the corner, hoping the unreliable heating element won't burn the cookies. I turn it on to preheat, then come back to the island and start combining ingredients for the peanut butter blossoms, a recipe I've made so often I know it by heart. A tension between my shoulder blades that I didn't even notice begins to ease as I work. I've always found baking so soothing. It takes just enough physical effort and just enough mental concentration to push any worrisome thoughts into the background for a while. As I work, I turn on the radio to a local station that's playing Christmas songs. As I combine the wet ingredients with the dry, I find myself humming along with the music. Consciously, I start to count my blessings, knowing it will make me feel better. I have my health, and Addie's health too, and even though she's in a bad mood today, in general, my daughter is doing well. She's thriving in school, and because I teach there as well, I can keep an eye on her and see how she's doing for myself. And I have a job that I like. I was lucky to get this position teaching first grade in the Ironwood School District, even though I had been out of the profession since before Addie was born. If I hadn't, who knows where we'd be right now. And though money's tight, I'm getting better at figuring out how to live on a shoestring. Part of my problem is that I've really never had to manage my money carefully before now. I met Garrett in my 3rd year of college, right around the time I was getting ready to do my student teaching. 6 years older than me, he was already a successful mutual fund manager at a prominent firm in the city and making a salary somewhere in the low 6 figures. He was handsome, rich, and determined to sweep me off my feet, which he did by paying for lavish dates and presents that I could never have afforded on my own. By the time we got married 2 years later, I was already living with him and he had generously paid off my student loan debt as soon as we got engaged. I thought I had made it, and financially I did. I stopped teaching a year later because we wanted to start a family and Garrett wanted me to focus on getting pregnant. A movement in the window catches my eye, and I look up to see that the hot neighbor guy has come back outside. I can count that blessing, too. Even though we've never actually spoken and he's just eye candy, he is awfully fun to look at. And fantasize about at night, if I'm being honest. More times than I care to admit. I had barely even thought about sex in months, much less wanted it, until the first time I saw him driving up on his motorcycle one day not long after the school year started. I had just gotten home from work myself, and Addie was off on an after-school playdate at the home of one of her classmates. I had just pulled into my own driveway and was reaching for the door handle to get out of my car, but one glimpse at the taut muscularity of the man pulling up on his Harley made me freeze right where I was. I hurriedly ducked down and pretended to be digging for something in my bag as I spied on him through my lashes. I was fascinated, a tiny bit alarmed, and captivated by the raw maleness of him. So unlike Garrett's buttoned-up, polished manner. This man looked like he could pick me up and toss me over his shoulder to carry me inside like I was a rag doll. And even more intriguing and thrilling, he looked like maybe he might. Not me, of course, but someone. Some woman who was hot and sexy and maybe even tattooed, just like him. God knows how many times I've spied on him since then. Never for very long, of course. just little glimpses of him here and there. But it's enough to sear him into my memory. A few days after I first saw him, I found my thoughts turning to him one night as I lay in bed. Feelings that I had almost forgotten came rushing back to me, and before long I was reaching down under the covers with trembling fingers to find myself soaked. The shudders that rocked me a few minutes later were because of him, and that wasn't the last time I would conjure him during the night. The mysterious neighbor, just close enough to be tantalizing, but still far enough to be safe. Now, as I continue to watch from my kitchen window, my neighbor stands up from his bent-over position under the hood of his car. Lazily, he reaches his arm up into a big stretch, revealing his abs under his sweat-stained shirt. He grabs the hem then and pulls the shirt up and off. I'm practically drooling as I take in the muscles of his back, and then his pecs as he turns away from the car. I draw in a shallow breath, holding it as I gaze at a scene that's going to be over far too soon for my liking, trying to memorize the way his naked torso looks, knowing I'll be thinking about him tonight, and trying not to feel too guilty about it. Hot neighbor uses the shirt to wipe his face, and then under his arms. And then, before I can register what's happening, hot neighbor raises his eyes to the window. To me. Our eyes lock. He winks. I pull back from the window, my stomach lurching like I'm on a roller coaster. Oh God, I am mortified. He must have noticed me watching him earlier. He did all of that on purpose. He must think I stand at the window trying to catch glimpses of him whenever he's outside. Which, unfortunately, isn't that far from the truth. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Is it too early to start drinking? Cursing a blue streak in my head, I turn back to the kitchen island and cringe, knowing that the next time I see him is going to be unbelievably embarrassing. I wonder if there's any way I can just stay inside and hide until spring? Let it go, Bailey. You can't do anything about this now. Besides, it doesn't matter what he thinks of you. You've never even spoken to him. You don't even know the guy's name. I wish I could believe it as much as my inner voice seems to want me to. Heaving a heavy sigh, I turn up the Christmas music on the radio and resolve never to look out the kitchen window again. I even contemplate asking the landlord if I can install some blinds and keep them permanently shut. I make myself start humming along with the music and continue working on the peanut butter blossoms. By the time I'm portioning the dough out onto the baking sheet, I'm starting to feel a little better. Baking always does the trick. 10 minutes later, the kisses are sitting on top of the blobs of dough and the cookies are ready to go into the oven. Just then, I hear Addie come out of her room and down the hall. "Hey, Mom," she calls. Her tone contains none of the grumpiness of earlier. "Yes, sweetie." I suppress a smile, hoping this means her bad mood is slipping away and she's ready to help me bake. But her next words push all thoughts of cookies, hot neighbors, and Christmas from my head. "Mom?" she asks, standing in the living room. "Why is there a big puddle of water in the hallway?" Chapter 3. Bailey. Oh no, I moan, grabbing a bunch of towels from the linen closet. It's the washer. Oh, what a mess. I throw the towels on the wood floor and move them around with a slippered foot, hoping to sop up as much of the water as possible. "Honey, will you go in my bedroom and grab my cell phone off the nightstand?" "Okay." Addie races down the hallway to my room and comes back a few seconds later holding my phone. I take it from her and scroll through my contacts until I find the number of my landlord, Richard Klinkner. He answers on the 4th ring. Just as I'm starting to worry, it's about to go to voicemail. I tell him there's a problem with the washer and that it's leaking water. When I finished talking, he's silent for a second. "It's Christmas Eve," he says. "I know it's Christmas Eve," I respond, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. I don't know if small towns have slumlords, but if they do, Richard Klinkner qualifies. But apparently this washing machine doesn't respect holidays. I can't come out, he replies. I'm busy. I'll come take care of it after the weekend. But I can't wait that long, I cry. There's water everywhere. I don't know what to do. Call a plumber if you're really that worried about it. His tone makes it clear that he thinks I'm being hysterical over nothing. If I call a plumber, will you reimburse me for the cost? I ask, trying not to panic. You're the landlord. It's in the lease that you're supposed to keep the appliances in functioning order. It's also in the lease that you're not supposed to misuse the appliances. He shoots back. If there's water everywhere, you probably did something wrong. I didn't, I begin, fuming, but then realize that there's no arguing with him right now. Time is of the essence. I need to get someone in here now. I can give Klinkner the bill afterwards. I can even deduct the cost of the service from my rent if I need to play hardball. This is not a result of my misusing the washer, Mr. Klinkner, I say coldly. I will call a plumber, but you're going to be paying the bill since you refuse to come out. Merry Christmas. I hit end call before he can reply. Addie is still in the hallway looking at me, so I resist the urge to swear. It's okay, honey, I tell her. You can go back in your room if you want. Okay. She pads down the hall out of sight. I immediately pull up a browser to search for plumbers in Ironwood, Ohio. I call the 3 that show up, but 2 go straight to voicemail. The one that does pick up is an answering service that tells me they're closed until the 26th. Damn it, I curse in a whisper, glancing toward Addie's bedroom. I cast about in my mind for what to do next. The towels I've put down on the floor are all soaked. I grab a few more and toss them down too, realizing that until I get the washer fixed, I'll have no way to clean them. This is one of the rare occasions that I almost miss being married to Garrett. Not because he could fix whatever is wrong with this washer. He knows almost as little about things like this as I do. But Garrett has money and status and connections. He was the kind of man who could get a repairman out here on Christmas Eve. Me, on the other hand, I have none of those things. And given that we've only been living here a few months, I don't even have friends close enough to call on Christmas Eve to help me out of a jam. The new towels I put down are now soaked through. There's still water coming out from the back of the machine. Shit. I stare at my worthless phone, trying to think of what to do. Anything I attempt to try to fix the damn thing will probably just make things worse. And I clearly can't just leave it like this until the 26th. And then an idea comes to my head. An idea that I'd give anything to ignore. But right now, I'm desperate and out of options. Oh, God, I groan. This is really not good. Stepping over the mound of sodden towels, I inwardly wince as I cross the living room and prepare to do the last thing I want to do. Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for further mortification and fling open my front door. I cross the yard as quickly as I can, almost hoping Hot Neighbor has left in the interim so I won't have to do this. No such luck. As I head toward his garage, I see that not only is he still outside, he's back to leaning over the open hood of his car so that from behind, all I see is his behind. The soft, worn denim of his jeans molds to his muscular butt as he works on something under the hood, and I can't help but take just a second to stare, because I can't remember ever seeing an ass that fine on a man. Not in person, anyway. Quickly, I shake myself out of my stupor, because the last thing I need right now is for him to turn around and see me staring at him again. Excuse me, I call. Excuse me? The possessor of the finest male derriere I've ever seen extracts himself from under the hood of the car and turns toward me. He's put his shirt back on, thank God, but he's still hot as blazes. The shirt's dirty, smudged with grease and oil, but the stark white of the cotton fabric only serves to accentuate his tanned skin, the hardness of the muscles underneath. There's no other way to say it. This man is breathtakingly gorgeous. His dark, penetrating eyes meet mine before sliding down the length of my body, slowly, appraisingly. Belatedly, I realize I've left the house without giving any thought to my appearance, and I flush with embarrassment as I see him taking in my messy topknot, my lack of makeup, my stained apron, and the fluffy sock monkey slippers Addie got me for Christmas last year. His gaze lingers on my chest just a moment too long, like he wants me to see him looking, before continuing their journey southward. "Nice slippers," he chuckles when he reaches my feet. His deep baritone voice sends a tingle through me, making me actually have to suppress a shiver. It's like velvet, like dark, crushed velvet. On a large circular bed in the middle of a room lit only by a fireplace. Shirtless, his eyes lock onto mine as he takes a step toward me. "Focus." "Thank you," I choke out, even though I'm pretty sure the slipper line is meant to be an insult. I'm sorry to bother you, but I seem to be having a problem with my washing machine." "Is that right?" He cocks his head and gives me a lazy grin. Oh God, he thinks I'm making this up. He thinks I'm trying to get him to come inside. My face flushes hot, my stomach churning with a mixture of indignation and shame. Yes, my daughter just noticed it as I was in the kitchen making cookies. I hurry on, hoping I can convince him it's not just a ploy. It's leaking water into the hallway and I don't know what to do, and I called my landlord, but he won't come, and neither will any of the plumbers I tried. I realize I'm rambling now, and I'm twisting my hands as I try to look anywhere but directly at his mocking gaze. It's just that it's Christmas Eve, so nobody will come. "I can take a look," he says, cutting me off. "Oh," I falter. "I mean, that's not what I meant. I was just wondering if maybe you might know someone I could call. It's just that I haven't lived in town that long, so "Darlin', I already said I'd take a look." One corner of his mouth twitches in a smirk. He still thinks I'm making this up, I'm sure of it. Or maybe he thinks I deliberately broke the washer so I'd have an excuse to talk to him. I open my mouth to tell him I've done no such thing. But then I realize that would probably just make it look even more like I did. There's really no right answer here. My skin burns hot. "Right," I murmur helplessly. "Thank you." He reaches down and pulls the bottom of his shirt up to wipe the sweat from his face. I avert my eyes, but not before I get a closer glimpse of the tattoos ornamenting his tanned skin. One tat in particular stands out. It's a large grinning skull on his left pec, with the words "Lords of Carnage" surrounding it. He pulls the shirt back down, and when I look back at his face, he's openly grinning. He's caught me staring at him again. Good God, even if I was trying to make this awkward, I don't know how I could do any better than I am right now. But then I actually do make it more awkward. Hot neighbor takes a step forward, closing the distance between us. It's only then that I realize I'm about to let a strange man into my house. We've never exchanged a single word before today, even though I've lived here for almost 4 months. I don't know the first thing about him, except that he rides a motorcycle and that he's got a bunch of dangerous-looking tattoos. I don't even know his name. Am I crazy, putting my daughter in danger like this? Then again, a plumber would be a stranger too, I guess. Maybe I should... "I ain't a rapist. I don't eat babies. I ain't gonna hurt you or your daughter." Guiltily, I meet his eyes. "That's what you were thinking about, weren't you?" he asks. His face isn't smirking anymore. Instead, it's irritated. You were worried about letting me in your house. No, I protest, but even to myself I sound lame. I mean, You can lock yourself and the kid in the bathroom while I'm in there if you want, he retorts, disgusted. Dial 911 and keep your finger poised to hit call. I'm not sure if his words are meant to reassure me or to make me feel small. But either way, it's clear he's pissed. I suddenly feel like an ungrateful bitch. Well, at least he probably doesn't think I'm lying about the washer anymore. I'm sorry, I say softly. I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that... Nah, it's okay. I get it. He looks away and shrugs. I don't look like a choir boy, but I don't hurt women. Suddenly, the simplicity of his words convince me he's telling the truth. I'm sorry, I say again, and thank you for doing this. I really am in a bind. No problem. I stare hard at his car, trying to pretend that I find his engine block fascinating. You got a name? He rumbles, wiping his hands on the fabric as well. I let out the breath I didn't even know I was holding. I'm Bailey, I exhale. Bailey Shaw. Nice to meet you, Bailey Shaw. I'm Gage Karen. He lifts his chin toward the house. Let's go see what's up with your washer.
Chapter 4. Gage. The chick who lives next door looks like the last fucking thing she wants to do is let me fix her washing machine for her. It ain't what I was expecting. After I saw her staring out the window at me earlier, I thought she was going to come over and play hard to get, all the while pretending she wasn't trying to get me into bed. But one look at her flour-dusted apron and those fucking monkey slippers, and I realized it wasn't about that. Women can be a mystery. But if it's one thing I know, it's that they don't come on to a man dressed like that. She doesn't seem entirely convinced I ain't a serial killer or something. I'd be offended by that, except it's so goddamn ridiculous it's almost cute. I mean, how many serial killers have you ever seen who had this much ink? It's the scrawny, mousy-looking guys who are the ones you gotta look out for. But even though she's not quite convinced I ain't dangerous, and even though she really does have a problem with her washer, doesn't change the fact that she's hot for me. I know a look of lust when I see one. She knows I caught her looking out her kitchen window at me, and she's embarrassed as hell about it. She hates that she wants me, and she hates that I know it. Not that I mind. She's sexy as hell in an uptight, repressed kind of way. She seems like the kind of chick who would come like a fire hose and be totally taken by surprise by it. Like none of the men she's been with before have known a damn thing about how to make a woman's body respond. I bet I could make her come in 10 seconds flat. Not that I'd want to. I'd want to draw it out. Maybe make her beg a little. The thought makes my cock strain in my jeans. I follow her into her house, watching her ass the whole time. Her almost black hair is tied up in this big mess on top of her head, and a few stray strands are brushing against her neck. The contrast of dark hair on her pale, flawless skin is hot as hell. Since I'm already thinking about fucking her, my mind instantly jumps to how creamy and soft the skin on her inner thighs must be. My dick throbs as I imagine scratching it with my beard, making her moan and shiver in anticipation of my tongue against her pussy. What she doesn't know is, I've been watching her too. Thinking about peeling off those mom jeans and making her forget her own name. Right now, though, I need to stop thinking about taking her to bed. At least long enough to fix her damn washer. After that, all bets are off. You need to cut the electricity to the washer, I tell her when I've surveyed the situation. Where's your fuse box?
Down in the basement, I think.
Bailey shudders.
I never go down there. It's too creepy. Why do you need to cut the power?
You need to turn off the washing machine to stop the water from running. And you don't want the electricity to the machine on when there's standing water around.
Oh, shoot,
she claims, looking down guiltily at the puddle.
I should have thought about that.
I have Bailey point me to the basement door. I flip the light switch and head down the stairs. I guess I can see why she thinks it's creepy down here. The floor is mostly dirt, and there are cobwebs everywhere. The single dim bulb barely throws enough light to see, and makes dark shadows in several spots. Locating the fuse box, I shut down the one that says hallway/laundry. Back upstairs, Bailey has removed those fucking ridiculous monkey slippers and is standing in the hall in her bare feet. Standing next to her is the little girl I've seen with her sometimes. "Hi, I'm Gage," I say to the kid. Up close like this, I can see she's a mini carbon copy of her mom, with brown eyes, pale skin, and a cascade of dark hair. The girl looks up at her mom like she's not sure what to make of me.
"I'm Addie,"
she eventually murmurs back, dipping her head shyly.
"Are you a repairman guy?"
"Not exactly, but I am here to fix your washer. Stand back." Addie takes a giant step back like she's playing a game of Mother May I or something. It's cute. I move toward the shallow hall closet where the washer and dryer are set into the wall. Addie and Bailey watch as I pull the washing machine away from the wall. I reach to flip on the light above it, momentarily forgetting the power's off, but catch myself before I try to turn it on. "Can you grab me a flashlight?" I ask Bailey. She disappears for a second and returns with a miniature one that fits easily into the palm of my hand. It does the job, though. After a cursory inspection, I see that the problem looks like a loose connector in the hose. "Hey, Addie, want to help me fix this?" I ask the little girl. She looks up at her mom again, who nods.
"Okay,"
she says, stepping forward a little. I have her climb on top of the machine and show her where to shine the flashlight so I can see to tighten up the connector. Once she's up there, Bailey disappears down the hall and lets us work. The whole job only takes me a few minutes to do. Addie holds that flashlight with an expression of serious concentration, like her life is depending on it. I check everything else I can think of to make sure the connector was the only problem, but I can't find anything else. When I'm satisfied, I help Addie get off the machine, push it back into place, and go downstairs to flip the fuse back on. I come back upstairs and go into the kitchen, where the kid has joined her mom.
"Did we fix it?"
the kid asks, giving me a shy but proud look. "I think so." I look at Bailey. "You should try running the machine again and see whether or not it leaks, but I'm pretty sure we got it."
"Thank you so much, Gage."
She pulls in a breath and sighs. She's taken off the apron she was wearing, and I can't help but notice how full and lush her tits look, even under the loose t-shirt she's wearing.
"I'm so relieved. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been willing to help."
Just then, the buzzer on the oven sounds.
"Yay!"
Addie yells.
"Cookies are done."
I realize as she says it that I can smell them baking.
"I was in the middle of making Christmas cookies when Addie saw the washer leak,"
Bailey explains with a smile.
"I put this batch in while you were fixing it."
She goes to the oven, pulls on 2 mitts, and takes out a batch of those cookies with the chocolate in the middle of them.
"Want to stay and have cookies and milk?"
Addie asks. "Well, I'll tell you, I'm not much of a fan of milk," I say back. "But I'll have a cookie, sure." Next to her daughter, Bailey raises an eyebrow.
"You don't look like the cookie type,"
she says, amused. If this woman's kid wasn't standing right here, I'd tell Bailey that the sweet thing I'd rather eat is between her legs. But because I'm not a goddamn animal, I just shrug. "Who doesn't like cookies?" I grunt.
"Right?"
Addie grins. I grin back at her. Bailey rolls her eyes good-naturedly and turns around. She grabs a glass from a cupboard near the sink, then goes to the refrigerator for a carton of milk. Pouring Addie a glass, she sets the milk in front of her, then pushes the rack of cooling cookies toward us.
"Have at it."
I wait for Addie to reach for one, then shoot my arm out and grab it before she can.
"Hey!"
she cries, giggling. I take a big bite out of it and raise my eyebrows at her in mock innocence. I don't know what it is about this little girl that makes me want to clown around for her. I'm not much of a kid person, to tell you the truth. She rolls her eyes in an exact imitation of her mother and reaches for the cookie beside it. "Hey," I murmur around my mouthful. "These were pretty good."
"They're my absolute favorite,"
Addie says dramatically. She tilts her head back and lowers the cookie into her mouth. then takes a bite and flings her arm out in an expression of ecstasy. I have to laugh. Addie and I each eat 3 cookies, and then Bailey tells her she's had enough. Addie whines, but doesn't push it too far.
You can have some sugar cookies when they're ready later,
Bailey promises.
Can I help you make them?
Addie asks. This gets a tender smile from her mom.
Of course you can. I'll call you when I'm ready to start on them. Okay.
Addie looks over at the kitchen table.
I'm going to go in my room and make some more of the garland for the tree. Thank you, honey.
Bailey kisses Addie on the top of the head, then gives her a playful swat on the behind. Addie pretend yelps, then grabs some construction paper, a pair of scissors, and a Scotch tape dispenser on the table, and heads for her room.
Bye, Gage,
she calls as she goes. See you around, kid, I call back.
Well, that was quite a turnaround,
Bailey remarks mildly when Addie's out of the room. I pull my gaze from her kid and look at her. What do you mean?
Just that you seem to have somehow improved my daughter's mood.
Bailey frowns for a second, then sighs.
Thank you for being so good with Addie, Gage. The fact is, she's had a rough past couple of days.
Why's that? It ain't any of my business, but something in Bailey's eyes tells me she wouldn't mind talking to someone about it. She pauses, sucks her plump lower lip between her teeth for a second, and then sighs again.
This is the first Christmas for her without her dad. We divorced earlier this year, and I think she's really missing the traditions she remembers.
She shrugs, looking sad.
We lived in Pennsylvania before we moved here, so her dad's far away. He hasn't been very good about trying to maintain any sort of connection with her since we split up. I'm guessing just having someone other than me paying attention to her for a little bit, especially a male, made her feel a little better, a little more noticed.
Huh. That explains why I never see a father coming to pick the kid up. That sucks.
Yeah.
Her tone is bitter.
It really does suck.
Bailey shakes her head.
I think Addie blames me for it, to be honest. I'm the one who had to move Addie away from the city where we lived because I needed to find work. But the fact is, her dad disengaged from her almost the moment that we split up. Garrett was the one who pushed for us to start having kids, but once it actually happened, I think he realized he liked the idea of being a dad more than the reality of it.
She swallows.
It was hard enough keeping him engaged in Addie's life when we were married and living in the same house. Now, it's practically impossible. Do you know he actually forgot her birthday 2 months ago? I had to run out and buy her a present from him the day before so she wouldn't know.
Bailey abruptly stops talking, then shakes her head again and laughs.
I'm so sorry. I'm babbling. I'm sure you don't want to hear any of this.
Actually, I do. I don't know why, but it's true. I want to know more about this chick, and I want to punch the shit out of her ex. That kid doesn't deserve this. She deserves a dad who isn't an asshole. Where's her dad?
In Cabo, with his flavor of the month.
Her voice is tinged with irritation, but I don't get the sense it's because she misses him. On the contrary. So it's just the two of you for Christmas this year?
Yes.
Bailey nods and glances toward the living room, where a small plastic tree is nestled in the corner.
It's not quite what she's used to,
she admits.
But I hope I can make it okay for her.
I'm sure you will.
What about you?
She asks suddenly.
What are you doing for Christmas?
Nothing. I lift a shoulder. I ain't really into the holiday shit. Bailey looks at me in alarm.
You weren't celebrating at all?
Nah, it's no big deal. It's just another day.
It's not, though.
She shakes her head rapidly.
It is a big deal.
Not for me. I don't have any family. I'll probably just work on my bike or something. Watch some football. I don't know. Bailey looks so dismayed that I feel like I have to reassure her. Look, I've been spending Christmases by myself for a long time now. I swear it doesn't matter. Bailey stares at me. I swear she seems more upset about this than I am. Her lower lip slides between her teeth again as she considers my words, and the sight goes straight to my dick.
Would you want to come over here?
She blurts out.
For a meal? I bought too much for Addie and me. I'm not used to it being just the two of us, it would sort of be paying you back for fixing my washing machine. And honestly, I think it would be nice for Addie to have more than just me here.
I should say no. God, I should say no. I meant what I said to her. Christmas doesn't mean a goddamn thing to me. I want to fuck this woman, sure. Hell, if her kid wasn't around, it already would have happened by now. But I'm not interested in playing daddy to a single mom and her kid, even for a day. Even if the mom is sexy as hell and the kid is sort of okay as kids go. But, for some reason, as I stare at that lower lip she's biting, the refusal I'm about to give her dies in my throat, and something else comes out of my mouth instead. Sure, I hear myself say. What time do you want me here?
Chapter 5. Bailey. You look like a sparkly weirdo elf. I shoot daggers at my reflection in the mirror. I'm wearing a green sequined mini dress that I haven't put on since New Year's Eve 3 years ago. It's ridiculous. This is the 4th outfit I've tried on this morning. I have no idea what to wear for the Christmas meal with Gage. Not to mention, I'm bleary-eyed from lack of sleep after finishing up decorating the tree with Addie last night, putting out milk and cookies for Santa, getting her to bed, and then setting up Santa's presents under the tree, and eating the cookies, before I finally got to bed this morning around 2. Not that that's when I fell asleep, of course. I spent quite a while thinking with nervous anticipation about Gage coming over today before I eventually managed to drop off. Addie woke me at 6:45 to open presents, shaving 15 minutes off our rule of not before 7 o'clock, but I decided to let that slide this time. We opened Santa's presents and her father's presents, bought and wrapped by me, of course. We both agreed we'd save our gifts to each other for when Gage is here. I made her favorite breakfast of chocolate chip pancakes, for special occasions only. Now Addie's in her room playing with some of her new stuff, and I'm in my room trying to pretend that I'm not freaking out about having the hottest man I've ever seen over for Christmas dinner. I peel off this ridiculous dress and rummage around in my closet for something that doesn't seem so overly formal and festive. I've gone back and forth all morning about whether it was a mistake to invite Gage over today. On the one hand, now I'm a complete and total nervous wreck about the day, for reasons I only brought on myself. On the other, having him come over seems to have worked some kind of magic on Addie's glum mood. After Gage left last night, she insisted on finishing up the garland for the tree, and then retreated to her room to make a secret present for him. She even wrapped it herself, dragging the box of Christmas wrap in and closing the door so I wouldn't see anything. The only clue I have is that there may have been glitter involved, which I only know because I saw the telltale signs on her fingers afterwards. And then it did seem incredibly sad that Gage would be spending Christmas on his own, even though he didn't seem that troubled by it. I just can't imagine it. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have Addie with me and had to spend the holiday by myself. So even if he doesn't care, I do. Even if I hadn't invited him, I would have been looking out the window at his house all day, imagining him in there all alone, just acting like it's any other day. But the problem is, now I'm spending Christmas Day with a man whose mere presence makes me feel like my skin is going to melt off my body. I'm pretty sure my core temperature raised a couple of degrees yesterday while he was in the vicinity. There's this thing that happens to me every time his eyes lock on mine. A jolt of electricity runs through me from the top of my head to the tips of my toes. Even worse, the heat that grows between my legs when his eyes are on me makes me uncomfortably aware of my arousal. It's incredibly distracting, and even worse because I'm pretty sure he knows how attractive I find him, which sends me into this spiral of wondering whether he finds me attractive too, which makes me wonder whether he's ever had the kinds of thoughts about me that I have about him. And that's just not conducive to me holding it together today and acting like this is just a nice Christmas dinner with a neighbor. Finally, on the 5th potential outfit, I settle on a simple red sweater. It doesn't look too overly Christmassy and does a reasonably good job of flattering my figure. I put it on with a pair of slimming dark jeans and black ballet flats. I apply just enough makeup to hide the tired circles under my eyes, match my lipstick just a shade darker than the sweater, and pull my hair up into a loose bun so I don't get too hot while I'm cooking dinner. I'm just emerging from my bedroom when Addie comes out of hers, holding what looks to be a friendship bracelet she's just made with the bracelet maker she got from Santa. "Can you help me tie this on, Mom?" "Of course, sweetheart." Addie holds up her wrist. I wrap the bracelet around and tie the two ends in a knot. "What time is Gage coming over?" she asks, her eyes shining with excitement. "He said he'd show up sometime mid-afternoon." Addie sticks out her lower lip and pouts. "That's forever from now. What are we going to do until then?" "Christmas movies and your new game, of course." Santa always brings Addie some sort of game or puzzle for Christmas, so we can spend the afternoon as a family instead of her retreating to her room with her new toys. This year, it's a new card game I found online. After I make the two of us cups of hot cocoa, we go into the living room and sit around the coffee table to play. I made sure the game would work fine for just 2 people, and we spend a good 2 hours learning the rules and playing the best 3 out of 5. I win, but not by much. Addie's smart as a whip and has a competitive streak that she gets from her father. After the game, I have Addie choose a movie to watch while I do some meal prep and check on the food that's cooking in the oven. Instead of turkey or ham, I'm preparing a roast this year. It seems to be progressing just fine, and I go through the mental calculations of all the other things I have to time when the doorbell rings. Looking over at the clock on the microwave, I realize it's already almost 3. That must be Gage. My stomach does a nervous flip. "I'll get it," Addie cries, flying up off the couch. She runs to the front door and slides to a stop in front of it in her stocking feet. She flings it open to reveal Gage in a leather jacket with patches on it. He's carrying a paper shopping bag in one arm. "Hi, Gage. Merry Christmas," she grins. "Merry Christmas to you too, kid." He looks over at me and his voice drops a couple of notes lower. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas to you too," I say, certain that he can hear my heart pounding loudly in my chest. "Come on in." Gage steps over the threshold and sets the bag down. He shrugs off his leather jacket and looks around for a place to lay it. "Addie, can you please hang Gage's jacket up in the front closet?" I direct her. Obediently, she takes it from him and carefully hangs it up. Gage picks the shopping bag up and crosses through the living room into the kitchen where I'm standing. "How's the washing machine?" he asks as he sets the bag down on the kitchen island. "It's fixed." I smile. "I ran the wet towels through last night with no problem. Thank you again." Gage's eyes run slowly down my body, making me shiver. When he gets to my feet, one corner of his mouth lifts. "No monkey slippers today?" he asks, a twinkle in his eye. "Not today," I agree, turning the same color as my sweater. "Would you like something to drink?" "I brought my own." He reaches into the bag and pulls out a 6-pack of beer. "Wasn't sure what you'd have on hand. I'm not much of a wine guy." "Want to come see my room?" says Addie, appearing at Gage's side. "You didn't see it yesterday." Sure," Gage replies, looking at me. He twists open a bottle of beer and I shrug at him. "You'll probably get a tour of all the presents you got from Santa this morning, too," I warn him. "Oh, yeah," Addie cries. I snicker at Gage's slightly alarmed look. "Okay, let's go." He looks back at me as Addie leads the way in front of him. "If I'm not back in 15 minutes, call the authorities."
Chapter 6. Gage.
"What's Lords of Carnage MC?"
Addie asks me as she leads me down the hall.
It said that on your jacket.
It's like a club, for people who ride motorcycles.
Can girls join?
Not exactly, I say. There are girls around, but they're the wives and girlfriends of the guys in the club.
Will you take me riding on your motorcycle?
Huh. Well, that would be up to your mother. Addie shakes her head, pursing her lips in disgust.
Rats. She'll never let me do that.
I have to laugh. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Here's my room.
Addie pushes open a door at the end of the hallway to reveal a sunny bedroom done in whites and yellows. The rest of this house is a little dingy, truth be told, but this room is bright and cheerful. It's clear that Bailey has put a lot into trying to make Addie happy here. Nice place.
Yeah, I guess.
Addie nods slowly.
My parents are divorced. My dad's in Cabo for Christmas. That's in Mexico. We used to go there too, back when my mom was still married to my dad.
Swanky, I say. Addie wrinkles her nose.
What's that mean?
Ritzy. She frowns, so I try again. Rich. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Her face clears.
We were rich, I guess. We all lived in a big house in Pennsylvania and took lots of vacations. Now Dad lives in a penthouse apartment in the city, and we live here in Ironwood.
More pieces of Bailey's life start to fall together. How do you like it here? Addie shrugs.
It's okay, I guess. My mom works at the school where I go. She teaches first grade, but I'm in third. My teacher is Miss Sampson. She's nice, but there's a boy in my class who's mean. His name is Ian. He sits behind me. He pulls my hair and twists my shirt and stuff when Miss Sampson's not looking.
Yeah? I look at her troubled face. You tell Miss Sampson about that?
No.
She looks down.
He'd call me a baby and a tattletale.
You tell your mom? Addie shrugs again. That's clearly a no, too. How come?
She wants me to be really happy here.
Addie says simply.
She'd be sad.
Wow. It hits me right in the feels that this kid wants to spare her mom's feelings like that. I feel bad for this kid. It's obvious she thinks she's helpless to stop this little dick from bugging her. I don't know shit about kids, but even so, I try to think what I'd have done at her age. This Ian kid ain't allowed to touch you without your permission, Addie. I tell her. No one is, whether they're a little kid or an adult. Next time he does it, you can turn around and slug him if you tell him to stop and he doesn't. Once you fight back, he'll be so surprised he'll probably back off.
But
Addie is astonished.
You're not supposed to hit.
Yeah, well, you're not supposed to pull people's hair and twist their clothes either. Have you told him to stop?
Yes.
Has he stopped?
No.
Then you're allowed to fight fire with fire. Addie's eyes grow wide.
Really?
Yep, I nod with certainty. But then I think about Bailey and have a moment's pause. I'm not so sure how she'd feel about this advice. So I try to backtrack a little, even though I think I'm right. But you should probably talk to your teacher first and tell her what's going on, I say to Addie. You could do it after school or at recess, right? One-on-one? She considers this.
Yeah, I guess so. That's a good idea.
Of course it's a good idea, I say, mock offended. I'm the one who came up with it. Addie laughs.
You're funny. Like, you seem kind of scary at first, but you're not really.
There's a lot of grown men out there who would disagree with you on that, I rumble. Addie shows off the presents Santa brought her, including one from her dad.
He's going to call later today so we can video chat,
she tells me. Good deal. Then, do you miss him?
Yeah.
Addie's voice gets a little softer.
But mostly I just miss how things used to be.
This poor kid. I know parents get divorced all the time, but seeing her all crestfallen like this on Christmas Day, well, it kind of gets to me. Hey, I wonder when your mom will let us open presents, I say to change the subject. I got something for you.
You did?
Her eyes light up.
I got something for you too. Well, I made something.
Even better. Come on, you want to ask your mom?
Yes.
In the end, Bailey makes us wait to open presents because dinner's almost ready. She has Addie help her set the table, and I do my bit too. The house is warm now, from the oven, and smells like good food. It's homey and comfortable. It's weird. I should feel uncomfortable as hell, here with a hot but repressed single mom I barely know and her kid on Christmas. But it's actually not bad. Except for the fact that Bailey's got this tight little red sweater on that makes me want to peel it off her and sample what's beneath. We eat at their rickety table in the open area between the kitchen and the living room. I make a note to myself that I should come back here and fix this damn thing before it gets even more unsteady. It's not a bad table, actually. The wood's good. I could stabilize it pretty easily. Then it would hold Bailey's weight when you fucked her on it. It's an effort to concentrate and make conversation when I'm trying to make sure my hard as a bat cock doesn't lift up my side of the table while I try not to stare at Bailey's tits. Luckily, Addie's too young to realize how I'm ogling her mom, but I think Bailey starts to get wise to it about halfway through the meal. I can see her breathing start to speed up, making her chest heave a little as she cuts quick glances at me, her cheeks flushing prettily. This girl's getting more hot and bothered by the minute. I get the feeling that if her daughter wasn't sitting right here, I could have her moaning under my touch in a heartbeat. I decide right then and there that if I get a chance to have her alone for a minute, I'm going to do just that. Merry Christmas to me. After we get done eating, Bailey refills Addie's milk glass and brings a plate of Christmas cookies out to the living room. Addie tells me that she and her mom waited to exchange presents until I got there. Addie is dying to give us her presents, so Bailey lets her go first. She gives her mom a pair of earrings that she made out of beads, and me a picture she drew with magic markers and colored with glitter. It's of me, standing next to a motorcycle. Actually, it's a pretty good likeness, except my beard isn't blue and glittery. That's pretty good, I chuckle. It's going on my refrigerator for sure. Bailey's gift to Addie is one of those kick scooter things and a locking diary, both pink. Addie tries to get Bailey to let her ride the scooter in the house, but Bailey doesn't budge. Then it's my turn. I grab the paper bag I brought in and pull out 2 presents, giving the smaller one to Bailey. Her eyes go wide.
I didn't get you anything,
she says, looking upset. This is present enough, I tell her, nodding toward the kitchen. Like I said, I usually don't do anything at all, so this is already above average for me as far as Christmases go. Best meal I've had in a long time. Addie rips open her present, which I wrapped with aluminum foil because who the hell has wrapping paper? I got her a mini toolbox, which makes her happier than I thought it would. Since you helped me with the washer yesterday, I figured you should learn how to fix things, I tell her. And you need your own tools for that.
That's very progressive of you,
Bailey murmurs.
This is awesome,
Addie crows, her grin so wide it looks like it's going to split her face.
Thank you.
You're welcome, kid. Her happiness is contagious. Maybe I should teach her how to do an oil change when spring comes or something.
Now you, Mom,
Addie urges. Bailey opens the smaller gift and lets out a tiny gasp. It's a small wooden reindeer ornament, hand-carved. It's white pine, I explained. Seemed like it would go okay with your tree.
Did you make this?
She breathes. I shrug. Woodworking and carving are hobbies. Didn't take too long. And you said you needed ornaments.
Swanky, Mom.
Bailey looks over at her daughter and laughs.
It's beautiful,
she says, eyes shining.
Thank you.
Just then, a phone buzzes over on the kitchen counter. Bailey goes over to look.
Oh, it's your father,
she says to Addie.
Video chat.
Bailey answers as Addie comes over. I hear her murmur a few words in a slightly clipped voice. Then she hands the phone to Addie and tells her to go to her room. Addie runs off down the hallway. A second later, a door slams.
I should start putting some of this food away,
Bailey murmurs, shooting me a small smile. I'll give you a hand. I heave myself up off the couch before she can tell me to stay where I am. I go into the kitchen with her, moving to her side of the island.
You don't really have to help, Gage,
she protests.
I'll leave the dishes for later. I just want to put the food in the fridge so it doesn't spoil.
That's not why I'm here.
What?
The words die in her throat as I come up next to her, standing far too close to be appropriate. I don't know how long I have before Addie comes back out, so I'm not going to waste time. I reach over to one of the plates and grab a sprig of parsley. I lift my arm and hold it over her head.
What are you doing?
She asks, startled. It's not mistletoe, but it's all I've got. Shit, that sounds cheesy, even to me. This girl is throwing me off my game.
Are you asking me for a kiss?
She squeaks. You're forgetting I caught you staring at me through that window yesterday, Cupcake, I growl, lowering the parsley and tossing it back onto the plate. You can waste our time pretending you've never thought about me that way, or we can cut the chit-chat. I've been thinking about fucking you, and I know you've been thinking about fucking me too. My voice is rough, maybe rougher than it should be, but I've been holding back and fighting a hard-on for hours now, and I'm not in the mood to play around. Bailey's breath hitches in her throat.
You can't talk to me like that,
she half whispers, but her chest starts to heave, her lips parting like she's already getting ready for me to kiss her. I can't. Looks to me like you like it, I say hoarsely. You like dirty talk, little girl. The way her eyes darken in response tells me that she does. She looks almost surprised by it herself. I chuckle low in my throat. That's what I thought.
Don't call me little girl,
she chokes out in a strangled voice. I can tell she's trying to fight with the last bits of her resolve, but the way her breasts are rising and falling tells me she wants this, and that the more I talk, the more that resolve crumbles into nothing. I lean closer, my lips near her ear. All she'd have to do right now is turn toward me, and my lips would be on hers. I'll call you filthier than that before we're through. I'm going to kiss you and melt your panties right off you, darling. And later, I'm going to dip my tongue into your hot, sweet pussy and drink your desire, right before I fuck you into next week. But I need to hear you say you want it first. I hear her swallow. She licks her lips. Cage, she whispers so softly I can barely hear her. Tell me you want it, baby. Say it. My cock is so hard I feel like it's going to burst through my zipper. A low whimper sounds in her throat.
Kiss me.
The last word is barely past her lips before I reach behind her and pull her against me, bringing my mouth down on hers. She moans as my tongue finds hers, and when my cock presses against her pussy, she gasps and grinds into me. Her body's in the lead now, and fuck, so is mine. I can practically feel myself exploding inside that sweet cunt of hers. There's no fucking way this night doesn't end with me possessing her, fucking her until neither one of us can think straight. But right now, I need more than just this kiss. I need an appetizer, and so does she. My mouth not leaving hers, I reach down and slide my hand under her waistband, moving between the stretchy fabric of her dark jeans and her panties. Bailey gasps, but doesn't stop me. My fingers slide under the panties, finding the hot, wet center of her. She's slick, ready for me, and when my middle finger slides back out and grazes her already throbbing clit, Bailey's hands clutch at my bicep, her hips moving forward to meet me. I keep kissing her, our tongues and mouths devouring each other. Your pussy is hot and wet for me, little girl, I growl against her lips. I stroke her clit, easily finding the spot that will send her over the edge. A muffled cry rips from her throat. Fuck me. I would give anything right now to rip those panties off and shove myself deep inside her. But for now, it's her release I'm after. Bailey's legs start to tremble as I speed up the swirls around her clit. Her whimpers grow louder, and I kiss her deeper so they're muffled. Suddenly, her whole body goes rigid, and then a split second later she's coming with cries of pleasure that I swallow as I hold her up against the counter, while she writhes and shakes against me. My cock is throbbing painfully. Her orgasm is the sexiest thing I've ever seen in my goddamn life. This shit's gonna be in my spank bank for months. She continues to hold on to me, trembling as her breathing starts to slow.
Oh my God,
she whispers, ducking her head. Merry Christmas, darling, I growl. A half-hysterical giggle bubbles up from her throat.
That was...
My hand is still buried deep in her panties when down the hall a door opens. Bailey flies away from me like she's on fire, just in time for Addie to come back into the room.
Chapter 7. Bailey. Gage and I break apart, my hands flying up to my hair as I try desperately to compose myself. Addie comes into the kitchen with my phone. "Here," she says, handing it to me. "Dad says Merry Christmas." Next to me, Gage catches my attention. Raising his fingers to his lips, he sucks my juices slowly off of them. Oh my God. My face flames hot as I shoot daggers at him with my eyes. He just smiles. "Does he?" I choke, hoping my voice doesn't sound as strangled to my daughter as it does to me. "Did you have a good talk with him?" Addie shrugs. "It was okay. Did you know he's in Cabo all alone, at the resort where we used to stay?" "Is he now?" I reply wryly. Translation: his flavor of the month isn't going to last much longer, so he isn't bothering to tell Addie about her. Leave it to Garrett to not even have enough imagination to pick a different resort. "Well, Cabo is full of friendly people," adds. "I'm sure your dad won't be lonely." That's what he said, too. She's clearly troubled and having trouble processing the idea. But I don't know. It seems sad. "I highly doubt your dad is sad, honey." I'm really working to keep the snark out of my voice. "I'm sure he wouldn't want you to worry about him." Addie nods, frowning a little, but her face seems to clear when she spies something on the other side of the room. "Hey, Gage, will you show me what the tools are for in my toolbox?" she asks. "Sure thing." Gage straightens from where he was leaning against the counter, shoots me a last smoldering look, and saunters over to the couch. Left alone to myself in the kitchen, I can barely process what just happened against this very counter. "I'm gonna kiss you and melt your panties right off you, darling. And later, I'm gonna dip my tongue into your hot, sweet pussy and drink your desire, right before I fuck you into next week." God. I shiver in spite of myself. He's so dirty. I've never had a man talk to me the way Gage did just then. I should be offended, but I'm not. I'm exactly the opposite of offended. I'm turned on as hell. Even though Gage just gave me the best orgasm I can remember having in ages, my skin is practically buzzing with excitement and need as I look over at him. He's got me all tangled up, with his scruffy muscularity, his frank sexual force. I watch his sensual lips, which just moments ago were whispering filthy things in my ear, as he shows my daughter an adjustable spanner and tells her what it's for. He's good with Addie. Like he's not even minding spending time with an 8-year-old girl. And I like the present he got her. He's not treating her like a princess cliché. The same can't be said for her father, I'm sad to say. I turn and busy myself cleaning up the kitchen, leaving them to their tool talk. I'm just drying the last of the dishes when I hear Gage say, "Well, that's pretty much it. Next thing is for you to start using them in real life." "Maybe I can come over and help you on your garage sometimes?" Addie asks. I'm about to tell her that we don't invite ourselves to other people's houses when she calls out to me first. "Oh, Mom," Addie cries. "Gage says he's going to take me for a ride on his motorcycle." "What?" I stammer, alarmed. "The hell I did," he responds, glancing over at me with a shake of his head. "Language," Addie and I both say simultaneously. Addie erupts and giggles. "You're going to have to put $1 in the swear jar," she tells him. $1? Gage barks in mock anger. "Wow, that's pretty expensive." He huffs and shakes his head as he pulls a bill out of his wallet. "Here you go. Where's the jar?" "I'll take it." Addie reaches out and plucks the dollar out of his hand, stuffing it in her back pocket. I hide a smile. I don't have the heart to tell Gage he's just been played. We don't have a swear jar in our house. "You trying to get me in trouble with your mom, kid?" Gage complains. "I swear I didn't say that, Bailey. I told her I would take her out on the bike if you said yes." "Oh, so now I'm the heavy?" I joke. But inside, I'm relieved Gage has more sense than to promise something like that without asking Addie's parent. "That's your job, right? Being the heavy?" He smirks. I sigh. "I suppose it is." And on that note, I continue, crossing into the living room. "It's about time for bed," adds. "No!" she cries. She glances at the clock on the wall, prepared to argue, but her face falls when she realizes I've already let her stay up past her normal bedtime. "Yes," I counter. "Come on, up, jammies on, teeth brushed. I'll come in and tuck you in a few minutes. Say goodnight to Gage." "Good night, and thank you for the tools." Addie ducks her head, suddenly shy again. "Thanks for the drawing." Gage gives her a smile that's so kind and genuine it just about explodes my ovaries. Addie trots off. I ask Gage if he'd like anything. "You serious about that question?" He growls. "You know what I want." "I mean to drink," I say in a strangled voice. "I'll grab myself another beer while you take care of Addie." He smirks. I'm suddenly feeling incredibly shy and nervous about being around Gage. So I escape down the hall with the excuse that I have to make sure Addie's not skimping on any of her nightly routine. In the bathroom, she's amped up and chattery as she brushes her teeth. My daughter is still so excited by the events of the day that it would be easy to think she won't be able to sleep. But I know my little girl. She'll be out like a light 5 minutes after her head touches the pillow. I let Addie pick out a picture book to read to me, telling her that we're limiting ourselves to one tonight. She accepts this without any bargaining. While she reads to me, my mind is a million miles away, wondering what awaits me when I get back out into the living room. I'm terrified and aroused and uncertain. But one thing is sure. I have no more ability to refuse Gage's touch than I do the strength to stop a moving train. When I get back out into the living room about 15 minutes later, Gage is sitting on the couch, one arm stretched across the back. A bottle of beer is on the coffee table in front of him. He's not doing anything, but he doesn't look bored or uncomfortable. He looks relaxed, content. Strangely, like he belongs there. At first, he doesn't notice me, and I take a few seconds to note how handsome he is, and how just the fact of looking at his face makes my stomach do flips. As though he can feel my eyes on him, Gage turns to look at me. "She in bed?" "Yes." Self-consciously, I cross the room and go to join him on the couch. "Thank you again for being so good to her."
"She's a good kid."
He shrugs.
"She's less annoying than most of them."
I start laughing so hard I have to clap my hand over my mouth so I don't wake Addie. Gage just looks at me, one corner of his mouth quirking up. "That's high praise." I finally snicker when I've managed to calm down.
"It is," he agrees. "Kids are fucking irritating a lot of the time."
"Language," I smirk.
"Do I need to give you $1?
He asks, his voice lowering a few notes.
"Or can I pay you back some other way?"
My skin starts to heat up at his words. "There's no swear jar, just so you know," I say lightly, pretending I don't know what he's implying. "Addie totally scammed you out of that $1.
"Yeah? I wondered about that. She's a sneaky one."
Gage chuckles. "She is. I agree, smiling. Seems like she did okay for the first Christmas without her dad. I think so too, I reply, contemplating. Honestly, I think you were a big help in that. Having someone else around other than me. A man who actually paid attention to her. Took her mind off things a little. What's your ex like? He asks, if you don't mind my asking. He's a businessman, a deal maker. I explain. I glance at Gage's face, trying to see whether I'm boring him, but he seems interested to hear more. Garrett's identity is very wrapped up in being seen as successful, with lots of money and influence. I continue. I think he liked the image that being a family man projected more than he actually liked being a family man, if you see what I mean. He was great about introducing people to his beautiful wife at parties and talking about his wonderful daughter. But when it was just the three of us, he was a lot less interested in playing husband and father. You are, you know, Gage murmurs. I am what? Beautiful. He moves closer, his hands reaching to pull me to him. Your ex is a fucking idiot. Language, I whisper. Gage's mouth moves onto mine. His skin ignites a flame inside me that's instant, explosive. My panties are still soaking from earlier when he made me come, but I can feel I'm starting to soak through them again as he moves over me, the hard steel of his cock making me throb in anticipation. I've never felt such a surge of arousal from any man before. It's almost frightening, but my body is so on fire at his touch that he's all I can think about. Take me to your bedroom, he commands in a low, gravelly voice. I told you earlier I want to taste you, and then I'm gonna fill up that sweet cunt of yours and fuck you until we're both unconscious. I actually feel my nipples harden at his words so much they're almost painful. My entire body is aching to be touched as I stand up in a daze and lead him into my bedroom. I've never been so thankful for three things as I am right now. First, that Addie's room is down the hall from mine and we don't share a common wall. Second, that my little girl sleeps like the dead. And third, that there's a lock on my bedroom door. As soon as we're inside my room with the door closed, Gage pushes me up against the wall and lifts me onto his cock. I wrap my legs around him, moaning as his tongue finds mine. If our clothes were off right now, we'd be fucking, but as it is, it's a delicious dance of torture. I grind against him, my arms clinging desperately to his neck, every cell in my body crying out for him. I knew I wanted him before, but I'm almost alarmed by how much now that we're finally alone. Fuck. Gage swears softly, his mouth leaving mine to trail the path to the soft spot behind my ear. The scratchiness of his beard is delicious against my skin. I've been waiting for this all night, Bailey. Jesus Christ, you're going to be the end of me. My skin thrills at his words, at the way he says my name, loving how he just tells me what he's thinking, how much he wants me. It's an incredible turn-on, even as I fight against feeling self-conscious. You're so fucking sexy. All I've been able to think about is how good it's gonna feel inside your hot pussy. His words are like a touch. I arch back my neck, trying not to cry out. Gage, I whisper. It's all I can manage to say. I angle my hips and work my clit against the hard heat of his cock. My mind has stopped making decisions, my body in complete control. I know I can come like this, that it won't take long. Gage seems to know this too, because a second later he freezes and then lowers me to the ground. I stifle a whimper of protest as I try to get my legs under me to stand. Gage takes a step back, then another. For a second I'm confused, then suddenly afraid that he might have changed his mind about this. But then he speaks, his voice thick. Take off your sweater. he tells me. There's no way for me to resist him. I do exactly as he says, pulling the hem up and over my breasts, then up and over my head. Underneath, I'm wearing a black lace bra, the only nice one I have. Gage hisses. I watch as he slowly unzips his jeans. They fall to his thighs, but he doesn't bother to step out of them. Instead, he takes out his cock. My God, it's enormous, hard and thick. I can't take my eyes off it. We both stare at one another as Gage wraps his hand around the base of his shaft. He begins to stroke, slowly, as he watches me. Take off your pants. Leave the panties. I do as he says. Touch yourself. I've never done anything like this before. I've never touched myself in front of anyone. But I'm so mesmerized by him stroking himself that I'm impossibly turned on. I know he wants to see me doing what he says, so I do. My fingers slide under my panties and find my clit. I'm so aroused already that I can't help but moan. I'm throbbing, waiting for him to touch me, but I won't last long if he makes me keep doing this. Tell me what you want, Gage commands in a low, gravelly voice. I want you to fuck me. I breathe immediately. Tell me you've thought about me when you do this. I think about you, I admit in a near whisper. I think about you and make myself come. I watch as he continues to stroke his gorgeous cock. Pre-cum drips from the tip. My mouth actually starts to water at the sight. I want to suck him. I want to feel the velvet of his skin on my tongue. I want everything. I need to taste you, I whisper. His cock pulses, but he says nothing. I take a step forward and kneel down. He slides his hand away as I reach up and wrap mine around his shaft. I taste the saltiness of him as he sucks in a breath and freezes. The hand that was stroking his cock slides around the back of my head, fingers threading into my hair. The skin under my tongue is smooth and impossibly hot. I'm caught up in a wave of desire to make him come like this, so strong it surprises me. I've never really liked doing this. But with him, I want to take him all the way, make him lose himself in my mouth. My pussy throbs, aches at the thought. I start to slide my lips up and down his shaft, loving the feel of it. I raise my eyes up to his face. His gaze is dark, stormy. I see the tenseness of his jaw, know he's holding himself back. When my eyes lock on his, he groans loudly and pulls away all at once. Fuck, you're gonna make me lose control. He grits out. Get on the bed. It's time to make good on my promise.
Chapter 8. Gage. I've been thinking about doing this for hours, ever since Bailey came on my fingers and I licked her off of them in the kitchen. My cock is about to explode, but I'm trying to ignore it for now. I want to taste her again. I'm dying for it, and that's the first thing that's going to happen. I order her onto the bed. Like a good girl, she instantly crosses the room and slides onto it, her heavy-lidded eyes never leaving mine. I can't help but chuckle at how much she wants this. It's a huge fucking turn-on. I've pulled my shirt off by now and kicked my jeans off onto the floor. I have to stop myself from ripping off that black lacy bra of hers as I slide down on the bed and wrap my hand around her waist. Bailey draws in a ragged breath, her breasts rising as she sucks her lower lip between her teeth. She looks at me from under her lashes. Her whole body is taut, tense, waiting. I reach behind her to the clasp and undo her bra, flinging it away. Then my mouth is on her, my tongue circling her nipples one at a time. Bailey arches her back toward me, her head falling backwards as I tease her nipples to attention. I'm hungry, starving for her, so I'm rougher than I want to be. But her legs fall apart and she strains toward me, so I know this is how she wants it. I raise myself up as my mouth leaves her breasts, then I kiss her deep, rough, unrelenting. I'm kneeling between her legs and I reach down and slide the head of my cock against her slick pussy. She gasps and wriggles against me, wanting me inside her, but I pull away. Not yet. I raise myself up to look at her, seeing her face flushed, her lips swollen from my kiss. I can barely think straight as I sink down, my head between her thighs. This is what I want. The promised land. She tastes like honey, golden and sweet. She's soaked, wetness on her inner thighs. I lick the creamy skin, my beard scratching against it. Her soft, muted cries reach my ears as I slide my tongue inside her, loving her juices on my lips. I swirl my tongue around her swollen clit. She raises her hips to my mouth, silently begging me. Her thighs tremble and fall apart. I suck her nub in between my lips. She freezes, tenses, then shatters, pulling a pillow over her face as she screams. I keep sucking and laving at her as she bucks against my mouth and tongue. My cock is so hard I'm afraid I'm going to explode before I ever get inside her. She's still shaking as I reach over the bed and grab my jeans. I find a condom in my wallet and roll it onto myself, gritting my teeth because every sensation is torture right now. Bailey has pulled the pillow away from her face now, and she stares up at me, inhaling sharply as I bring my cock to her soaking entrance. Fuck me. She breathes so softly I can barely hear her. Shit, Bailey. My hands grip her ass as I slowly pull her onto me. Her heat envelops me as I enter her, so hot and tight, I'm afraid I'm going to lose it unless I go slow at first. I start to move inside her with long strokes, and when I'm all the way in, she wraps her legs around my waist and moans. Yes, she whispers, throwing her head back. Jesus. I pull out and thrust again, harder, then harder, and with every stroke her eyelids flutter as her hips arch up to meet me. Her pussy starts to tighten around me as she climbs, higher and higher. Is this what you want? Yes, she pants. Oh God, yes, fuck me. Hearing her talk like that is all it takes. And before long I feel my balls tighten, and I know any second I'm going to lose control. Just then, Bailey lets out a strangled cry. Gage, I'm going to... And then she does. Her pussy contracts around my cock, pulling me in, and then my balls contract and I let go. We come together, an explosion that overtakes both of us like a sonic boom. I cover my mouth with hers as we both cry out our release. It lasts seconds or hours, I don't know. And when it's over, I'm still buried inside her, my arms wrapped around her, her legs wrapped around me. Fuck, I gasp. Holy shit. Language, she gasps back. And we both start laughing so hard I'm not sure either one of us is ever going to stop. Should I leave? I ask her. I don't really want to, which is a first for me. I fuck women. I don't sleep with them. But here in Bailey's bed, it's warm and comfortable, and she feels good in my arms, snuggled against my chest. I don't really want to get up and end it. Maybe. She lets out a soft sigh. It's nothing personal, you understand. It's just that Addie's never seen me with anyone but her dad. I know she likes you, but I'm not sure how she'd react if... Nah, I get it. Probably better this way anyway. Planting a kiss on Bailey's forehead, I detach myself from her and crawl out of bed. I grab my jeans and my shirt and pull them on. I'm strangely disappointed, even though I can't blame her for wanting to take it slow because of Addie. Take it slow. As the words flash through my mind, I realize something. I'm thinking of this as an it, as something that could turn into something. As I'm zipping my jeans, I look over at Bailey. She meets my eyes with a sad smile. Merry Christmas, she says softly. This was... well, it was fun. Was. I take a step toward her bedroom door. Then I stop. Then I take another step. Then I turn and come back to the bed. Look,
What?
I stand there for a second, frozen. I frown, trying to figure out what the fuck I'm trying to say. Finally, I snort at what a fucking dumbass I'm being and sit down on the bed next to her. 6 hours. I thought I knew what was going on here, I tell her. I thought I'd come over, get a decent Christmas meal.
Decent?
Bailey cocks a brow at me and smirks devilishly.
Seriously?
Hey, I didn't know you were a good cook. Give me a break. I shake my head. Damn it, woman. Let me keep talking. I thought I'd come over, get a good meal. I eye her, daring her to interrupt me again. And I'd satisfy the itch that had hold of both of us. Bailey is looking at me now, not saying a word. I pause. You can interrupt me now if you want.
Not a chance.
Figures, I mutter. Look, I guess I'm saying my itch isn't scratched yet. She looks at me skeptically.
Are you saying you want me to be your booty call?
Not exactly. I mean, well, yeah. I reach over and slide her toward me. She comes willingly, her body molding to mine instinctively. I kiss her until she's breathless and moaning. When we break apart, she gasps.
That's not fair.
All's fair, I begin, then stop. Because the rest of that saying isn't something I want to say out loud. In love and war. That's crazy. It's not war. And it sure as hell ain't love. Is it? I mean, no. But could it be? Maybe. Someday. Otherwise, why the hell am I stumbling all over my words like a tongue-tied teenager? I'm just saying, I continue, sliding my hand up to tease her bare nipple with my thumb. She moans and leans into me, putty in my hands. This ended up being a good Christmas. A very good Christmas. And hell, it seems like a shame for me to just go back to my place and for us to go back to just being neighbors.
So,
Bailey says hoarsely, writhing a bit as I continue to tease her.
if we aren't just a booty call and we aren't just neighbors, what are we then?
Do we have to have a word for it? I ask, leaning down to catch one rosy bud in my mouth. Just like that, I'm hard as a rock again. I tease her nipple until she's gasping. How about you just be Bailey, and I'll be Gage? I growl against her skin. And I'll make you come, and you'll give me that sweet, wet pussy, and we'll see where it goes.
You don't fight fair.
Bailey gasps again. I fight to win, babe, I rasp, reaching down to unzip my pants. My cock springs free, and I groan as I slide it against her hot, wet pussy. Luckily, neither of us has to lose in this case. Tell me what you want, Bailey.
Oh, God,
She moans.
Gage, please.
What, babe? What? I urge, right before I slide myself inside her. Tell me what you want.
Talk dirty to me.
Epilogue. Bailey. 1 year later. Addie, I call from the kitchen window, which I've cracked open just a notch. Do you want some hot cocoa? No thanks, Mom, she yells back from outside. Gage needs my help right now. I'll be in a little while. Smiling, I lean back and stare at the two of them. They're standing around his bike, Gage gesturing at something near the engine. Addie, arms crossed, nods seriously. Her brow is furrowed in a look of concentration that I know only too well. She idolizes that man, and anyone who observes them for more than a few seconds can see it plain as day. I decide to keep the window open a little longer. It's hotter than blazes in this kitchen, partly because this December is unseasonably warm, and partly because I'm cooking up a storm. Making Christmas dinner in Gage's house, our house now, has proved to be a bit of a challenge. Objectively, it's a lot nicer than the kitchen in the place next door where we used to live up until last month. But I can't find things here as easily, and after putting away all the gadgets I brought from the other place, I'm realizing I should have done a better job of memorizing where I put them in the first place. A lot of the prep I'm doing is for Christmas dinner tomorrow. I want to do as much as I can in advance so I can spend the day with my two favorite people. Tonight, I'm making dough for make-your-own pizzas, which we'll eat together as a family in front of a Christmas movie or two. It still amazes me that Gage has been so accepting about living in a house with two females. But he only complains once in a while, and even then he makes it clear he's joking. The roar of an engine outside pulls me from my thoughts. Gage is sitting on his Harley now, with Addie standing next to him to one side. He has her rev the throttle. I don't know what he's teaching her, but she looks absolutely enthralled. She's still begging me to let Gage take her out on the bike. At 9 years old, I still think she's too young. But I know that eventually I'll have to give in. Until then, she'll have to content herself with learning all about engines from her future stepfather. I stare down at the engagement ring on my finger. It's only been there a week, and I'm still a little amazed every time I look at it. Gage surprised me with it one night after dinner. He even got down on one knee. Addie didn't seem that surprised by the whole thing, and later Gage admitted he'd asked her about it first. I wanted to make sure she was okay with it, he explained afterward. Turned out she was, more than okay. Gage revs the engine some more, then shuts it off and climbs off the bike. Instinctively, I glance next door at the currently empty house where Addie and I used to live. I hope the new tenants won't mind the occasional noise of a tune-up. Apparently, they're scheduled to move in on January 1st. I wonder who they are and where they come from, whether they'll have a kid Addie's age for her to play with, whether they'll be happy living there. One thing's for sure, though. Their story will be nowhere as interesting as mine. Not even if their washing machine breaks down on Christmas Eve. The three of us eat homemade pepperoni and sausage pizzas and watch a couple of the Christmas DVDs Addie and I have accumulated over the years. Addie and I have hot chocolate with a little peppermint schnapps in mine. When Addie has gone to bed, we wait until we're sure she's fast asleep, and then Gage helps me bring out the presents. This year, I'm able to be a lot more generous than last year since I'm not as strapped for cash. And also because Gage insisted on contributing as well. Unfortunately, Addie learned the truth about Santa over the summer, but that's not going to stop him from giving her the best Christmas he possibly can. When we finished wrapping and setting everything under the tree, Gage and I collapse on the couch with a glass of red wine for me and a beer for him. This parenting thing is no joke, he remarks good-naturedly. Apparently, you people just never sleep. Rarely, I admit. It's a little tougher as a single parent, no one else to pick up the slack. So it'll be easier on you now, you think? Gage, I would never expect you to do anything you don't want to do. It's not your responsibility. You know better than that, babe. His laughing eyes turn serious. I love Addie, and I love you. I love you, Gage. I smile at him softly. So much. I can't believe how amazing my life is now. A year ago, I never would have imagined it. You've been so wonderful with Addie. She's just crazy about you. I grin. Do you know she's already started calling you her stepdad? I heard her saying it to a couple of her friends after school last week. Yeah? That's cool. Gage pauses a beat. So, you ever think about having more kids? Well, I begin. Originally, I wanted 3. But by the time Addie was walking, I'd realized her dad wasn't going to be much help as... My words die in my throat as I realize that might not be what he meant. My eyes fly to Gage's face. He's giving me that sexy, lazy smirk I know only too well. Are you asking me what I think you are? I stammer. Yeah, he says gruffly. Never thought I'd be saying this, but I want to put a baby in you, Bailey Shaw. My skin heats at his words. Between my legs, I feel myself getting wet. That sounds, I choke, hot and sweet and dirty. How do you do that? What can I say? He rumbles. It's what I'm good at. You are indeed, I agree. On that note, I got you something, he murmurs in a gravelly voice. But I thought my engagement ring was my Christmas present, I protest. It was. It is. He chuckles. Maybe this present is for me, actually. Not sure. What? Now I'm really confused. He goes to the closet, grabs a wrapped gift from the top shelf, and comes back to the couch. Here, he says, handing it to me. I open it. Inside, there's a Santa hat and a sprig of parsley. What? I hold up the parsley and look over at him quizzically, but then I remember. Last year, his substitute for mistletoe. So, I murmur, my voice going husky. Am I supposed to wear this hat, or are you? You, he replies. He stands and reaches for my hand, pulling me up into his arms. Come on, let's go into the bedroom. I'm looking forward to seeing it on you. That and nothing else. I bite my lower lip. You're filthy, I tell him, mock pushing him away. Yes, I am. He growls against my skin, making me shiver. And I know from experience, you wouldn't have it any other way. This concludes Dirty Santa by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Anastasia Watley and Troy Duran. Copyright 2019 by Daphne Loveling, Ironheart. Copyright 2018 by Daphne Loveling, Dirty Santa. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.